Been calling.
Is Ramona here?
Ramona's on the.
Ramona, can you hear me?
I do.
Okay.
Oh, can you see us?
Not yet.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, yeah.
Charlie, let me know when you're ready to let them in.
Sure. 6:37, huh?
That's not the right one.
Today's the 8th.
Yes, ma'am.
Look at them.
What case number?
6:37.
Got it.
Tell me when you're ready.
Okay, we can let them in. Let's see here. Here we go.
Hello.
Morning.
Morning. Hello.
Who
Hello.
am I speaking to?
Hello. This is Mark Shotty.
Mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mark, we have a little administrative to go through before we get to the meat of the matter, so hang in there with us.
All right.
Opening hearing on protest 2020-637, account number 22983. This hearing is being recorded, where the Appraisal Review Board will be hearing your protest today. Myself, Charlie Powers, Ramona LeBlanc is on by Zoom, Kathy Hoffman, and Robert Dayton. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Controller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey/ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45, all written material that has not been provided must be provided. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes, sir. You've got all the pictures.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I'm notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming, sir, that you are under oath as a result of you signing the affidavit.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
We have Ms. Duck. My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, we're going to go back just a minute because we have our fifth board member.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Mr. Shutter, do you have a license from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board? Are you an appraiser?
Do I? No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do you have the hearing procedure times handy? It's a chart that was 4 columns that indicates how we proceed through the hearing. It was in the package that the district sent to you.
Hello.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. The first choice you get to make is, do you want to go first or you want the district to go first?
Y'all go ahead and go first. I've sent in a letter to Aransas County stating about what was going on with the appraisal, and then I also sent pictures to back it up.
Chance to show all that. You want Mike to go first? We will go. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go first then. Stating in there they've raised the taxes or whatever the property, which you'll see from last year to this year and stuff. In stating that, I wanted to make sure that y'all were aware the inside of that home is not complete. It is not nowhere near complete. It has no showers. It has no. Basically, after the hurricane, we were able to get the siding back on it and roof put back on the pieces that blew off. The inside of the house has no tile that's finished, no bathrooms, no kitchen cabinets, no AC, and it has no electrical fixtures, and sheetrock is still not finished. And the underneath side has no garage doors, no interior under the garage space. Nothing is finished out under there either. And you can see that in your pictures.
Are these pictures of January 1?
Yes, sir. You're breaking up.
Are these pictures as of January 1 this year?
Those pictures were as of 2 weeks ago. They were sent there because the Aransas County asked for me to send pictures of what I was speaking about in my letter. And that's the same way it's been since January 1. And I offered them, if they had wanted to go and they were welcome to go and look in the interior of the house and do that and stuff, but then they sent me to y'all through this review board, I guess. They used to come out and do their own appraisal and come and look. Things are all changed this year or are changing.
So what percent complete do you think it is?
But I'm not gonna be penalized for getting the 130.
Whatever y'all, the exterior still has some hand railing to do. It still got some painting to do. So whatever you would think on the outside shell portion of it, the interior, I would say, is at about 20%.
I need a 130.
Yeah.
I need to note something on this file. On his protest form, he didn't mark anything. On his affidavit, he marked incorrect, appraised, market value, but on his protest form, he did not mark anything.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know. I'm not understanding what that is. It's, I'm not I'm not an email guy or none of this stuff. I'm old school. But if I missed a dot or something here or there, I don't know. I'm just trying to get down to the basics and explain to y'all where the house and the conditions at for the appraisal and the reason I sent the protest.
Yeah.
And you have all that information right in front of you to look at.
You need to ask him, Charlie. I think
Section 4 kind of explains his.
Yeah.
he didn't check a box.
Yeah. Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I can barely hear. Y'all are mumbling as y'all are talking to me.
We have some technical issues, but you did not check a box on your protest form for what you're protesting. Market value, equity with your neighbors.
What I'm saying is when y'all sent, it's the actual appraisal that you sent where y'all raised it over $100 and something thousand, and that had to do, basically, it was for the interior finish out of the home, not complete, along with partial of the exterior, which is the garage and stuff, not complete. And that is whatever you want to, whatever y'all call that, I'm not sure.
Oh, I don't care. It's just that we have to have one of those clarified before we begin.
So, sir, you're
I
basically,
think the property description is incorrect. Would probably be the most appropriate for what the gentleman said. Because the description of the property includes the completion of the property, right?
There is a written letter that I sent to Aransas County that spells out everything that was in protest, along with the pictures that were sent.
But
We got pictures.
I think, if I were looking at this, and I am, even though one of the boxes is not checked, he's indicating a percent completeness issue that affects value. And if you were to default to anything, it would be value as it relates to a percent completeness.
All right.
Is that a fair statement, sir?
That is a fair statement. You're sitting at about 20% on the interior finished. The exterior does not have the garage finished out, no garage doors, which the pictures show. And there is some stuff to be finished up on the outside. I would say, like I explained to y'all earlier, there's about 20% complete on the interior, so that's where it should be adjusted to on the appraisal.
Okay. Where are we at? All right.
He's got like another minute.
And yes, sir, the last gentleman that made the statement is correct. It's at 20%.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, we understand.
Yes.
what is,
Market value as it relates.
Anything else, sir?
That's it, sir. How will I get y'all's response? How does this work? Because this is new to me.
Sir, we're gonna now let the district give their presentation. And then you follow down the sheet, you'll see that you get cross-examination and rebuttal time.
Okay.
All right, I'll wait for their call, or I'll get a hold of them when I'm.
No, hold on. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna do it right now.
Stay with us.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand that. All right.
We're gonna do it right now.
Okay, so this is cross-examination time.
And I apologize again. I've never been on Zoom in my life. This is the first time.
Y'all are cutting out a lot.
You're doing a good job, sir. You're doing fine. In the district cross-examination time, this is I'd like to nail down the percent complete worksheet as it relates, because that's his specific issue, is how much complete this property is. So, Charlie, if you could do that through an investigative portion, is it my I guess I can do it. I can ask it. So the foundation appears to be complete. The framing appears to be complete. Is your roof complete, sir?
Yes, sir.
Roof, sheeting and roofing complete. Exterior wall finish complete. Your plumbing is
Pretty
topped
much.
out.
The plumbing is topped out. It is correct.
Okay. Your electrical is roughed in. That means it's coming through the foundation, correct?
That is correct.
What about your windows and exterior doors?
No interior doors, windows, yes.
So you got exterior windows and exterior doors?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Oh, I have to do something there. Your insulation, no?
The insulation, upstairs partial. I'd say a third.
Okay. How about your heating and AC roughed in?
The AC is roughed. Yes, it's roughed in.
Okay. All right.
There is no unit there yet or nothing yet, because somebody will steal that before I finish.
Yep.
All right. So the next list of items I'm going to rattle off are items I do not believe are done. But if one of these items is done, just stop me, okay?
All right.
Carpentry and painting, sheetrock, doors, trim, and millwork,
No.
painting,
No.
grade, showers, mirrors, linoleum, plumbing fixtures, electrical complete carpet. None of the rest of this stuff is done. So, moving on this percent.
No kitchen no cabinets, no nothing. You're correct.
Okay, sir. Thank you. What about your AC compressor? Is it set outside?
No.
Oh, okay, I missed that. All right. So what it looks like is 10 plus 17 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2, 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 14. That equals 57%. What we just went through, sir, in my cross-examination time, there's a percent complete worksheet that the district typically works and operates off of. And I guess I'll just move into my presentation and show the difference between what we have and what he's testified. Okay, and what he's testified to. All right, so on our district presentation, the very first thing is the card. What I'd like to, the appraisal card, what I'd like to point out is we have a 65% complete. Based on the property owner's testimony and our, going through line item by line item, the percent complete of the elements of the subject, that number should be changed from 65 to 57%. Yeah, I'm sorry?
47?
57. Yeah, 57. That's the first thing. Let me look at the comp sales here because we're talking about market value and how it relates to the subject. We have a sale on channel view of 300. When you look and you adjust it to the subject property for both class, size, effective years, and all the elements, it indicates 321. Comp number 2 is on Bel Air, sold for 264, has an indicated value of 288. Comp number 3 has sold for 333, has an indicated value when compared with the subject of 353. Comp number 4 is 67 Bel Air. When you look at that value, sold for 380. When compared with the subject, it indicates a value of 284. From a market value standpoint, 321,085 is supported. The market value for the subject property is 311. But in the investigative portion of this in cross-examination, we found that our percent complete is inaccurate. So I'd like to see what that is in the system and offer that to the subject. Can you just do a 57 on all the elements on the overall, right?
Getting there. Changes it to 286, 140.
Sir, just going from 65% to 57% based on your testimony goes from 311, 450 to 2, say it again.
286, 140.
Goes to 286, 140.
Let me go look.
Okay.
Does that seem?
I guess if that's what if that's what comes it out is, I mean, I've got, like I said, there's a lot of work to be done in the interior, and I understand y'all got a scale y'all operate off of. So, yeah, I would say if it's around 280 somewhere in there, that's fine. That's what I can ask. I mean, I guess that's what the numbers where y'all calculate is. All I'm asking is because my house is a concrete structure, you don't see that out there in that neighborhood. I want to make damn sure that I'm getting comped the same as everybody else is out there, as far as what y'all appraise.
We've used this worksheet consistently for damaged properties. Are you
Okay.
happy? Are you comfortable with 286, 140?
Like I said, if you can get it to, if that's what the number's coming to, I really can't. I don't know what else I can tell you to do and stuff. All I know is there's a lot of work to be done in the interior. I was thinking more like 275 somewhere in there, but that's up to y'all.
Right. I think we need to maintain consistency.
I didn't hear what you said, sir.
We need to maintain consistency.
So
Who am I speaking with? Is this Aransas County or is this the review board?
The review board now.
All right then. Okay. All right then. You'll do what I guess you will send that to me then.
all right, so sir,
We need you to.
Yes.
okay, So I just need to confirm, you believe that the 286,140 for your 2020 value, that's pretty fair and appropriate for this property, correct?
That will be okay for, yes. Now, what I'm going to ask you is, have y'all got all your point system there? What is it going to be when I finish it?
We don't know.
We don't.
I can give you an estimate.
A ballpark, yes.
Just say,
That's why I'm looking at and y'all are saying this is at what percentage did you just tell me? Right now that y'all are charging?
57%.
57, you said, sir?
Yes.
the whole value, the whole
All right.
value.
All right, 57%. All right.
I have a calculator over here. I need 215 times 1.5. Well, I got to get the neighborhood adjustment built in, or it's going to be wrong.
Yeah, but you just do the 100% complete in the summary, and that'll tell you what it is. Just
Back it out.
Doesn't tell you.
57%.
Oh, you want me to actually put it in the
Yeah,
account?
put it in the account, and then put it back.
And right now you're at 286 is where it sits right now, what y'all are saying?
286,140.
I'm saying it echoed 286,140, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
422.
All right.
It'll be about 420, 425,000, somewhere in that range when it's done.
I hope you're right. Y'all have to laugh sometimes, man. With this coronavirus and the rest of this crap in this world is in trouble. We got to have a joke now, man.
Yes, we do.
That isn't
All right.
till 2025.
All right.
So I stay on the.
All right, then.
Stay on.
I'm
the
still
line.
here.
All right. So I make a motion on account number 22983, where the appraisal district had put a 2020 value of $311,450. And considering the market value, the possibility of the market value being computed incorrectly, that we changed the 2020 value to 286,140.
Got a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, sir, it's done. You'll get a
All right,
document. You'll get a document in the mail.
All right. Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
We're in person now, right?
Yeah, the next one's live.
Y'all know which account that is already?
Now, I just saw them sitting
Case
out in the car.
580, case 582,
Sladisek.
Sladsick.
8819-335.
Okay.
You have your mask.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Is he coming back?
Not yet. I guess as soon as I see her around the corner, I'll put mine on.
Wait till the last minute.
Sheesh. With the technical issues and then the mumbling and then the it's hard.
If it was easy, everybody would be doing
That's right. They wouldn't get paid the big bucks, right?
Yeah, right.
Hey, it did get changed for the next cycle though.
This cycle?
The next cycle. I told you that I would handle it the next cycle. And I did, I got it passed.
Maybe we lost the next cycle. Yeah, but this cycle when we wanted it.
I know, but you asked me too late. You asked me the week after I had my budget meeting. Sorry, Cindy.
Y'all don't divide up our days, do you?
We lost Ramona, but I guess she'll probably call back in maybe.
As I saw in the thing where it said, and that would be a labor law, it said you're supposed to pay by the day.
It's by the half day. If you're here for an hour, if you're here for an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon, you get paid for the whole day. If you're here for 4 hours, you
Then the book, I'll show you tomorrow.
You can show Josie.
Josie.
You can show Josie. I'm not interested in getting into labor law.
Neither am I, but it just, I saw that and I was like, oh.
Ramona, you still there?
I'm here now.
Okay. Okay.
Where'd you go?
Y'all throw me out of the room all the time. You just don't even know it.
That's mean, right?
I know. I was saying that I can't hear y'all when you got your masks on.
Kathy, nobody can hear you even if you have your mask off.
I know, I can't help it. Right. The movie star, did you have an eye exam?
What's that?
Did you have an eye exam or are you a movie star?
What do you mean?
You have your sunglasses on.
Oh, do I?
Can't tell them.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I had them on. I see the same room. There you go.
Hello, sir. We got a table right over here for you.
Get behind it. Don't touch the walls.
David?
Yes, sir. Put me in the corner.
You like your mask though.
Thank you, sir. Hope it doesn't offend anybody.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. And we're just kind of separated for the whole social distancing thing, so.
Okay, David, we gotta go through some preliminaries, so just hang in there with us for a minute.
Cool, no problem.
Okay, opening a hearing on case number 2020-582, account 8819335. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. This is the board around here. Mike represents the district, and we have one board member on Zoom. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code 41, Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence, right?
Yes, sir. Y'all did get those pictures that photographs that I put in the
Yes.
Dropbox? Yes, that's all.
Okay. Great, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I will start with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect, and am physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Razi, am notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear, or affirm that the testimony and shall present to the prisoner, you want to commence any prison district, correct?
So you need to say your name and read the sentence out loud for the recording.
Affidavit of sworn testimony, I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Thanks, Lord.
Okay. Are you a licensed appraiser, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. There's a chart on your table there that shows how the hearing procedures go. You get to make a choice. Does the district go first or do you go first?
Doesn't matter to me.
You have to choose.
I can go ahead and, I guess, let you know what my differences are with the
That's fine.
numbers, and then we can take it from there.
You have 5 minutes.
If that's easy with y'all.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes.
First thing is, well, the square footage, I don't know, I made a mistake and then y'all made a mistake, but the actual, metal building that we live in is 28 foot by 35 foot. I'm not sure what we had there, but I told y'all that it was less than that, and it is indeed. I was wrong, but we were wrong with the first numbers. But whatever 28 times 35 is, it's 980 or something. Is that what y'all get?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, so that's what we should have instead of the 10,000, 10, whatever the other number is. That, and then I'm real concerned about, I'm 68 years old. I need my over 65 exemption, which I've never had this much trouble getting it. I used to live in Central Texas, and I didn't have any problems getting my homestead or exemptions, So I understand that I couldn't get that until it's time to happen, but I definitely want that to be applied, homestead and over 65. I'm real adamant over those. I deserve those exemptions. I really want them. Okay, that, and then I guess the only beef I really have is I'm fine with the price on the lot. On the property, because that's a no-brainer there. That's what you pay for it. That's what it market value is. There's no squabbles over that. But the
Improvement.
yeah, improvements. We got to do something with that. Man, you know what a metal building costs. You can go in there and buy them all day long. The building itself, that y'all have it up there at $70-something thousand or something. It's not that, concrete and everything under it. I know I built it myself, but the value of it is one thing. Now, the things that I got issues with, okay, no matter what the value determines, it's got some cracks in the slab. Now, I don't care about little hairline cracks, that's normal. Every piece of concrete is gonna have hairline cracks, it's gonna get hard. That's two things concrete does, there's no issue over that, but there's some cracks that I've got pictures of that are growing. Okay, you stick toothpicks in the crack, so you tell me if that's a hairline or a structure. I think it's a problem, okay? And I've got a map of all these cracks. Most of them are, even smaller in hairline. I didn't even put them on there, but there's 3 of them, and I labeled the 3. And those are definite problem areas. So if you were trying to sell that, you'd have to agree with me. That would have a bearing on what the things were. That and the deflection in the roof. When you've got a sagging roof, which I've got issues over, all that stuff is like, less than 2 years old. So I've got problems with it. The slab and the deflection in the roof, the sagging. And those are my problems on that. But I feel like I deserve some compensation on the price to those 2 major effects. And other than that, I don't have any problems other than let's see what we can do and get a little bit more realistic on the value of the product of the improvement, okay? And also, it's showing covered porches. I don't have any covered porches. I've got a 4-foot sidewalk that goes, it's attached to the slab, and it goes around probably half of the perimeter, but it's not covered. So I noticed that today that it said covered, and it's not.
Okay, so now, the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes to present. So I'm just gonna put in 7 minutes.
On my cross-examine time, so, what we have is currently a warehouse. It's typically not a living space. So as far as a homesteaded property, you would have to delineate to me because you would be applying to the district to say, hey, this is my permanent residence homestead. A warehouse is typically not a homestead or a residence. They can be, but you would have to delineate to me like, hey, this is a metal sided house that I live in. Is that the case?
Yes, it is. But here's the deal.
Because we have it as a warehouse right now.
And you're saying that a warehouse is worth $70,000?
Yeah, for sure. We
No,
got,
I have to disagree with you.
Well,
I mean,
that's okay. That's okay. You can.
well, I mean, when I spend around
It's okay, sir. That's okay.
But
You
yeah,
can
we
disagree.
know better.
You can disagree with me on the value, but we have warehouse value. So again, I just want to answer the question for the homestead. So if you handed me an application today, I would deny it because for me, there would not be a living space to attribute the primary residence to. So again, in a few months or a month or whenever you plan to hand that to me, you're going to have to affirm to me that that's your residence. And if you do, then the quality is not just 4 walls and a concrete slab. It's bathrooms and kitchens and everything else. And therefore the value is going to go up.
More than it is now.
Oh, you bet so. And so I want you to know that right now, first of all.
So I can kiss the homestead exemption tonight.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that it happens where people live in metal sheeted structures.
That's what's going on.
Okay.
Yes, I'm
We
sorry.
currently have it valued as a warehouse.
Okay.
When a person says, I live here, then I change the classification that's more commensurate with the interior quality of the house, kitchens, bathrooms. It has a different purpose than just a metal warehouse. I think everybody understands that. You understand.
Yes, of course.
And so if you hand me an application, you just need to understand that that's going to happen. Secondly, let's go ahead and look at the structure. And let's get the 28 by 35 as opposed to 30 by 35. Let's get that out of the way, and then also the porches situation. So is it, do you have this and this?
Yes, that's my, there's a part on the back that's, 10-foot enclosed on that garage where your hand is right there.
Can you come out one time, Ray? I just need to see the
And
whole
then,
property.
the front of it is open, and that's right there, yeah, that's where we park, that's our.
So what is this right
carport.
here?
That's my, home, that's where I live, okay, in that metal warehouse.
Do I only have the metal warehouse?
You have this over here, Mike. We just have it as a porch. We
This
didn't
is
know it
just-
was
So
in.
that's the board?
We didn't know it
No,
was.
that's the carport.
Okay, we have a carport. So instead of a covered porch, it's a carport.
We have it. It was either entered incorrectly or
Yeah,
just didn't see
that's
see it
fine.
right. Yeah.
That's probably what do you mean by covered?
Go ahead and
porch?
measure this, just, you know, the ridge line and this, just to get a rough, I just want to know.
20 by 30.
Yeah, we've got it correctly. We've got this correctly. This right here, I measured this wall right here.
I've got 600 square feet of covered porches. So what did you say that was? Is it 20 by 30?
Uh-huh.
So 600 square feet. Okay, so we're okay there?
Yeah, that's right, and that's perfect. That's what it is.
So this
And
is,
then this wall right here was,
Porches instead of carport.
this
this is
this wall was 35 feet.
35?
Right?
So
Yeah.
this is 28, I guess?
Yes.
Let me just catch it like this, because I can't get a good angle. What does that say?
That says 28.7, so that's fine. So we can go to the 28, so we can adjust that, there's no problem. All right, so the things at issue are market value as they apply to what a warehouse is. Now, as you can imagine, I do have a warehouse classification on it, but as you can imagine, I don't have very many warehouse sales. So I try to find some sales in and about that subject property area, what they went for. And then I try to find a warehouse sale to throw in there at the end, which is comp number 4. So on comp number 1 and 2, these are just comps. If you'll just put that evidence up there. These are just comps of, and you can look on your thing. These are just comps that are in that area. And I guess if I'm hearing the property on right, the warehouse class is really not even right. It should be more like a house, which means it's undervalued right now. But let me just show what the information that I have. On both art, you have a 130. If you're looking at the classification, it looks the difference between the class of a warehouse and the class of a house. And there's a big minus adjustment of 28,000 there. Indicates a value of 138. South Lake Drive sold for 120. That's a mobile home that sold for 120,000 on South Lake Drive. Okay. It looks at the value difference change, and the indicated value there is 132. Again, on South Lake Drive in that Lamar area, you have a sale of 225,000. Again, it looks that home for FB. When you're comparing that to a warehouse, which is currently what we have it assessed for, that's the indicated value of 158. Now, I'm in my evidence. It's in my comp grid. Just lay it down, sir. I'll just tell you when you get there. Keep looking. Keep looking. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. We want you to understand what he's saying.
Hey, David,
It's right.
it's on the wall.
Okay.
You can look at it this way too.
I'm sorry.
No, you're all right.
Okay, so comp number 4 there, that's the only warehouse sale I have, okay?
Where's the?
Okay. Can
Go
I,
ahead and take a little extra time.
thank you very much. All right, so the other stuff that I have is Longoria, comp number 4. It's the last one on the right. That's a warehouse sale. What did it sell for? It sold for 125. How big, sir? if you could just let me finish,
Okay,
and then you'll have some time to ask some questions.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So you have 125, it's a warehouse, okay? But it's only 584 square feet. The subject property that we're finding is 980 square feet. When you compare it, it renders a value of 192,846. When you look at the median value for all of these properties, it indicates a value of 148 that supports the 141. Furthermore, I'd like to say that the subject property owner has indicated that he wants to live there. He's testified to that, which means that the fit and finish of the interior of the subject property is not even correct. It should be higher because it should be more like a residence. So it's well undervalued at the price at 141 that we currently have. So I believe that's the only thing under protest. He has market value and other, and the other, let me look at the protest form.
The exemptions?
Yeah, the exemptions. And we just talked about the fit and finish and what that would look like. Okay, that's it. That's what I have.
Okay, so now, sir, you get, 2 minutes for cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
If I leave it warehouse, that I'm not, y'all gonna go up and double it next year, you know? In other words, it's gonna increase.
Yeah, I'm the district, they're just your board listening to
Yes,
our petition.
Okay. I don't want it to go, I wanna get locked in because I'm 68, you know? I don't want it going any higher than it is now, you know?
I'm telling you it is. I'm telling you, you testified that you're making true and correct statements and that the fit and finish of the interior, this one's already been, I'm gonna mark it right after this hearing, that the classification for the home needs to be looked at. Because you testified that it's a home, not a warehouse.
Well, that's what that's
Okay.
not the honest truth.
And then at that point, you can hand me an application out and I'll apply it. But it's gonna be at that other value.
What else?
Well, I don't know. I haven't determined what that is, but it looks like, most of those situations, are average or less. They're not average or better, class 4 or 3, where they typically come in at. We could talk about the interior finish. All I have is photos of your cracked concrete. That's all I have. I don't have photos of your kitchen or your bathroom, or I don't know what that looks like.
Well, you're not supposed to be inside the house anyway.
I'm not asking to.
I know it, but yeah. But what about the defects, all the structural?
It's all fine and good. That's all on the table.
Okay, is that gonna affect the value, what I'm asking?
Well, that's your point to make.
Well, it's structural, it's gonna take a pretty penny to fix that stuff, don't you think?
I don't know. I didn't.
I do know.
I didn't build
I'm
it.
in the construction stuff all my life. and I'm
But you
aware.
built it, right?
I'm responsible for it,
So
right?
you're the one that made the defects or were responsible for the.
Pretty much, it doesn't matter who made them, they're there, see?
Yep, you're
So
right.
we gotta deal with
That's a point taken and a point received.
Yes, sir. I'm not trying to be argumentative, just real.
Kind of, a little bit. But that's all
Well,
right.
and actually, I'm sorry, actually, he is supposed to be presenting to the board. This isn't supposed to be argument.
Oh,
between
not personal, and I'm not meaning that. Just trying to, I'm not real good at formal hearings or anything like that, so excuse my, crudeness and all that, but.
This is your time.
Yes, sir. Trying to just get it in a realistic reality of we've got a roof deflection of 1.5 inches in a span of about 15 foot. So you want to tell me that's okay?
No,
What's that gonna cost to fix?
I didn't say it was okay. I said it was
No,
still.
it's not okay. So it's gonna take several $1,000s worth of
That was gonna be my question, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, sir.
You're in the business, building things, you built this. You tell me how much it's gonna cost you to fix the roof and fix the concrete.
I can give you a ballpark, pretty much a realistic,
Yeah.
cost of the roof.
Yeah.
Now slab, I have to get some more.
Well, just talk
Just
about
come up with
the
some
roof.
good.
Right, that's good information.
Okay, you're looking at probably $20,000 to get up there and leave up that roof. Because you gotta get inside to brace it. And that's,
Excuse me, $20,000?
Yes, roughly $20,000 is what my estimate is on the roof.
Let me ask you something about the beams. Is this an iron structured building or aluminum?
It's
The support structure, is
it's metal.
I understand. But is it aluminum or is it iron?
No, it's not aluminum, it's iron.
It's
It's
iron?
regular, typical,
Well, there are two kinds of buildings. The iron buildings are more substantial.
oh, you're talking the difference between red iron.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not red iron, it's the little square tubing like your car.
Okay.
It's the cheap stuff.
Okay.
That's where my
Okay.
problem is, because it's not exactly one of these warehouses. They were in the apples and oranges comparisons.
Well, so you're saying $20,000 to fix the roof?
Just to fix the roof. Now, the slab, you can, I don't know. I'd have to, I can tell you, but you're probably not gonna find anybody willing to even touch it,
Yeah, that's the problem. Okay.
All right. So, now the district gets a rebuttal in 2 minutes.
And what I would say is that the subject property owner has brought good and clear convincing evidence associated with square footage of the subject property that I'd like to address. Instead of the 1050 square feet, I'd like to go to the 980 and just go ahead and do that in the system, Ray, and tell us what that new value would be attributable to.
137,550.
137,550. So again, the subject property owner testified to the square footage. We've rectified that. Now we're talking about we've heard the property owner's testimony for the structure value. Understand that we're talking about a structure value of 73,150 for the whole. And if you just look at the warehouse itself, we're only talking about 64,000. And he's indicated that a third of that value is to the repair. I mean, this is not a Harvey 75 or Harvey 50 situation. This is a little deflection. These are cracks that need to be repaired. But this is not a complete tear down of the, let's get it back into Reelsville here. This is not, we're talking about 64,000 just for this structure. Slab, siding, roof, everything. He's already testified that it's even better on the inside because he wants to live there. So let's get back to Reelsville, but he's saying that just to get the roof deflected, 20,000, maybe that's true. Maybe that's true, but you're gonna take away a third of the value of this whole thing? I don't agree with that by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not saying that you don't have problems. I'm just saying that the market reaction to that may not be as big as you think, especially if you leave it as a warehouse. Now, if you have it as a house, you're gonna have to fix those things because you're gonna have to disclose those things in either way. And I would expect as a buyer to be informed of those things. So I just want to say that you shouldn't be considering a 33% change or 30% change for one element to this whole structure here. Okay, that's all I got.
Okay, and, all right, so now, Sir, you have a minute closing, but I do want to ask one thing. With the value that was placed on his warehouse, was it one that's, because he testified that his, it in the red iron supports that it's, the other, and so,
Aluminum.
Aluminum. So doesn't that have a different value if it's just aluminum supports?
We haven't seen that in the marketplace, even though we
Oh,
haven't
you
seen.
haven't?
I mean, let's look at my evidence. Let's look at my evidence. Look at my evidence. Again, what we have not seen that in the marketplace. The reaction to it is not a big detriment. When you look at the value of 82. When you look at the value of the one cell that we have on Longoria, 125,000 for a normal warehouse, half the size of the subject property or thereabouts. That's what you've got. That's the reaction that you have. You have 125,000.
Right, but we can ask questions before they do their closings, and if that's a part of the value, then it might. Right, so, you have 1 minute for closing.
Okay, I just have a difference in opinion of, red iron building versus carport building. Price, and you'll see, big difference. Plus, you got strength difference, so, I don't know, just have to put that out there, you can't really say apples and oranges of that, because those two types of buildings are not the same. They both have metal, sheeting, they're both made of metal, but different metal structure. Part. And, so, yeah, I'd disagree with that, I guess, on the, I still feel like maybe it isn't the 20,000 defect, but it's definitely quite a bit. And as far as that cracked slab goes, yeah, you might have to tear the whole building down or move it just to do something with that slab.
Yep.
And that's just.
And that's going to be something that you're required to disclose. Like,
Okay.
So now
I
we are,
agree.
now we're at the district closing, they have 1 minute.
okay, what I'd like to summarize with is that the subject property owner started with a square footage issue. We corrected that from the 141 down to 137 and change. He asked about a homestead situation. I've informed the subject property owner the classification of the structure right now is probably underclassed for the situation that he's testified to. Furthermore, he's testified to cracks for which we have no estimate. He's testified to a valuation modification to the roof that represents a third of the entire value of the warehouse. I just don't think it's congruent. I think the 137 with a minor adjustment for some physical defects, 5 or 10 or 15%, not 30%. I mean, that's not in the realm of reality. That's all I got.
All right, so now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to discuss this case and come up with our answer.
So it's 10%.
Well, I'm going to say that I think the cost to cure the roof and the cement slab is that's quite a lot. I just don't agree with 20,000, and I couldn't hear the cement part.
10% good?
10%.
Yeah,
Which would give you what value?
you take 13 off. If from 130 137,550, just take 13 off. I don't know what the answer is.
Well, they've already reduced his property because of the square footage.
And that was just,
That was just a
I
correction
know.
of,
I know, but I don't think 10%, no. I can see taking 7,000 off of that. 5 for the roof and cement.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
I think coming down to 137,550 was fair if we want to throw in something for the roof.
well, the
$1,000 structure, $20,000.
But Kathy, the 137,550, the reason they came down is because they had the measurements.
I realize.
Okay.
I do
mean,
too,
that-
but I still think that the roof and the cement amount, that's like really large.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures of the slab here, although some of these cracks look to be more than just hairline cracks, I would not call those structural. I'm not a civil engineer.
No, I mean, if you fit a toothpick in it, I don't feel like it's structural. I mean, I've seen some bad cracks.
If we gave them 10%, that would be $6,800.
I think 10% is too high.
Okay.
Well, no, wait, 10% of the cost of the structure.
Right.
So,
So you corrected for the market for the square footage. The total is 137,550. You subtract out the 68,710 for the land, and then you end up with $68,840. So 10% of that would be roughly.
and I could see where concrete work is, you know, and the roof work could be worth $6,884. I do really see that.
Is that 10%?
That's 10% of the structure.
structure the improvement.
That's not 10% of the total.
I think that's very generous.
I do too.
I would go with that. I would go with that.
137,550 minus, and
Go ahead.
minus the 6,000.
68,710 for land.
62,000. Yeah, for the structure.
What would be the structure?
62,000. Got that right.
Okay,
Plus the land value.
What's the land?
The land should stay as it is at 68,710.
Yes.
137.
Yep.
so actually, it's just wait, hold on, let me just make sure our numbers. So on the property, are you coming up with 681,516? No, that's
No.
Property's the
62,000.
same, isn't it?
Property stays the same.
68,700.
If you take 6840 off 68,840, you get 62,000 even.
Right.
And the grand total in, add the land back in, 137,10.
You mean
No, it can't,
130,710.
Correct.
Okay, you just, okay.
okay, so it gave you the 137,10? It gave you the 130,710.
Yes.
Okay, and that had the property at what value? The improvements.
62,000
Even? Okay, so I make a motion, say on account number 8819335, based upon what we heard from the district and from the property owner, where the appraisal district had placed a total value of $141,860 taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value, I make a motion that we adjust the 2020 total value to $130,710, and that the adjustment is made on the structure, having that total become 62,000.
Don't forget to address the exemptions.
Wait, let's
Well,
do,
but
let's
they're
do them
not on
separately.
this form.
Let's
But-
do it
okay.
separately.
Do
Let's
them
do it separately. Okay, second,
I second it.
in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Now
Okay.
say that,
Then on account number 8819335, taking into consideration, an over 65 exemption and, homesteading, that, I really believe that is something that needs to take place
do
between.
not, just say they do not apply to the current,
They don't apply to the appraisal review boards.
no, they don't apply to the definition of this structure as a warehouse.
Right, okay, but those things do not apply to, a structure such as a warehouse, which is what is on this property.
Okay, second,
Okay.
in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. 130710. That's it?
Okay, I'm good with that. I just want
Hearing
a
is,
dummy question. What if I stick a kitchen match in that crack? That crack is growing, the three cracks are growing, the rest
well,
aren't.
you can deal with that later.
We'll deal with it later.
Hearing is,
Okay,
hearing is closed.
cool.
Okay?
If that's okay with you guys,
Yeah, we're good.
okay, I'm good. And I'm sorry, I'm not here too much.
It's all right, man, we're good.
Get it off.
I understand.
Country boy, I don't know how to ask the trouble.
You actually were fine.
I apologize anyway.
All right.
But now we don't have any exemptions or nothing. I'm back to square one on that, right?
Yeah.
Again, I told you that if I'm the one that approves the exemptions or denies the exemption. And the very first thing I'm looking at is there's no living space to attribute the primary resident to. So my reaction is gonna be, hello, sir, where's the living space? And you're gonna say, this is the living space. Well, then the interior fit and finish is different than a warehouse. They're just different. And so I'm gonna change that classification, and then I'm gonna grant your application, and you'll have a primary residence in that metal sheeted warehouse. You can do that. But the classification of the interior fit and finish, I'm telling you that value is gonna go up. If you do, it's just gonna go up.
And you'll have the benefit of the minus 35 too.
Yeah,
So what if it goes up 40, but then you've got a negative 35,000 in exemption relief. So then it only goes up 5.
right.
And then you have your exemptions in place.
You've got a $25,000 homestead exemption plus a $10,000 over 65 exemption. Means that, let's just say in a hypothetical world, you had 135. Well, now you're only being assessed at 100 because you're there. So just like Ray said, any pluses that you get are gonna be reduced by the exemptions you're gonna have.
So it may not be a big deal. It may end up being kind of a wash.
Yeah.
There's a good chance, I would say.
Okay, but if I have the extensions, then I'm locked in, right?
Then you have the benefit of the exemption. So what I'm getting at is if it goes up $10,000 with the exemptions, it's probably worth it because you actually will have the exemptions and they're worth.
Yes, because that's scary, man. being,
Yeah, You really got to think that through. Don't be.
And when you do that, let's say just like Ray said, you have a someone up and down, and then you go down because of your exemption. So you're locked into this assessed value, right?
We do, we have somebody waiting.
Even if the market value continues to increase, you're frozen because you're over 65.
Do you know the in person? Yeah,
We could do that.
yeah, in person at 8:30.
And you know the account number?
It's 54073.
Yeah.
Is it 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
8:30?
Yeah. Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, you can come in and look at my house. I don't care.
All right. Well, at that time, we may have a conversation with Mason, Ray, or one of the other guys out and say, can we take a look at your thing with your permission, and just to try to class the property correctly, and then apply your exemption and then just move forward. It'll be fine.
Okay.
That happens next year's cycle. So.
Yes, 886.
Wait.
Yes.
Don't bring it back.
Which is on
Right,
page
because
2,
it's
the
January 1,
top
so on
line.
January 1 of this year, we got it as a warehouse. So on January 1 of next year, you say, hey, I want to apply for my exemption, let's start the clock right now.
Don't mess with it.
No, there's no
It's
reason.
too late.
Okay, it's too late now, but yeah.
Yeah,
But first of the year.
First of the year,
you're
first
going
of-
to-
but this January, this year, you apply for your exemption. We're gonna have the same conversation because we say.
Weren't you the one that
warehouse.
raised the
We're
issue
gonna
of
knock on your
the
door and
different
say,
beams
"Ward, we're gonna phone call you
at
and
one of
say,
our previous
hey, can you come
hearings?
out
Sure,
with the
yeah.
property so we
There's
can
a
apply for
difference
property?"
between red eye.
Would you explain it to him?
If you want us
Not
to
in
do that
here, I
in the
won't.
fall,
No,
by all means,
Yeah.
that's why I refrained from
Thank you.
putting you under oath.
I know. I knew.
Because we have a 1 year, like we have a 1 year appraisal date, just January 1 of every year. Okay?
That's right. And then that way, see, you can take those pictures and they don't do justice.
I
You go
suspect
inside
it was
and
the
you
same
look,
thing that
you
I,
can really see what we're talking about rather than just pictures don't quite, tell the exact story of it.
Yeah.
That would work great, man. That's okay with you.
Thank you very much.
Right, y'all.
it's all good. Oh, hopefully this isn't in person.
It is. Our next one's in person.
It is. Ray, what'd you schedule all these, what'd you do, call all your friends and tell them to come in?
No, but I did volunteer for the morning back here so that I wouldn't have to be back here in the afternoon when it's boiling hot.
Oh, there's a method to your madness.
Man. We got an AC guy coming out though, hopefully.
You did.
Yeah, one of our ACs isn't turning.
You can see our expressions, can't you?
We have a,
No,
another
not-
in-person.
No,
Ramona, you're still there, right?
yes, I am.
Yeah, well, you're getting ready to have to put it back on. I think Ray called all of his buddies and said, yeah, tell them you want it in person. And actually, I understand, because I would want to do in
Listen to that. Didn't volunteer this morning.
Have to end up taking my glasses off in the middle of the whole situation.
Oh my God, they fog, I saw your spot on that one point. I was like, oh.
Have a hearing aids on, and then take this off, put hearing aids off. So, I was looking at
So funny story about the, funny story about.
Now it's quiet because the air conditioning is turned off.
what's that?
About the 4th of July. So we're watching the fireworks in our backyard. And at the end, so my wife went and got some fireworks. Yes, you're not supposed to.
Oh, you broke the.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I'm against the law of fire.
Yeah.
So we just bought them and then we just looked at them,
Okay.
looking at the fireworks that were not bombs. So I don't know.
You didn't shoot them off?
I will not say.
We're not gonna turn you in.
Confirm or deny.
Okay, wait.
We're live
So-
right now.
So hold up, so next door or somewhere in your neighborhood,
I
somebody
heard
was.
fireworks going off.
Yes.
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
wait, so then tell the rest of your story.
It scared people in my immediate family when those fireworks went off. It's funny.
It
Anyways,
did?
It did. All right, so what's the next case we got here?
886. Top of page 2.
They're gonna come
It's an
in.
8:30, it's an 8:30 person.
Yeah, and they're coming in.
Is there any chance that you'll be able to get
Yes,
better
see
Wi-Fi
what happens
connection
when
or
we make that
internet
decision.
connection for this
I don't
stuff?
know. Maybe now next year, I mean, we gotta figure something out, but.
It's a mess.
Yeah, but I mean, we've never had this much reliance on
Yeah.
communication before.
Yeah.
And neither has the rest of the world. And so everybody's pulling at the same, they're pulling from the same pipe, you know? They're all doing Zoom meetings.
It's the last mile that gets your attention, because that's where most of the degradation is. I mean, it's not in the bus structure that runs around the country. It's
There-
in the
there's some
last
talk.
mile.
Yeah, there's some talk right now from that fiber optic to run from this Pearl location.
Yeah.
There's a fiber optic line there to pull into that station right there for the city.
Uh-huh.
And we would just pull in from there. I mean, we're talking a few hundred feet, pull in from there, fiber optic line.
Yeah.
So there's some talk about that, but all of that is, I mean, as you know, it's all budgetary, budget amendment stuff. It's,
Yeah,
it's
somebody's
just,
gonna have to go in and
it's
jump
procedure.
up and down.
I mean, yeah, it's procedures. I mean, as you can see, I've got
Well,
other
nice if we
things.
get this finished.
Yeah, that's, but all of that, again, all of that is prescribed. All of that is prescribed in a.
Come on in,
It's gonna be
man.
right here, and I'm gonna go ahead and grab another pen.
You got it right there?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
it. Thank you.
We're gonna get that other chair, man, so just hang on, just for a second. Folks. Good. My name is Mike Soto. I represent the district. This is Mr. Powers. He's the chairman of the ARB, and they're gonna listen to your case.
And who do we have here?
My name is Leslie Knowles.
Leslie
Knowles.
Knowles,
My name is Barbara Horvath.
Barbara Horvath. And who is the owner of the property?
As the Horvath Living Trust, and I am a successor trustee, my mother's a trustee.
Okay.
And Leslie also has an agent.
I'm an authorized agent.
Oh, good.
There is
Okay.
one in there.
Yeah. Thank you.
We have some administrative to go through. You sit down.
Okay.
Make yourself comfortable.
Okay.
We have some administrative we need to go through,
Okay.
so just bear with me while I read the governor's script. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-886, account number 54073. This hearing is being recorded. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. All of us are on the board, and we have one member who's on via Zoom.
Hi.
Say hello, Mona. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, you do.
Okay. ARB members who are considering a protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I will begin by, I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Piccarazzi, notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael. I solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, ladies?
You need to read it out loud.
I solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Signed to that effect.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you. Are either of you a licensed appraiser?
No.
The governor makes me ask that. I have to report to him. You have in front of you the chart right there between you, the times. This is the way we'll proceed through the hearing. You get to decide who goes first, you or the district.
I know, I'm gonna make.
How does the district go first?
Okay, and I need to make a note in the file, please, that on the protest form, they marked just Q2, which is the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal. On their affidavit of evidence, they marked both Q1 and Q2. So,
The protest form marked other also. Yes.
and other
Over 65.
exemptions.
Exemption.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay, so we have a subject property for, let's see, the address is 111 Santa Fe Drive. And in Rockport, it's the Country Club Square townhomes. And the subject property is currently appraised at $180,050. As I understand that Q2, which is the comp equity, or has to do with median level of appraisal being associated with other properties. I'll get to that in just a moment. I just want to say for the record that, you know, from the sales standpoint, the subject property was a sale. It sold for $184,140. There were other sales that in that neighborhood that affected the value. Comp number 2 sold for $185,000. Comp number 3 sold for $184,500. The median value of all of those, when appropriately adjusted, is $182,588, which supports the market value of $180,050. The thing under protest is equity. How are other units being appraised in this in this complex associated with the subject property? I'd like to point out that the subject property, again, is 111 Santa Fe Drive. It currently has a market value of $180,050. It has the square footage of the land or the land value at 18,000. I believe most of these in here are going to be 18,000. The square footage for this property is 1410. If you'll look at comp number 1, it also has, I'm sorry, the living square footage is 1228. I'm sorry, 1228. Comp number 1 has 1288. Comp number 2 has 1257. And comp number 3 has 1228. Comp number 4 has 1228. And when you look at all of those properties, when you look at the median equity value as it's applied and compared with the subject property, it gives you a rendered median equity value of $181,177. which supports the market value that we currently have on the subject property at 180,050. So these are other, just to let you know, these are other properties within the same complex. And here's the appraised values from the district: 184, 182, 184, and 161. And when you appropriately adjust those for size and the other elements that are involved, you have a rendered median equity value of 181, 177, which supports the market value of the subject property. As far as the other, I'm gonna have to look at the burden of proof for any other thing that's marked under protest, and I believe it had to do with an exemption, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let me look at that. Did you apply for an exemption?
We refused we were told that the over 65, we had to refuse on that because it cannot be homesteaded because there's another property that will not close until the middle of this month to be able to change this over to a homestead. We were told that over 65.
Yeah,
has to
that's
attach to
a
a homestead.
true statement. So if the property owner who is applying for the exemption has an exemption somewhere else, you can't have two. You
Right, that
cannot
won't
have
happen
two.
until after the 17th of this month. So we're not worried.
Again, you would have to still, like if you have another homestead exemption with an over 65, you would have to physically remove it in this current year to try to apply it.
Yes.
And it would only apply to the over 65 until the January 1 of 2021 for the homestead exemption. Okay, just so that your buyers for your other property are aware that you're going to remove those exemptions. If you disclose that, then you can do that. But I cannot apply an exemption until.
Right, we understand.
Okay, so.
As of right now, we're not asking for the over 65 because we understand.
Okay.
Now understand.
So for the record, the subject property owner marked other, they indicated that's an exemption. I've explained the exemption, and if I'm hearing you correct, you're not protesting that right now anymore because of the explanation.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
And they also understand that it's your responsibility to come back in
Yes.
or to contact, that's totally your responsibility.
Yes, after the 17th, we'll come in and correct the future.
Okay, so now you get 2 minutes to cross-examine, and then you get 5 minutes for your presentation, so you get 7 minutes.
Okay. This is my first time doing this.
That's fine.
Excuse the blunders. I am here to bring the attention to the market value. There are 4 different floor plans in this square footage in this area, as it's been just stated. The floor plan that 111 Santa Fe is the one is the 1228. The comp sales in rebuttal of cross-examined is the unit 111 Santa Fe was not sold for the stated amount of $180,000. The sale was actually $176,115.
Which property is that, ma'am?
First.
My property, the 111 Santa Fe, the sale on December 19th, 2019 was $176,115. It was not in the 180s.
Do you have that evidence? Do you have that closing statement?
I did not actually bring that with me, the actual sale, but in the records, you can actually see that under different.
Which records are those?
I actually saw it in Zillow. I saw it in the actual broker, the MLS here in Rockport. It's in the MLS that shows that particular
Thank you.
sale amount.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
They don't have access to MLS, but they would to the Zillow, perhaps.
Zillow will have the closing statement on there?
No. No, don't put that. Continue on, ma'am. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
That's all right. So I just want to bring that to the forefront, that is what the difference is. And also the other two sales comps,
It's,
113 and
it's,
112
UVR.
on Sugar Creek. Those
Percentage of excellence.
are, those prices are correct. They were sold in the 180s, 185.99, 184.500. Those, if you look at the pictures that I submitted, you can see that those are 112 was a turnkey sale with furniture and a loft, extra room, full-length kitchen cabinets. Everything was remodeled with Bosch appliances, granite flooring, granite countertops and tile flooring. Clean entry with the colored cement, electric storm window coverings was also included in both the Sugar Creek properties that were built 3 years earlier or later than the first phase. The Sugar Creek properties are in the second phase. Totally, it's kind of an apples and oranges, not totally, but it is different. Those properties are new. And as you can see by the pictures of 111 Santa Fe, you can see that the difference is they don't have storm windows, the grass area, the flooring, it has all original things other than a dull gray laminate flooring that was been put in, which is not what the advertising says that it had a glossy wood floor. I mean, just little technicalities, but it did not bring the price up to in the 180s at all. And the equity, all those properties over there, other than 101 Santa Fe is the same square footage, and last year was appraised at 140, and it went up this year to the 161, 080, and that is the same as what this property 111 is. Basically original. They have some more remodel in there than 111 because 111 has no remodel.
And I'm sorry, can you give us that address again?
101 Santa Fe Drive. And 145 Pueblo Drive is the same square footage as well. 1228, and it was appraised at the 160. And in fact, it's already remodeled kitchen, tile floors, and wood floors. Those two are totally remodeled, and that one is totally remodeled with the same square footage. 101 Sedona Court is 1257 square footage, and it sold for $170,000. It was appraised at 159 to 290. Again, with a remodeled kitchen, cherry wood cabinets, wood floors throughout. Not really the same as an original. And the Santa Fe 111, which is the 1,257 square foot as well, it sold for $158,000, and it's been appraised at $160,770. Now this is the loft model again. I mean, a larger garage and a laundry inside, not out in the garage like 111 has. Santa Fe. So I believe the comps were not the comps were not equitable to what that property is, and I found 10 different comps in the area down the street of Santa Fe from 101, 103, 105. 107, 110, 113, 117, and on Sedona 102, 104, and on Navajo 103. Those are all in the first phase, and they range from 155, 280,000 to 161, 930,000 is what you've appraised them for this year. And the total of those 10 units is 1,605,390. Averaging out to 160,539. That would be the average in the area in the same square footage and the same type of unit. And some of those are more remodeled than unit 111. But the average in this area all was increased by $20,000 from last year, approximately $20,000 from last year to this year. And that stays within the neighborhood, which I believe that this property shouldn't be more than 160,539 being the average.
Say that one more time.
I believe since the $20,000 increase,
Say the last number again.
160,539. Bringing the, up from last year being 140,040 up to 160 this year would stay in line with your $20,000 increase that has been in the whole neighborhood.
Okay. All right, so now, excuse me, the district gets 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, just to be clear, your, the evidence that you presented at the end of your evidence are interior photos of the subject property, is that right, at the end?
Yes, those are the ones that were put on the sale showing 184,000 and 185,000. Those are the two properties that show that.
Now, I'm asking at the end of your evidence, you have photos, a whole bunch of photos, and I just want to be clear, because you say 111 Santa Fe, that's the subject property, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the photos after that are interior photos of the subject property?
No, well, the first four are,
The first four are?
yes. The kitchen that doesn't have the refrigerator in it, the original stove and a microwave, and the bathroom with the original corner and laminate countertops, and the flooring in the living room with the old windows that were, the seal wasn't sealed on it, but it's all gray, it's not wood. That picture's.
And after that, those are other pictures of other.
Yeah, the
Okay.
other pictures after that are unit 112 and 113 on Sugar Creek that was used for comparison for the sales.
And they're the ones that are in the second
The
phase.
second phase. And those were used for the sale comparisons, which I don't believe are the same quality. The first one, like 112, you see it was already sold with all the furnishings in it, the upgraded appliances and total remodel, as well as unit 113, Sugar Creek was a total remodel in both the bathrooms. And that one did have the glossy, great floors in it. And both of them have all cement fronts, not the brass.
Cindy, where are we?
Well, it's still, the district still has a minute and 40 seconds. For
Is it cross-examine and rebuttal or cross-examine?
now you're in rebuttal. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just gave the information of the explanation of the pictures, so that probably takes up that time.
So the only thing under protest is equity, market values related to that. Adorable patio home, new facelift with common oasis, clean white walls, glossy plank floors. What would you say it has been done from the original 1995? I mean, like.
Yeah, the only thing that has been done that I can see is that the flooring has been changed to a laminate, dull gray, not very well put down, laminate flooring throughout the whole unit. The carpets have been pulled up and it's a laminate flooring. That is the only remodel that's been in there. Older toilets in there, the short squatty ones, the older appliances. There was no other remodel.
Okay.
So the windows are still sealed like that.
So the subject property owners testified to 176,000 what?
150.
176,115?
Yes.
That's an odd sale price, but that's okay. Sales price,
December 19th.
yeah, 1219, which is very relevant to equity and market value.
Christmas time. High market for Christmas.
I think the main thing, where am I out of my time?
Hurry up and say, something. You've got a few
What I was gonna say is that,
seconds.
that the, it appears that the effective age commensurate with what we thought the sales price was as opposed to what the sales price was. You know, she's testified that it's 176 and change. That there's, and the evidence that she's presented for the interior quality of the subject property is not commensurate with a 10-year bump, more commensurate with like a 5 or 3-year bump or something like that. There's not a 10-year, it's almost all original, not quite all original, but it's not a 10-year change. It should be like a 5-year change. What I was gonna say is like, let's see what, instead of 2005, if we put effective years to 2000, what would that do? That's only a 5-year bump. I don't even know if that's the right call. I'm just saying that I know it's not 10 years.
Now go ahead.
What value would that render?
$169,470.
169 what?
470, 169,470.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna leave that in there regardless of however y'all rule or whatever. I mean, she's presented evidence that's more commensurate with it being.
She's done a great job with it.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you do, you get 2 minutes rebuttal and then they get a 1 minute and you get a 1 minute closing. Okay, so this is your 2-minute rebuttal.
Okay, I feel that I'm not trying to prove that the appraisal is wrong. I'm just trying to prove that to bring it back in line with whatever else has been in that area. The $40,000 raise from last year, and I do not believe it should be a $40,000. I feel like if it was a $20,000, like all the other properties, it would be more in line. That's why I'm asking for to be in the $160,000 range. Because of the non-remodel and everything, it probably should only be a $10,000 range and be in $150,000. But you know, that's of course up to you. And I appreciate the sales to be corrected in the records. And then they don't have wood glossy floors. I wish they did. But I do appreciate your listening and considering the change.
Okay. You have 1 minute.
What I'd like to say is that, you know, some of the other evidences that are pointed out are probably 1995 original. The subject property owners testified, or the owner's agent has testified that there is a minor change. The evidence that she presented is 160. The evidence that I presented with the change is 169. The sale is relevant, even though it's equity that's being addressed. The sale's relevant. She's testified that it's sold for $176,000. Even with our change, we're already to 169. She's testified that she believes that it's 160. I mean, right there.
Okay, ma'am, you've got 1 minute.
I definitely appreciate the consideration to bring it to 160. My 83-year-old mother, my 87-year-old father, on the fixed income, we really appreciate to keep the sales tax down, the property tax down. For them, I'm part of the family that owns the property, and I hope that we can bring it down to be even with the neighbors.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to discuss this and come up with our answer.
Okay, so we're at 169,470 now with the change.
And I
in
like that number.
I think she's done an excellent job, and I think we should come between, at least come between the 160 and the 160. So I think like 165.
165 is what I was gonna say.
I'm good with that.
Okay,
I mean, you thinking lower?
No, I was thinking the 169. You've done an excellent job. with
You
your
have,
internet. You really
this is
have.
probably the best information I've ever seen from anybody.
But I'm kind of with the district too, that the sales price, although that's not what's under protest, that is a marker.
But it's not under protest.
I understand. So I can be happy with 165. I think that's.
Okay, so Ramona, you good with that?
Yeah,
What was that?
you what?
So you are good with?
I'm very familiar with all of these, the one side and the other side, phase 1, phase 2. And I know that some of the units I've been in are original as well, you know, and haven't had upgrades or anything like that. And I know what they're kind of selling for right now. I'm good with the 169, but I'm also good with 165, considering what the sale was. And I know we shouldn't, but if you look at it, I mean, it does play in there.
All right, so I make a motion on account number 5073, where the district for 2020 had a value of $180,050. That we adjust that number, and that this does take into consideration Q2, which is the possibility that the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of the appraisal. And we adjust that value for 2020 to now be $165,000.
second, in favor?
I
Also on the protest form, other and 65 exemption was noted, but per statements from the property owner, that is not appropriate at this time, as they have it on another property, and they understand that once that is taken care of, that it is their responsibility to come back to the district to give them the appropriate paperwork to apply that.
I'll second.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you for coming by.
Thank you
Yes,
very
thank you, and that was excellent.
Good job, lady. That was great.
Good job, Marcy.
Also, if you would,
Leslie, if you want that record to show the purchase price, the best thing for you to do is to get us proof. Which would be MLS or closing statement. If you submitted that, then we would be happy to change it. We really don't want to make a change based on Zillow.
True.
I mean, sometimes we do, but it's better. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to get that in there, sort of like permanent.
I'll put it in so it doesn't.
You could just
come up
mail
in
it
the
in to us too.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would benefit other property owners.
Yeah, and then
Absolutely.
it helps further down the line.
and also if you would take the survey, we really would appreciate that.
Yes, you will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
lady.
you. Thank y'all.
Thank you, ladies. All right, next one's gonna be on the phone. It is 1067, commercial.
106.
Bottom of page 2. Bottom of page 2.
Thank you.
Under TFP. Yes. 1067.
It is now.
Sure, yeah.
Can somebody tell me the PID for this thing?
Sorry.
17239. Oh, wait, is that?
Yep,
what you-
that's it, sir.
Is that?
Thank you.
Is this somebody here?
Yeah, oh,
This is over the phone.
Phone?
sorry.
And Charlie, let me see, hold on.
Yay, hallelujah.
Here. Okay, so are we ready?
Yeah.
Let them in.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is Charlie Powers of the Appraisal Review Board. Who am I speaking to?
This is David Truly.
David. Okay, David, we got some preliminary we have to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. So if you just bear with us.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-1067, account 17239. This hearing is being recorded, where the Appraisal Review Board will be hearing your protest today. The people present are myself, Charles Powers, Secretary Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, and Robert Dayton. Ramona LeBlanc is with us via Zoom. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your request. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. David, we have all your evidence, right?
I believe you do.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering a protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F and am signing to that effect. I'm physically located in Texas.
Elizabeth Piccarazzi, notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, David Burge, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And David,
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And David,
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do you hold a Texas appraiser license?
Do I hold a Texas appraiser's license?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do
I
you?
do not.
Oh, okay. Do you have the hearing procedure times document on hand? It was page 5 in your package that was sent by the district. 4 columns, shows the flow of the hearing.
What is on page 5?
4 columns, it's a chart, says hearing procedures time.
We'll walk you through it. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what paper you're talking about.
Okay, well, let's not worry about that right now. you get to decide who goes first. You go first or the district goes first?
Well, I guess I would go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to make your case.
Okay. The reason we are protesting this is that we have had this center since 2003. The center is 37 years old. We do not have any national tenants in our center. It's all small mom and pop people. When the Hurricane Harvey came through, we allowed the county to move in to the center for a temporary courthouse. And we would have never done that. It was a retail center, but now the courthouse is in it. This pandemic we have had has created a loss of income in that center since it started. Our tenants are not paying rent. They are only paying their CAM expenses, and some are not even paying that. At the current time, we are 21% vacant, and once the courthouse moves out, we will be roughly 48 to 50% vacant. Our operating income on an annual basis is only $480,000, and the assessment that has been put on us is a 450% increase from last year, with the taxes going up roughly 320% from last year. The property catty corner to us, that used to be the old Walmart, is valued at $30 a square foot, where we've been valued at $79 a square foot. And we don't do near the business that they do at Ace Hardware. So we're just trying to figure out, this is not something we can get through. We have a pandemic going on. We had this property evaluated in February to try and sell it, and was nowhere near the numbers that we're being told it's being valued at. So therefore, it's unrealistic that it could ever be sold at what we're being told it's valued at. And we did have a possibility of one national tenant, but they have backed out since the pandemic and have no interest. So there again, we will be vacant. We've been vacant at 12,000 square foot since right at Harvey. And we've been, another 6,000 square foot's been vacant for roughly 6 years, with no possibility at this time of anyone taking it. And we just can't see how this is going to help the county or help the people in Rockport to run everybody out of business here and increase our taxes on this property. And so we are asking y'all to take a look at it and hopefully put us down where we've been for the last, 14 years. Yeah, we barely changed anything over since 2006, 2004, and now all of a sudden we have a 450% jump.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell us?
No. I think that pretty much explains our position on this one.
Okay, all right. So David, now the district gets 2 minutes for cross-examine and 5 minutes for their presentation.
Okay.
David, do you know when the county tenant, their lease term is up?
They're on a month-to-month.
Really? Okay. Do they have a projection for when they'll be moving out? It'll take them a while to build their courthouse. Are they looking at like 2 years, 5 years? What?
They told us they would be out by now.
Really?
So when this started, they figured they would be there 2 years, is what we were initially told. And then that didn't happen, and they haven't, as far as I know, what they've told us is that they're not signing a lease with us because when they get the opportunity to go, they don't want to be under a long-term lease, which is understandable. And they wanted to go month to month. That way they were not tied in to a lease with us. And we have tried to get them to sign at least a year lease, 2 years lease, and they just agreed that they wanted to go month to month. That way they weren't obligated. I would suspect they will be gone within 2 years.
And David, you're, just so we understand, your appraisal that you paid for, you got a commercial appraiser to come in and evaluate your entire complex with the idea that you were going to sell it. Is that right?
Well, yes, they are the ones that brought us the national tenant, and they were the ones that had reached out to us about possibly taking a spot there. And of course, they're a broker for the tenant. And during the negotiations, we asked them for an appraise on the building of what they thought it could sell for and with the demographics on it, and that's how we got that. I mean, we initially did not go out to sell it. We were trying to get a tenant. And when this company contacted us in negotiations, we asked them if they would do an assessment on the property for us. And that's where we got this information from.
So this is not an appraisal, it's a broker's pricing opinion?
Well, I would have to say, I mean, this is what they do. I mean, I'm trying to see where they're.
There's no URAR information on it. There's no, disclosures associated with it. It looks like a broker's pricing opinion to me. I just wanted to know if you knew. There's good information here, for sure. Just to be sure.
It wasn't what we wanted to see. I mean, we were hoping to see that Rockport was doing better than that, but when they sent it to us and we gave us the demographics about it, and
okay, well,
it didn't look very good.
Yes, sir. We're going to go into our evidence to present our case, and then we're going to kind of go back and forth. This is a complex appraisal problem, so we hope the latitude from the ARB for both the citizen and the district to actually work through the issues of vacancies, collections, rentable rates, all those things. So,
and I'm sorry,
Harbor Oak Shopping Center.
But I'm
where the movie theater was.
No. I know that. What I'm asking is his that appraisal or whatever. Where is it?
Taxpayer evidence.
We can't find it in here.
Well,
I've got it.
Okay, is it in theirs or ours?
I'll find it. Let's go through our evidence and I'll find it for you.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Got it. Okay, thank you.
We're going to go through our taxpayer, through our evidence.
It's that area.
We're going to go through our evidence. Just continue.
Okay, so the property ID number is 17239. It's a retail strip center. It's Harbor Oak Shopping Center in the edge of between Rockport and Fulton. Last year's value was $2,527,900. This year they were noticed at $8,125,800. I think everybody's familiar with where it is, which shopping center we're talking about. Go to the income worksheet, you can see its type is a retail, its class is a strip center. The rent rate and expenses and vacancy was derived from our local market using whatever data we could get. The assumption a lot of times when these things are being appraised is that they're triple net leases, that the occupants are paying for the incidental costs of, maintenance or whatever, maybe landscaping, it gets prorated out to the tenants. But in this case, it isn't. It kind of is and isn't. It's a mixed bag. Some of their tenants are and some aren't. But if you look at this, it's a gross building area is 91,025. The net rentable area is only 79,975. That's because the movie theater was subtracted it's the district's opinion that the movie theater space is not really economically viable until a huge amount of work gets done to it. There was a movie theater that was put in our area, and it wasn't put in this building. And the guy who owned the movie theater didn't reopen it. You can still take out the movie theater out of it, but it would take a lot. So we removed that from their net rentable area. That's why there's a difference there. The rent rate is $10 a foot per year. The vacancy is 5%, which is a market vacancy. We need to know what their actual vacancy was, but market vacancy is usually pretty low for strip centers. And that leaves them with a presumed NOI, a net operating income, of $759,762. Given the market cap rate of 7.4, and then you load it with the taxes, that's how you get to the 8.1 million. The equity grid on the next page just shows we did this with every strip center in the area. The Harbor Oak Shopping Center, Sea Air, the one that's owned by Four Friends, and Live Oak Plaza all were treated the exact same way. They have $10 a foot per year lease rate. Their vacancy is 5%, no expenses because it's triple net, and cap rate and the tax rate is still in there, even though it is, like I said, it's assumed it's triple net. There's nothing under settlement offer because when I have spoken with, I'm sorry, remind me of your last name.
Truly.
Mr. Truly. We've spoken on the phone and I didn't get the expense information and the rent roll and that kind of thing. I didn't even see it until this morning. It was submitted yesterday as part of the evidence for this hearing. While what he submitted is not an appraisal per se, the information that's in it is accurate. It's the actual rents of their tenants. It gives their square footage. It gives their expenses. It gives the amount of expenses that are passed on to, I mean, if you look at it, what was submitted by the property owner under expense reimbursements, you don't have to really see it, but I'll just give this as an example. The real estate taxes paid by the tenants is $40,000, and the real estate taxes paid by the property owner is $49,000. So there's $9,000 of property taxes that the tenants aren't paying. That's not triple net tenants. That's tenants that are full service for whatever reason. They're grandfathered in, or that's the only way they can get the tenant in. Their net operating income being shown as $408,000 is drastically different than the $750,000 that the initial model would show. It also seems accurate. That doesn't seem reasonable. The county is a current tenant. Will be there for a little while. They are paying a market rent, but there's a lot of instability with them as an anchor tenant and the movie theater being, who knows what's going to end up being in there. I'd also just like to point out that the cap rate that's being used in this valuation analysis are basically the same as ours. Their cap rates are very reasonable. They're basically the same thing ours are once they're loaded. So also at the bottom there's a single sale comparable that's in Aransas Pass. I think that's great. This is all great information.
In its current situation, it's currently has on January 1st of 2020, it had Aransas County Courthouse. It still has Aransas County Courthouse in it. So we're talking about a 2020 valuation, not a proposed 54% occupancy as it purports in their broker's pricing opinion. Our cap rate that we typically have, or that we have on our information, is what?
It's taxes in it. 9.35.
So 9.35 is what we have for our loaded cap rate?
Yeah.
For our loaded cap rate. And you see that the cap rate that they institute are from the ranges, it has two different occupancies right there, but it's 8.5 all the way to 9.9. So it's within that range of cap rates as well. So that is, we'll just affirm that that's commensurate with what whoever did this model, that it's a reasonable cap rate model. Now we're just to the point of rent rates, actual rent rates versus what the market rent rates were. And he's giving us actual. So if you look at those actual rent rates, they're showing 720, 790, 720, 840, 720, 720, 792. But you'll see a whole bunch of 720s there. You'll see a 6, which is the courthouse. And then you'll have that, what's called a total annual rent. That's what Eamon was pointing out. The total annual rent that we had from our market valuation is different than what they have for their actual rent. And so what I think what we're affirming is that should be considered. I mean, that's a real thing. You know, that's a real thing of what they have.
Mhm.
The other thing would be the vacancy. And we have to consider the vacancy either on the square footage without those 2 yellows that are on the, that are on the subject property owners, the 2 yellows that are here. You either take the square footage out and then the vacancy goes to 100%, or you include the square footage and then have a vacancy. But in either case, you have to consider that square footage. So
What is the square footage, the other yellow box, 2718? What,
it has it right here.
not the fee? What is that?
We're gonna, if the board will allow just equal time to the property owner, we just want to work through the problem of.
I agree. No, I agree.
The 81% vacancy that's shown as being current, as is occupancy, is accounting missing in the movie theater that's unoccupied. There's 3 numbers presented. One is 54% occupancy, assuming the county isn't there. The county is there, so I'll tell you that.
Okay.
Then another number is leased up, 93% occupancy of the whole building, 93%. I don't think that this thing is, the lease up period on the building is essentially indefinite. It's not gonna be 90 occupied anytime in the next 2 years. It's not going to.
So what we have,
93% of the gross building area is too high. So that one's too low, one's too high. The as is 81%
is the
is
actual.
very realistic. It accounts for what's missing and what's maybe economically unviable, as well as like
19% vacancy.
what they're really
So
doing.
the 2 yellows, and so just to reiterate what Eamon is saying, if you took the 2 yellows out, that would represent 19% of the square footage. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
And so the 19% is the vacancy, so you're taking that out of the equation. So when you're looking at this valuation model, ours is 9.3 something. You should use the cap rate on that 81% occupancy, and it's going to be in that, it's going to be in that $5 million figure, that $4.85 million figure, because you have to use the cap rate of 9.3 rather than 8.5. Go ahead.
I just have, and this is just a
Proceed.
kind of procedural thing, okay? I'm curious. Because now there is all this information, and that's a different situation when you have actual information. So I'm wondering, and I don't even know if we can do it.
What's that?
Would it be better for maybe this to be rescheduled?
No, not at all.
Okay.
We've opened a hearing. These people, the property owner has a right to your board determination at this point. The fact that it came to us late, like we would have loved to have had this information 15, 20 days ago and actually kind of work that out. But at this point, the property owner is entitled to a board determination.
But we have,
So you're trying to work this out with the.
No, we're
with
just
the
working through the
information.
problems we're basically doing a worksheet in front of you in the presence of everybody that's watching and the property owner. We're working through the problem
Yeah,
of
I
trying
get
to ascertain. We obviously know that the property owner is saying, hey, I know that market rents are saying that I should be 5% vacant and I should be $10 a square foot, but my actual rents are $720 to $840.
He's actually right about $10 a foot. There's additional rent next to it.
Oh, okay, additional rent. So,
Our rent's okay,
So-
vacancy's high,
but the
he has a lot of
vacancy-
expenses. So what's different is the market rent being $10 a foot assuming triple net, that's where it falls down, is that his whole center is not triple net lease. So he's charging about $10 a foot, thereabouts, but he's paying a lot of the expenses to maintain the property, which is, we have to assume that the tenants who are there need that to be the case.
Which is not marked.
Right, it's not the kind of thing you would see in CoStar data that comes from all over the place.
Again, this
It's
is
a
new
specific
information that the property owners presented to the board and to us that we want to act on. And so we would want to work through the problem. I know procedurally, there's a rebuttal time and all that other stuff, but I would just say, let's just work the problem. Let's work through
Let's work the problem then.
But you put a calculator to it, incorporate some of this new information and get us a number.
Somewhat. So the
You've
thing
done it
is, this,
before.
what's that?
You've done it before.
Well, this one's a little bit different.
Because we only changed one on that on one number,
Right.
but
What this information is going to do is it's going to change the model that we use for the whole county. So it kind of needs to be put into the mix with the information from everywhere else.
but it's true information.
Yeah, and that's
So
the thing is it needs
it
to
should
affect
be
everything.
included in the whole mix.
It will be. It will
True
be.
information.
That being said, what I was trying to be clear about before was that this valuation, even though it's not technically an appraisal, is in my opinion, it's super accurate. This is reasonable rent rates. He's not undercharging or overcharging. The expenses don't look inflated. They're not double dipping the vacancy. The cap rate's not excessively high. This number that they on it at as is, with their low being 4.5 and the high being 4.8 million, that's probably realistic.
Okay, wait, so
What are you proposing?
Well, because the 8.5, you'd have to calculate the 9.3.
Hello, anybody?
Yes.
Wait,
no, we hear you, but they're not listening to us.
Wait a
They're
minute.
talking.
wait, just,
I didn't mean it in an ugly way. I meant you were talking.
wait a minute. Go ahead.
What we were saying, what we were communicating to one another is that although it's not an appraisal, and it's more of a broker's pricing opinion based on a valuation of what they would put it on the marketplace, it has real, factual, actual rents that apply to the subject property, and their vacancy is congruent as well with what we would agree with. And we're not too far off from that valuation of that $4.8 million valuation from the new evidence that they presented. It's just like when a person comes in and says, hey, you think my house is complete, and it's not complete, it's only this % complete. Well, that's new information. In the same way, I know this is a more complex situation, but if you boil it down to, this is new information, oh, you didn't think my vacancy is really this,
Yeah. Okay, so what you're saying is if we take the numbers that are on the table here, that you're okay with that?
4.8.
The 4.8?
Just to be clear, I'm okay with whatever decision you guys come to
understand
for
that.
value. But in my opinion, that's not an unreasonable valuation.
And
That's what I'm-
the low was what?
It was their
4.5.
And the way that changed was the cap rate, was choosing which level of cap rate. you're gonna use.
And then the high was 4.8?
Yes, and I would expect that based on this, next year, the 4.8 probably what it's gonna end up, somewhere around there.
Next year,
Probably.
next year. Okay.
But-
So that's a total ballpark.
But it's relevant. It's relevant for the subject property. What you indicated earlier, Cindy, is this is new information that kind of helps us with larger centers, vacancy rates, rental rates, expenses. This is what we wanted all along. Is we wanted that information so that we can do evaluation.
But they just got these notices when, May?
Yeah, they did.
When were they mailed out?
Yeah, May.
The end of May? May
Early,
25th?
middle May.
I mean, it's okay, he's provided it. It's good.
Right.
He's here, we're doing it.
We're good.
Okay, now, Ramona, something to say, so we need to let her say something.
No, I was
Go
just
ahead,
gonna
Mama.
ask, what would he propose?
4.8.
The
What would
4.8, 4.5 in between?
Yeah, the 4.8 is what it ends up being roundabout in our, given this new information.
Okay, is David truly still on there?
Yes. I hear you breathing.
You
Yes,
did.
I'm
David.
here.
Just checking.
Now, does that take into consideration the expenses that he's picking up? Because I do know for a
Yes.
fact that is true, because I know some of the people that own the stores, and they would not be in there right now had he
Yes.
not done that.
Yes, it does.
They'd be shut.
That's why he indicated that market is typically triple net, and he's operating at something other than typical market. And so he has actuals that are different. And I think that the evidence that the property owner has provided has taken that into account. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah. But what it boils down
Okay.
to is the net operating income.
Yeah.
How much money is this thing producing? And if our model's saying 750 to 800,000, but reality is saying 408,000, then we're off by that much.
Okay.
And
And
we're
then,
not really disputing the cap rate or anything. We're just disputing the
Expenses.
now does
just
the
income.
4.5 to 4.8, was that, and I'm sorry, because I just can't look at it that quickly and answer it to myself.
Sure.
So my question is, does that have the tenant that the guy that wrote this up, the broker or whoever, whatever this report, he said it came from the people who were representing the long-term out-of-state, whatever
Right.
person.
Uh-huh.
So
And they're not in this proposal.
they're not?
No.
Okay, so
No.
it's of something that didn't happen.
But it's
Right.
as of, it's as it sat when this was done. As is.
Thank you. That's what I
Oh.
wasn't sure of.
Okay, now,
So are you still working it out?
No, the 4 point, and I guess the question that I'd like to pose to Mr. Truly is, based on your most recent information, Mr. Truly, would you be amenable to the 4.8?
No, sir, that's a list price.
Okay,
And
sir. All right.
we have taken consideration, the courthouse is not gonna be there.
Well, okay, that's okay. We've made our.
Also, if you don't mind, at this time, on 80% of the people in there, we're not collecting rent. They've been in there since March and not paid anything except the scam charges.
Yeah, so
Okay.
my only reply to that would be that this appraisal is for January 1st, 2020. And I know that in the time that's passed since, there's a lot of retail strip centers are one of the things that were hit pretty hard by the coronavirus stuff. And I think that next year we'll see that shake out in cap rates because of people are, the way investors are treating these properties is different. But our valuation has to be based on January 1st, 2020.
So, okay.
wait a minute, David.
Basically, where did the 4.5 come from? We had that rate also, didn't we?
The difference between the 4.5 and 4.8 million is in changing the capitalization rate. The capitalization rate is a bit discretionary to the person buying. That number can fluctuate based on economic factors, based on how averse they are to risk, based on how it fits in their portfolio. There's a lot of things that go into it, but it does fluctuate. The reason they gave both numbers is because this isn't a direct appraisal of a single number. They're trying to give a ballpark, and the ballpark they were giving as is was 4.5 to 4.8.
Was this proposal done by Coastal Bend Real Estate Services?
I believe so. I think that's who they are.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I-
So the position of the district, again, now he has to have his rebuttal time because we've taken a lot of time just to work the problem. Our position is gonna be the 4.8 number. he's indicated that that's too high. He gets to get his rebuttal and you get to decide.
So, he gets at least 2 minutes, and if he needs a little more, I'll give him what,
I mean,
whatever.
it took a lot of time working the problem.
Just let us have this time.
Yeah.
Whatever.
That we have.
Yeah, but
Yeah, take your time.
we've talked for a long time.
Ask Mr. Truly what he has.
All right, so Mr. Truly,
Yes, ma'am.
all right, so, you've got up to, 8 minutes. So you tell us what you need to tell us.
Okay, well, I'm looking at last year's, which was 2.5 million was the value. And y'all are looking at 4.8, so that is double, basically. My proposal is that we go at 3 million and then revisit this next year, because I believe you'll find out next year, and I could be wrong, I hope I am. But I think next year there will not be a Chinese restaurant in there. There probably won't be Fulton Seafood in there. And I don't know which other ones we're going to lose, but I know we're going to lose some of them. And I'm pretty sure the Chinese food is going to go away. And that's 8,000, almost 9,000 square feet there. So there's no possibility of renting out the old movie theater at this point. And we are going to end up with that vacant 24,000 square foot that the county moved into. And it is not set up. They've changed it from retail. So now, I don't know if any of y'all been in the courthouse or not, that is going to be an expense to try to put that back into a retail spot. And since nobody can know what's going to happen, I mean, I realize y'all are working off of January 2020 numbers. I understand that. But we are in July of 2020, and basically everything's falling apart. My proposal is that if we could value the center at $3 million and then revisit it next year and see where we're at. Because with this increase, it will cause us to lose tenants. And I think we're already going to lose some. And so that puts the expense back on us, who have not been charging people rent during this pandemic. So, you know, we're just in a very bad spot. And so instead of everybody trying to figure out a way around it, I'd say we'll put a number on it and revisit it next year. And we actually have information, because January 2021 might be a lot different than it was this last year. That's all I have to tell you. I mean, I'm sitting there looking at all the papers y'all are, and I have all the rent roll and the tax rolls for all the properties around it, and it's, you know, it's not conducive to us staying in business. And that's all I got.
Is there any way that your figures they presented and what you're looking at, because this is a lot of sleep tests, that would substantiate $3 million?
No, that's not what he was suggesting. He's not suggesting that the 3 million was mathematically accurate. He was just saying,
For
he was
January
requesting that
2020.
from you as a means of just an
Mitigating.
opinion of value.
So it's not, nothing he's been validated, it's just what he thinks.
Yeah, I think what he indicated, and I'm not speaking for him, but he indicated that he's trying to mitigate his losses for a current pandemic that was not in place on January 1 on 2020. And so he's just making his best case. I mean, that's his right to do so.
Yeah.
Mr. Truly?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me ask you something. Okay, so this report that was done, all right, but on January 1st of 2020, were there any circumstances different from that report that would help this board understand, the review board understand why the value should be less than the 4.5, which this 4.5, 4.8, whatever it is, okay? Is there anything you can tell us that was true on January 1st of 2020 that would help us understand? that, going a lower value?
Well, basically, these are real estate people, and they're giving you a number to stick out there, and they told us, and that wasn't January, this is February, but they told us that is just a number you stick out there. That's not necessarily what you're going to sell it for.
No, but were the numbers that they used your numbers, like your rents,
Yes.
your whatever? I'm asking him to answer.
Yes, that was our numbers. And we gave them the rent roll.
Okay.
And it was, basically your rent is anywhere from $6 a square foot to $7.20.
Got it.
Can
So
we get back
I
on track?
feel,
Can we get back on track? Where are we?
yes, remember
We
they
just
said
like-
to give him plenty of time and everything, and so,
He said he was
now-
done. He said he was done.
okay. So now we are at our 5 minutes of deliberation.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to go with the 4.8. It's well documented. It uses the actuals, and it's unfortunate that the pandemic occurred after January 1st, but that'll have to be dealt with next year.
I agree.
I agree.
It's a sad thing that all of this happened after January 1st.
But that's the law, and that's what we have to go by.
I'll go along with the 4.8, although, as I said, I feel bad about it because he has had some unfortunate circumstances, but as Charlie said, they were after January 1, and we can't take that into consideration. All right.
Correct.
On account number 17239, where the appraisal district had the 2020 value at $8,125,800, taking and looking into the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal. I make a motion based upon what we heard from the district and from the property owner that we adjust this value down to 4.8 million for the 2020 value. And
Second?
I second it.
Favor? Aye. David, thank you very much.
Okay.
there. Is he there?
Thank you very much. You'll be getting a document in the mail, and I'm sure you'll be having more conversations with Eamon.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Trilling.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Now we
All right. We have one more. I believe so.
We have somebody else up there.
They think so. So did he hear our determination?
He did.
You did?
Yeah, and he'll get a letter.
He was just very polite and didn't talk a lot because he was listening. He would have said something. He was very professional. He didn't blurt out and interrupt people. He just let people talk and he listened. He did a great job. You're just not used to it. Not used to people just listening. But that's what it's like when someone listens, you know? He did a good job.
One's gonna be 692. Are they there waiting?
I guess we have two more.
I'm assuming they are. Yes.
Okay.
We're on a smoke them if you got them type of break. Everybody just had a long, drawn out
Do you know what case this is?
692, account number 15806.
It's page 2, the middle. Thank you so much. It's the middle one.
What number?
692.
Okay, got it.
Hess.
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 Oh, I thought that was.
692.
Well, your statements for one thing. It was like,
what was it? Oh, okay.
yeah, once they're in here, they can't come and meet with you.
They have other avenues though. You're not
I
you're not
understand.
the end. And these people are professional people.
Yeah.
He has,
The arbitration, if you want
Yes,
to do it,
he
can get done
probably,
before they even
actually,
get
I
their bill.
believe he has people that he can turn to,
well,
but
and you have to think about it like this too. Like in life, if I own a lot and you guys come in here and rule against me, and it's not worth it to arbitrate. It's financially silly to do it. You'd have to be a very hard-headed person.
right.
But someone like this, he understands it. He knows. He's not like a rookie guy out there that doesn't have a clue what he's doing.
Right.
It's not the first time he's done it.
Right. He can follow up on his own business and he understands. He understands. And an arbitrator, if you haven't seen that before, just in case you don't know, an arbitrator doesn't make the decision the way y'all do. They don't make it in the hearing. They hear the cases and then they leave with the data and then make the decision on their own time. Yeah.
There may be some that have already.
Which kind of blends with that. It would be nice to have more time. They're able to take more time because they're not handling cases all day. So you want me to let them in and you can get started?
So
Is this a
on
phone
yours
or
like
a,
that,
On the
your
phone.
number, like you were,
it's a phone?
It's
Which one is it?
the PID is 15802.
on
Okay.
any one, you would say.
692. That's
It's
correct.
simple to come
And wait a minute, who's the name?
Right,
Roy?
and this is.
Roy
this is
and
what I'm
Ginger
saying. So
Hess.
I believe it's
if
Ginger.
you have
It's what?
property.
I believe Ginger
that
is the
you
one on the
appraise
phone.
based on-
Ginger's on the phone? Okay.
So having no expense.
Here we go. You ready?
Yes, your attention.
Here we go.
Can I, just a minute, I think they might have answered. Bye. Hello?
Ginger?
Hello?
This is
Yes.
Charlie. This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm good.
Well, we have
My ear,
just some administrative to go through before we get started on the meat of the matter, so just bear with us.
yep,
We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-692.
just a minute now. 2020692?
Yes,
That's your
Okay.
property.
okay,
Okay,
very good. Now, just listen along with us. There'll be a couple of questions you have to answer along the way.
okay,
Hearing is being recorded. Your appraisal review board will be hearing your protest today. At the table are myself, Charles Powers, Secretary Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and via Zoom, Ramona LeBlanc. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have
okay,
the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Ginger, do we have all your evidence?
yes, you do.
They are,
I don't have pictures, but, of the canals.
never have, right?
What did you say?
We have everything you sent.
You have, yes, I think you do.
Very good. Sure. Our members regarding your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing the affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing remote signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Ginger, I'm assuming you signed the affidavit, right?
Yes.
Okay, since you signed the affidavit, I'm assuming that you're under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ginger, do you hold the appraiser's license in Texas?
What, can you say that again?
Are you an appraiser? Are you a licensed
I have
appraiser?
not talked.
Are you an appraiser in Texas, ma'am?
I am not an appraiser, no.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
The governor makes me.
I can hear you.
I know.
Access to in front of, or can you get the hearing procedure times, which were page 5 of the package that the district sent you? It's a 4-column on a chart that shows the flow of the hearing.
You're talking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
So, what is it? The notice, the 2020 notice of appraisal value, is that what you're talking about?
No, ma'am. It's the hearing procedures. Like the district gets 5 minutes, then you get 2 minutes for rebuttal, and then you get 5 minutes to present your case. Do you see that paper?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, we'll walk
Okay,
through you. No problem.
we'll walk you through it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have one choice you have to make, and that is whether you go first or the district goes first.
Okay.
Do you want to go
Doesn't matter to
first?
me, I guess.
Well, you
Okay.
can choose.
It's up to you, ma'am.
So-
What would you like to do?
So I'm going first on why I don't want my appraised value.
Yes, just give us all your information. Tell us all about the property and everything.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Go
So the
ahead.
property is, okay, the property is, I think you already have the location, is 201 Allen M. Parks Drive. It's an 84-foot lot, and the tax value on it has been $21,670. This year, I got a appraised value of $39,130, which is a 90% increase in 1 year. I've looked this up, and on June 12th of 2019, the Texas governor signed a bill, Texas Property Tax Reform and Transparency Act of 2019, which caps an increase to 3.5% per year. It's 153 pages. I didn't read every page, I didn't print every page because I'm not an appraiser. So, and then on March 30th of just this year, we sold 2 vacant lots on Allen Parks. It was 203 and 205. Each of those are 60-foot lots, and the appraised value on them was $12,500. So we sold them, both lots together, for $25,000. And I attached a contract for deed that shows that that is what we paid, or what we sold them for. And 201 Allen Parks is still a vacant lot, just the way we bought it, with no buildings on it, and it's not been cleared for building, and there's no reason for such a 90% increase. And Allen Parks is also the last canal in Copano Cay, and that is the worst canal. It's not as wide, and it's a shallow canal. All others are deeper and wider, and our property tax value should reflect that it's not the area that the bigger and wider canals are in. And I don't know if an appraiser goes out and looks at them, but they should, because it shows. The canal in the March it has hardly any water in it. You can't even put a boat in it. So we shouldn't be taxed for it. If we want to have the deeper, the wider canals, you want to dredge them, then our taxes should reflect that. But it's not. Anything else? So, and another thing we did last year and this year, we had 2 people interested in buying that lot. We told them $29,000 and they wouldn't take it. They found someplace else that was less than that. And now you want to charge us or value it at $39,000, and we couldn't even sell it for $29,000. So yep. So that's my complaint. 90% increase is ridiculous.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to let us know about?
Nope, that's about all I can think of. I think I've got my facts straight.
Okay. So now the district gets 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes for their presentation, so 7 minutes.
Tess, can I ask you what the were 203 and 205, were those listed on the market? Did you have those listed somewhere for sale?
Not at this time, we did not. No, we have had it listed, but when we sold them, they were not listed. And when we tried to sell our lot, the 201, we didn't have it listed either, but the people in the area know it belongs to us and they know we will sell it.
Right.
Pardon me?
Eamon, we can't hear you.
Who purchased 205 and 203?
Sean and Ashley Hesse.
And they're family members of yours?
They are.
I also just wanted to let you know that the 3.5% increase limit that you read about is a law that relates to tax rates, not to property values. It's a limitation on the amount of change year over year that a taxing unit can change their tax rate. And it was just a minor adjustment from the previous limitation, which was slightly higher than that. I think it was like 3.8. But the property values on first are an independent appraisal for the given year. I understand that 90% sounds like a lot, but when the smaller the numbers get, the bigger the percentages get. If something goes from 2,000 to 6,000, it's tripled, but it's really only gone up 4,000, right?
Yeah. But okay. No, I have to wait for you to finish. Okay.
Well, I mean, I was asking you questions, so that's okay. Oh, but I'll go into my evidence now. So this is okay. 5802. It is a It's a lot on Allen M Parks, unimproved lot, there's no improvements. It does have canal access, it's a pretty shallow canal, it's a dirt bound canal, there's no bulkhead, that kind of thing. Pretty normal for this area. If you look at our sales grid, you see the first comp is actually on Allen M Parks. The next one is on Pompano, and then we have 2 more on speckled trout and 1 more on Pompano. This is a good example of why this land value was changed this year, was we had some sales activity in this area.
Where is this?
This is in Copano Cove. Yeah. Let me look at it, zoom out a little bit. You can go down Rattlesnake Point Road, the very end. There's Copano Cove, and then across from Salt Lake is Copano Ridge, but this is sort of south.
I know.
This is further inland. There are dugout canals. That are,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. The indicated value, the price per square foot on each of those comps, 38,660, 40,170, 36,250, and 41,090. And the last one is 19,730. So you have a bit of a low water mark on that one. That gives us an indicated value of 38,660. What's noteworthy is the market value for 2020 was 39,130. So our sales are telling us that this property in particular is a little bit high. It's within the margin of error, but in specific, it's a little bit high. As a result of that, there is an online offer that was standing for this property at $37,000. It was offered to the property owner.
That's not enough. No. We're not going to accept that.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's standing offer on our website. That's all I'm saying. Equity grid, equity was not protested, but this will just show you other properties on Allen M Parks. There's 3 adjacent lots. They're on the same land schedule. It's the exact same price per square foot. It's bulkheaded, 46,800 and 23,400. And then following that is a sales ratio report showing that we're at 1.03 weighted mean for Copano Cove. And I would just like to point out that the property owner has indicated that the sale that's being compared to was to a family member and it wasn't listed. Those are both things that make it not a market sale. We're assuming that if she's selling this thing unlisted to a family member, that they're not trying to maximize their gains on both ends of that. That's all I have.
All right.
Can I speak?
Ma'am, now you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 2 minutes rebuttal. So you have 4 minutes.
Okay. Well, to answer the family member, the tax statements were at $12,500. It'd be pretty dang hard as a parent to charge your child more than what the tax value is. I had it for sale. We could sell it, try to sell it for more, but it did not sell. We had it for sale for $17,000. It wouldn't sell. And so he said, well, he'd buy it. It's my child. I sold it for what the tax statement was. And as far as your lots that you're selling on speckled trout, have you seen that canal in comparison to the Allen Parks Canal? Because if you want to make the quality of speckled trout the same quality on Allen Parks,
dredge the canal.
Then we need to have our canal dredged, and then we'll pay the price as what those people are paying. But our canal is no way in comparison the quality of speckled trout. So that should not even be counted as a comparable lot.
Any of these other ones?
And any of the other lots that sold, did they have bulkheads on them?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
No, see?
I would think
that makes it, that's a huge difference in a value also.
That's 10 to 15,000.
So bulkheads, The canal, that's not even comparable to the Allen Parks. What was the 19,000? Where was that that lot? You said you sold, or that had sold.
That was on 207 Pompano.
207 Pompano? Okay, that's the same canal then. 207. Right? No, if it's, unless it's, yeah, we got to be on the same canal. If we're not talking the same canal, we're not talking same valuations at all. That's my biggest complaint, is we're being valued as if we were one of the bigger canals, and we are not. So.
Okay, Cindy, where are we?
She still has another minute.
Yeah, I don't, my point is, we are being taxed on the same quality as the other canals
That are decent.
that are nice, wide, deep canals, and that should be changed. So, an appraiser can go out, and it's very clear the difference in the quality of the canals. And ours is not bulkheaded. And like I said, in the March time of the year, you can't even put a boat in it. The water's so low.
You can't do a kayak.
So that's all I've got to say.
Okay, so now the district has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
Just make it clear that what we're doing every year is a mass appraisal of the entire area. There's gonna be specific, somebody's lot, they're gonna make it slightly different than one street over or one canal over, or different than the neighbor in one way or another. And there's a level of granularity that we can't get to it. So for our purposes, speckled trout, pompano, and Allen Parks are extremely comparable, because we're looking at it in the context of not just this neighborhood, but of the whole county. That being said, I don't think doing an aerial reinspection of the property is within the scope of what we're doing here. We just moved the land value in this area because there were sales that were higher than what we had on there. And our sales comparison grid is showing that this one in particular is probably a little over. And that's all I have.
Okay, so now, ma'am, you get 1 minute for
1 minute for
Okay.
closing, ma'am.
The little bit that you say is over, it's $2,000 isn't going to cut it, because that's that's too minute. We need to talk bigger decreases than $2,000. So, and because of the quality of the canal, and I understand that you can't go out there. I understand we're in the same area, but there's a big difference in the quality, and our tax must reflect that and not pay what the bigger canals are paying. So I would want to see a bigger decrease than $2,000.
And now the district gets 1 minute for closing.
I know this is my closing, but I'd like to ask a question.
Of course.
Is this a parcel 15802? Does it have utilities?
Utilities, you mean like power poles? No power, no septic.
Okay, so it's an unimproved lot.
It's an unimproved lot. We've hired somebody to do a brush hog.
Part of it.
Part of it. It's still not all done, but we did have a brush hog go through there about 4 years ago. So there's been nothing done in the last 4 years.
Are there any use restrictions on this? Could you put a mobile home on this lot?
No, there's nothing on it.
No, are you allowed to?
No, we're not allowed to put mobile homes on it. No, it has to be a stick-built home.
Okay.
That's our zoning.
Okay, so now, the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to deliberate and come up with our answer.
Ma'am, is speckled trout, 207 speckled trout, one of the properties that you say is on the Better Canal?
It definitely is. I'd like to be there.
Hold on just a second. Thank
Can
you.
you show us that area in those canals?
Can you show me 207 speckled trout?
Okay, that's them.
This is them, you all ready?
Yep.
Is that their property there?
Yeah.
That's them in the blue. And 217 speckled trout, 207 speckled trout is right there.
So it's a different canal.
Certainly a different canal, absolutely.
Okay, and then the what, on the
And
next
that's-
page?
but-
And I'm gonna show you guys, just hang tight with me for a second, because I'm gonna show you something. You can see that's the subject, right?
Yeah.
If you go down right here, that's the Pompano comp, excuse me. That's the Pompano
So it's
comp,
one block away?
okay? It's directly to the whatever direction that is, north,
So it
okay?
is on a different.
And then that's the
It's on the
speckled
same
trout.
canal as.
That's a speckled trout, and there's 2 speckled trouts,
Yeah.
and that means they're right there. So
Zoom in
it's,
on the speckled trout with the blue box.
zoom in,
Yeah.
Okay.
Show me the water line, water's edge.
There it is, there's a simple concrete. Oh, no, it's short guard, short.
Shore guard.
There's no way to stop them. That lot's bulkheaded.
hold on.
Well, it's short guard. That's pretty normal out here, that short guard.
We don't know that it was when it was purchased or
Yeah.
anything. This is just January photos. So this is the other speckled trout. Okay, and there's something going on here. Looks like that's been there for a while, right? And then I'm gonna show you guys Pompano so you can see it kind of clearly. Pompano is gonna be the most comparable, okay, with as far as the shoreline.
The 200 Pompano?
Did I go to the right one? Yeah, there's a
I don't know.
Yes. 207, and then there's another Pompano that is also pretty similar in that it has the same kind of shoreline, where there's not a bulkhead.
No bulkhead?
The difference, Ramona, is that it's on a corner. It's at the end.
End of a canal also.
Yeah, and the other, I should probably stop talking. I'm not even in this.
It is on a different canal. So, I mean, what she said is that her canal, I think that needs to be taken, because if you can't get your boat in or out, that's a problem. I'm sorry.
I would like to see what the land value is, like per square foot on 155 Allen M Parks. That was a more recent sale on the same canal. Let's see how it's compared to this property.
It's $2.02 a square foot.
And hers is at what?
3.25.
She's at 3.25?
Yes.
And what's the size of that property compared to hers?
A little bit smaller. It's 10,000 versus 12,039.
So on economy,
That's not gonna be an economy.
Fairly big.
I'm not sure what accounts for that discrepancy. I don't know. I have to look at both accounts. Can't tell you.
3.25 and 2.2.
yeah.
Is there an explanation for that?
I'm sure
Charlie?
there is. Off the top of my head, I don't have our whole system memorized. Right here.
Are they looking into it?
It could.
Looking
No.
into what? No, this is your deliberation
Yeah,
time.
it could take forever.
Is there a economic obsolescence on this 155? Why is there such a difference in square footage price?
I don't know off the top of my head. We're gonna have to figure it out. We'll just take some doing. It could be a number of different things.
Okay, hold on, everybody just give me 1 second.
Can we just figure out what the question?
I'm holding on.
Hold on.
There, wait, he's checking, because if it's something that is not appropriate to consider.
There are 2 different land tables.
Okay, and show us
Okay.
those.
East and west.
They're on the east side and the west side. They're two different lanes.
Just pull it up here. I'll be able to-
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy, you got it.
Big Tom. Just a big Tom.
Big Tom entry right there.
No.
No, that's
Allen
the
and
old
Parkland.
one.
They went to
Yeah.
Allen and Parkland.
So table breaks right here, right?
We've got
Left
too
and
many
right?
chiefs and 1 Indian, guys.
No, but where's the table break for that lane table?
No,
It's right here.
just,
So that's the reason why they're on the same street, a different price per square. It's
Over here, we could actually put a boat in, but still, at the best, it was 18 inches deep.
Allen and Parkland. Walk by the Allen and just show them where it is. It'll make.
why does it have a different lane table?
We're gonna show you.
Okay.
That's the sale of 155 Allen and Parks. Zoom out a little bit more. The subject is over there.
It's no, their property number is 702.
You're right, that's the subject. The one being pointed at.
15802, Cindy.
Oh, okay, you're right, okay.
Oh, no. Charlie, what do you think?
Well, part of my problem is this lot is being compared to somebody who's got shore guard. Now, shore guard, expensive operation to put in and manage. And I just don't think it's right to have that in the comparison table. Counts. I mean, this property doesn't have any bulkheading at all.
That and the fact that it really does dry. I mean, you can't not get it. Right, so I mean, I think that should be consideration. I agree here, it's like the same thing out in Cape Coral and Valero. It's property you can't get close to.
And I want to just throw this out there. What do you think about leaving it back where it was last year?
The 21,670?
Ma'am, it's for us to decide. We're talking amongst
Okay.
ourselves.
Oh, I see. All right. I didn't know, I can hear you clearly here. The other ones I can't hear so well. So I thought you were
Yeah,
talking to
I'm
me.
on Zoom, so it makes a difference.
Yep.
So, Ray, just back up real quick. I'm trying to elucidate what I'm saying without doing anything I'm not supposed to be doing. Keep backing up further. Line up. Okay, so this is Coconut Cove. In here, there are differences. The differences have to have lines drawn somewhere, right? That is nicer than that. Somewhere there is where you draw the line. These canals, everyone knows they get progressively less nice. They get less water flow, they're not built in, they're not built out. Where is that line? Where do you put the break? The break was right here. Could the break be here or here or here? Yes. That's what I'm saying. Her property's right here. It's included in this portion of the land table. Could it be in reality that this is where it should be? Yeah, that could be. This canal is just one canal. They're all on the same street. That's all I'm saying. It could be, that line could be further than we put it.
So, is there any reason why it couldn't be back to last year's or at the same value?
You guys have you as a board have the authority to make it whatever value. you think.
Allen Parks Drive. Cindy?
Yes, I'm listening.
No, no, look at it. Allen Parks Drive is on the same, the 155. Allen
Yes.
Parks Drive is on the same canal in the same area. And
Different land table.
Or
I'm thinking the value is, yeah, somewhere around here. If you use the 202 square foot, adjust it 12,039, the difference in size, you come up with $24,318.
sold.
all right, so I make a motion. Motion, wait, 24,000 what?
Let's call it 24,300.
Okay, awesome. I make a motion based upon what we've heard today from the appraisal district and from the property owner that considering taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value, that the property that was valued by the appraisal district for 2020 at $39,130, that the value be moved down to $24,300 for the 2020 year.
Second.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Did you understand that, ma'am?
I did,
Okay.
and
Just
I
making
accept
sure.
that.
Thank you, Ms. Hess. I apologize for getting bogged down there.
Good job.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay, and also if you
All
would
right.
please fill out a survey.
Okay. Can I have one other question? Is the lots that we just sold to our son, will that reflect, because the lot line is right next to it, will his taxes be reflected, or does he have to do the same thing I did?
He has to protest on his own.
Okay, just wanted to know. All right. So the survey is to follow, or are you mailing it to me, or
Emailing, texting.
email?
Get a document in the mail.
Okay. I appreciate
very
your
much.
help.
Thank
All
you,
right,
ma'am. You have
thank
a
you.
wonderful day. Thanks.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, Ramona,
Hey, Ray.
we're done. So now's the time to say bye.
Oh, we're done?
I just wanted to tell you, Ray, I can hear y'all when you're talking.
Good.
All right, success.
Oh,
No.
What do
I
you
can hear
mean?
you.
Hey, yeah, I'm doing all I can.
You need tires for the
I don't
truck?
want to talk. But
I know. I'm only
Yeah.
teasing you.
no, it's a good reminder that Mike picks up everything. So, all right,
Have a great day or great lunch, y'all.
all right.
See you at 1:30.
Bye. All righty.
Afternoon, what do you have for?
Oh, it's today you won't be here?
Yeah, and then tomorrow morning we're off, right?
Yay!
But we have tomorrow.
Right, Valerie, you didn't fill that, Val, you didn't fill that in.
No.
Okay.
We have something this afternoon.
Yes,
So
this
we will
afternoon.
Excellent. Thank you.
Do we know who's first?
See the 130 document.
Do y'all tend to go with the sheet, or do you tend to go with what's in iPad or whatever?
I don't know who called it, maybe like who came first. So, yeah. Which one's first?
We have, Duke, which is 0284, these are both in person.
794 is the case number.
So they're page 4. They're the same.
Yeah, it's evidence, and I'll pull them back. Are y'all ready?
Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
So Scott, can you put in the card for tomorrow to be like,
What?
like in what order do y'all get to put in for whether you want to be here in the morning or the afternoon?
Well, I think Ray wanted to be in when it was
Cool.
school, but fixing it.
Ah. It does feel cooler in here.
Yeah. They fixed it this morning, so should be better.
No, it really is.
Yeah, it was really broken. They had a capacitor that was out on the exterior unit. So
Starter capacitor on the motor, they go in the left. Weakest link in the chain.
Robert, do you do a lot of that stuff yourself because you're?
Yeah.
Do you do a lot of like all your home stuff? You're just like, I figured that out online, or
Yeah. A lot
okay.
of it, yeah. Do most of my car maintenance, unless it's something really big.
Yeah. Yeah, I can figure out some stuff, and then some stuff I say it's
How do
not
I
much
switch to
trouble,
that? I
and
forgot.
just call somebody.
Oh,
It's
just do
amazing
it.
what you
Do it
can
over here.
figure out how to do on YouTube videos.
Oh my gosh, it's so much better.
Yeah.
And it just uses that.
I've done a lot of things like that.
Probably.
A lot of car things like that.
Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah, but
simple small
it's
things.
not going to go in. They're not doing it in as evidence in here.
Just come home for an overseas trip. My wife was gone.
Well, they said they were evidence.
And enough, I could hear the outside meter running, but it doesn't.
Oh, it's not
Turned it off.
It's for the one after.
Next morning I turned it back on, sure enough.
I might need you, like, I think I can get it on, but we'll see.
It was that latching relay, it was a simple, like a $20 part, go get it.
Yep.
Get in there.
See, we say simple, that's simple for some. Others just go, that thing,
It's broken.
So Kate Charles is in Harbor Oaks.
I like that.
Just the German.
Gotcha. All right, Mr. Dupe is here. We're gonna go right around that table and there's your plate.
we're gonna be right over there.
Here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Everybody. No smoke throwing allowed.
Nothing very hard.
Not even hard, I don't like it.
Yeah.
They're done doing all of their affidavits.
We have a little administrivia to go through here before we get to the heart of the matter. Just follow along with it. There'll be a couple of questions along the way. Opening a hearing on protest number 20-794. The count 28 with the appraisal review board to hearing your protest today. We're the board, plus Ramona, who's on via Zoom, and Mike is the representative of the appraisal district. Okay.
What I did or me go with one guy, and then if I don't like what he says, then I go to the board.
Yeah.
Different.
Excuse me.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be using the survey form and email CAD.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Texas Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. All your evidence has been taken in, right? No, okay, good. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Cindy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Payton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Oh, I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
My name is Michael. Solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the appraisal district is true and correct.
Mr. Zippy, can you read that statement and then sign the sheet?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
Thank you. You have an appraiser's license? Mr. Zippy, are you an appraiser?
Sir?
Are you an appraiser?
No, sir.
Okay. You have in front of you a chart that shows how we're going to do the hearing.
Right.
Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first? Okay. That's fine. In your case, you have 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, what I presented is a closing statement when I bought the house a couple of years ago, which had been destroyed. It was in the process of getting restored. And we bought the house for $450. And the only addition or upgrade I did, I put in a boat lift, which is around $20,000. Now, last year when I got the appraisal, I did not protest. But y'all went up on the pretty much confirmed
what the house was worth and what extra I put on it, so it's around 470, 475, and I think last year's appraisal was somewhere in that area. Or do it. Since then, I have not done anything to upgrade anything on the house, and this next year, or this year, it went up like, I guess 75,000. I don't have all the correct numbers. That's about correct. Anyway, I've been, other properties, and we've had where, it went up 10, 15,000. To jump in 2 years, 150 something thousand. Like say last year, I didn't protest because I thought, okay, y'all saw what I paid for it, and the extra I upgraded. But this year, I just thought, where does the 75,000 come from when I've got an empty lot across the street that they removed the house in our area, and then behind me, 2202 Cape Ann. The house was on, which is kind of catty corner from the back of my deck. And at that, and then driving to the front of it, we've got a chain link fence around it. And I talked to the neighbor right across the channel from me. I said, I bought that house. And evidently, the lady's in a rest home. She's owner, hadn't done anything with it. I don't know, it's insurance or whatever. But he said, we've got rats and mice and other varmints that are coming out of it. And that's what bothered with that. It's just when I had guests over, first thing they said, well, what's the matter with that house? I just feel that kind of affects my value of my property because somebody goes over to look at it or visit, and that's the first thing they do. So I just feel like I just don't feel with the additional value this last year has went up where there's nothing that I did that would make it go up that much more. Plus the way the neighborhood is looking with the houses being open lots and then the house on the other side of the street or the channel. So that's my presentation. That's all I can say. I brought you what I paid for, told you what I, on the boat lift, which was 20, maybe 25,000. So again, I didn't protest last year because I felt, okay, that's what the value is. But since then, if nothing been done, plus the neighborhood has not come back like it was, put it that way. So that's my view.
Okay. All right, so the district now has 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 to present, so I'll go ahead and put in 7.
So my 2 minutes cross-examine, I guess Harvey happened in late 17, August of 17, and this was purchased on January of 18, so it's a little over 2 years ago.
Yes,
that the sale happened. You said there was nothing done, but you said you purchased it destroyed or something like that. Can you?
Well, if I purchased it on the owners were already in the process with the contractor to redo everything. He told me exactly. He upgraded all the bathrooms and stuff like that. Got some carpet, put in some tile. All that was his to get it back there. Or some of that. Put a new roof. All this stuff before we closed on the house.
Okay. And since that time, you've done a little bit of boat lift stuff, but very little other stuff. Okay.
Yes.
You currently have the property on the market for $569.
Yes.
How long have you had it on the market?
Well, I think realtor, so it's been a year.
And where did you start? What was the value that you started out at?
Well, we started at was
590,000,
something like that.
Okay.
And so we came down because of some of the other houses being
Right.
sold. I know I went for the last year, seen what houses, most of them were down.
Right.
The asking price, $35,000 to $50,000 when it's sold.
$50,000 less.
Below their list. And
Yeah.
that's what they closed on.
And so a $500,000 house would be about 10%, or 30,000 would be somewhere in the 7 or 8%, something like that. Okay. 569. Our evidence kind of bears that out as well. The only thing under protest is incorrect market appraised value. The subject property is currently appraised at 569. You can see that he currently has it on the market for what we have it there for, and it hasn't sold, so it's not worth the 569.
Right.
So we're going to show you what we think it is in the marketplace based on other sales that have occurred in that Harbor Oaks area. Cape Ann sold for 550. When you look at the classification, the size of the home, the effective age of the home, and you compare it to the subject property, that renders a value of 545 and change. House number 2 is Bangwood Drive. That one sold for 513. Again, when you compare it to the subject property and you look at the size comparison, the classification, and all the different elements, that renders a value of 540. Go to column number 3, that's on Lakeview Drive. That has a value or that had a sale price of $650,000. Again, you look at the differences in size, effective age, and all the different elements, and you see that there's a value that's rendered for 551 for that sale when compared with the subject. For column number 4, that one sold for 765. That one's both bigger and better than the subject. It even has more, it has less land value than the subject. And when you compare the subject, that renders a value of 636,000. So the median equity value, we would even support with the, just generally support with the property owner saying that it's not worth the 569. We're actually showing that it's 548 and change. 548,909 is what we've come up with just in looking at other sales.
It's over 40-some, 42.
19, I've got 1976 and I've got a 1996 effective age, just based on renovations over time that have occurred. But we have that information, unless it's different than 1976, is the original built.
No, say it's 48 years.
Right, and then you've got the 1996 is the effective year. So the difference between actual years and effective years is just renovation events that have happened over time that increase the effective life of a thing. And so what we have is 1996 for the effective age on the subject property.
Do you know what they did at that time to renovate or?
I can't, I don't have that information in front of me, but I can say generally you have roof replacement events, window replacement events, maybe some things that were done on the inside of the home. I don't know.
Of course, all that was wiped out, with the storm.
Again, if it was, then those things were replaced with new things. They weren't replaced with 1976 things. They were replaced with new things. And that's the whole point, is that if you had a remodeling or renovation event, even that you didn't do, somebody else did, then we would have taken that into account. Having said that, the general reality of all the value that you have is 569 is what we have. You have it on the market for 569. It has not sold. All the sales information that we have indicates that it would support your point that it's not worth 569, but we do support a point of 548. So that's what our information shows right there. The other information beyond there is the equity comp grid, which again is pointing to 559 rather than 569. But again, equity is not under protest, so the 548 would hold. The next document that you see is the actual listing document, realtor.com. And I believe there's some photos after that. Let's take a look. Yeah, there's just some interior photos. And if you look at the home and you look at the classification of the home, you know, they're congruent with one another. You look at the interior photos, you know, we have it as a 5MV plus. It's really not a 6 or a 7, so we have a 5MV plus, and that looks to be appropriate. All right.
When were the photos taken?
Whenever your realtor took the photos.
Okay, so now we have the protester cross-examine.
You can ask him any
I've kind of been
question.
doing that. I'm sorry.
You can ask him any question you want.
Well, I kind of been doing it as we go over.
Okay.
And then also a rebuttal.
Well, I just, you know, with all these appraisals, in effect, on our little cul-de-sac, I think there's 3 other houses went up for sale. Those people were kind of, the so high. I understand Rockport and, you know, arm, COVID and everything else. But to, you know, I've had other properties and I've got, you know, we live in New Braunfels, that's our permanent home. And you know, we'll see some $10,000 to $15,000 maybe adjust, which is, you know, maybe a 3% of.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a comment or about how other people do their appraisal.
Well, I understand, but I'm just saying, I'm just trying to.
Whether it's right, wrong, or different.
What's happening. The stuff just.
Thank you for that.
Goes up like that. So.
Okay, and then the district gets a 2-minute rebuttal.
All I would say in my rebuttal is that the subject property is currently for sale for $569. We currently have a value of $569. It has not sold, which would actually support the case of the property owner to say it's not worth $569. The latest sales information that we have is $548 and change, $548,909. You know, we're really not going to know until it sells what that goes for.
Can I remain?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The reason we're selling that price, all the furniture and everything's included.
Right. Just kind of like it would have to be disclosed on line item 102 to be part of the real estate. So otherwise, the value attributed to any kind of furnishing is 0 from a real estate standpoint. But I mean, okay. I mean, if you wanted to include all the furnitures and the pool table and whatever, then there was some that would either be attributed to it and everybody would know what they paid for that, or it wouldn't, and they just kind of got it for free. So.
Okay, so now we have the protester closing. You get 1 minute, sir. This is your last time to speak.
Okay, like I say, the first year I had no problem with it because of what I bought it for, what I put into it. But since then, 40-something years old, and feel like that's an awful big jump. So that's what y'all think, then I'll have to live with it.
Okay, and then the district gets 1 minute closing.
Yeah, the neighborhood factor that you have on the subject property is 110%. So that's why you see section itself that gets bumped. Is that going to be 256 rather than 2? But last year it was at 204. So there was again a change that had occurred due to market value. What I would say in closing is that I don't believe it's 569. It's something low 569. The subject property owners testified that he said that he's had it on the market for more than 8 months. He started at 595, he's at 569 down. I kind of agree with him. I mean, we're at 548 with the information that we do have. I mean, we're all gonna find out what that number is whenever it sells.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to discuss and come up with our answer on this property.
The median value sales comparison is 548. That's a 20,000 and change reduction. Reasonable to me.
Yeah, especially since he's selling furnishings at the house.
Right. What do you think, Ramona?
I'm good with the 548,900.
Okay, so on account number 20284, where we are considering the incorrect appraised market value, and where the district had placed a 2020 value on the property at 569,490, I make a motion that we lower that amount for the 2020 value to be 548,000.
Second?
I second it.
In favor?
Aye.
Mr. Zuby? You got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay? You okay with that?
Yes, I have to.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Juby.
That wasn't too hard, was it?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your participation.
Okay.
Wow, take this off just for a minute.
See, I'm making my own repairs right here.
Oh, right there. Because that's what engineers do.
That's right. That's right. We're trained to do
Of
this.
course, it's gonna poke him right in the side of the cheek in just a
I
minute.
know, then we'll have to call an ambulance, take him off
No,
to
he
get
won't call it.
stitches.
He'll pull it out himself and
He'll have to get stitches, be here for the next 3 weeks.
Infected, tough it out.
Ramona, you ought to be happy you're not here.
we had a
I
water
enjoy
balloon.
watching y'all.
Those are the best.
We had a water balloon fight on the 4th, and it was a ton of fun. We filled up like probably 8 or 10 different coolers worth of water balloons and separated them 5 on each side. Separated our teams. We had cousins and my kids and, mother-in-law just recording everything. Just taking, shots. We were just chunking them. And you had to stay on either side of the driveway. And so I have a kind of a side yard that has 2 grassy areas. And so you couldn't really, that was the bounds. You could step on it, but you can't really cross the driveway. That was the bound. You had to stay on your side. Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. We had a ton of fun. And cooled off a little bit. It was a hot day, I tell
It
you.
was a hot day. Oh, the water balloon fights were the best. Did y'all go out to the shallows? Yeah, where the sand, where everybody goes near George Strait's house?
No, we didn't this year. We just stayed at the house, and we have a really good view from our backyard. I mean, really good view. And we just stayed there and watched the fireworks and chilled.
See, we didn't, because the traffic was so horrific. I didn't even go that way all day. So I have no idea, if there were 1 million people out there in that shallow pool.
I normally go to the bay and watch the fireworks every year like that. You know, like I'm normally on a boat, our family's on a boat, or amongst like 4 different boats or whatever.
Right.
But we didn't this year. We go with neighbors and such, so. Everything was kind of COVID up. Everybody had their reservations about doing things, so.
It was kind of odd in town too, because there were lots and lots of people, but you didn't really see them except at the grocery store.
I didn't get out much during that whole weekend.
No.
I didn't get out. Like that early.
Okay, so our next one, do y'all know?
Maybe not.
Oh, it don't.
Gonna be having it all afternoon, I'm sure.
And I think somebody put a sleeping potion in my mask. Put it on, so, I think I better not put it on. That way I won't be.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Well, the chief appraiser's in here if you want to ask him about that. All right, Mr. Gill is here.
Sorry, it's Mr.
Gill?
Gill.
Hello, sir. Hey, what's going on?
Good, doing real good.
Right here? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Case number 703.
Top of page 4. Mr. Gill, we have some administrative things to deal with at the front end. So
You betcha.
if you just follow along with us.
Okay.
Scott?
What account are we doing?
23864.
Okay, 703.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yep.
We're ready?
We're good.
Rolling? Okay. Opening hearing on 2020-703, account 23864. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We're the members of the board, and Ramona is on Zoom. You'll hear her speak through there occasionally. And you know Michael?
Yes, sir.
He represents the district. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45(8), all written not been provided must be provided at this time. Mr. Chair, can I ask you, have you turned in all your evidence?
Yes, I have. It's on a flat drive.
Okay, good. Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll begin with I solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of the tax code section 4166F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, notarizing my signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael. I solemnly swear affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board and the Aransas County Appraisal District is true, correct?
My name is David David Gill, I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Do you have, are you an appraiser?
No.
Okay. Procedures for the hearing are on that chart. Would you like the district to go first, or would you like to go first?
District can go first.
Okay, Mike.
The prosecutor.
Michael?
That's so nice of you. So the only thing under protest is median appraisal ratio to exceed median level of appraisal. So it's an equity issue. The subject property is 60420, account number. It's a residential home. It's a class 3 SS plus. Currently has a valuation of 136,200. Market value. What we have is on DeSoto Lane. So the comp sales we're not going to go over because market value is not indicated. It's just the equity. So we're going to go into the equity grid. Subject is 445 DeSoto Drive. Most of the comps that we used, or a good majority of the comps that we used, are on that DeSoto Drive area or on St. Charles Loop. The subject has is a 3SS plus. We have an effective year built in 1990. It has a main living space and some additional spaces associated there. The very first comp, these are not comp sales, they're just comps of other properties in and about the subject property owner's area. So the next one is 453 DeSoto Drive. It's also a class 3. It's a 3 MBL, which is masonry block, rather than a 3 SS, which is just a 3 frame home. When you look at that value, it has a value of 148,170. You look at the differences for the both the effective year, which they're the same. You look at the size difference and all the individual elements that are associated there. You'll see a rendered value of 130,745. I'm sorry, 754. The next one is on 427 DeSoto Drive. Again, this one has a value of 81,000, but the class is less. It's a 2 PH. It's 1988. You look at the differences in the main area, and it gives a rendered value when compared with the subject of 143,000 and change. The next one that we have is, my computer will work with me here. The next one that we have is on Brock Lane. I'm sorry. The next one that we have is also on DeSoto. It's at 430 DeSoto Drive. Again, just really close to the subject property. It has a value of 159,480. Again, this is a 4 MBL, which is masonry block, class 4. You look at the differences in the sizes for all the elements. It gives a rendered value of 150,456. The next one is St. Charles Loop. Again, another 3 SS plus, just like the subject. It's in that property owner's neighborhood. When you look at the value that it has, it's 127,560. When compared with the subject and all the different elements, you see that it has a rendered value of 128,868. And the last one that we have is comp number 5 at 990 St. Charles Loop. And that's a 3 FB plus. It's a little smaller than the subject, a little newer than the subject. You look at the size differences and such, and it has a rendered value of 141,161 when compared with the subject. When you're looking at all those comps, it gives a median equity value of 141,161, which supports the valuation that we have at 136,200. After that, what you see is the sales ratio report, which sales is, or market value is not what's under protest, just equity. when you're looking at that, although it's relevant, you'd like to know, like, what are all the sales and how are we appraising those things? Well, if you look at the end of the sales ratio report, let me get to that point here. If you get to the end of the sales ratio report, you can see that the ratio, the weighted mean of the ratio is 95.53, which means for the average house sale, if it were 100%, we would have a value, or I'm sorry, $100,000, we would have a value of $95,530. That's what I got.
Yes, sir. Now you get 2 minutes cross-examine and 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay, when you say like a 3C or 3 MLB, you say that is the first, what does the first 3 mean? Class. How do you determine class?
Yeah, great question. So we have classes 1 to 7, 1 being a poor home, 7 being an excellent home, 4 would be in the middle as an average home, a 3 would be a below average home. So we're saying that yours is a 3.
And who makes that?
The appraisers. It's a
Is
value.
it based on a mass appraisal or is it a drive-by appraisal? I guess.
Well, they're both. I mean, we are mass appraisers and we do drive by. Yeah. And sometimes we get information about the elements of the inside of a home that help us change, either affirm and or change the classification of a home.
Okay.
Great question.
Okay, you want me to go ahead and go with my 5 on?
Yes.
Yes.
I guess.
Don't start his time yet. Let me get his stuff pulled up. Then I have to switch here.
Okay.
While we're waiting, Mike, what's a pH?
It's the old, it's the fiberboard before there was fiberboard. It's the old cheap fiberboard that breaks apart now. It's
Masonite.
Yeah, it's the cheap masonite. Yeah. That's what a
Okay.
pH.
I've never seen that before. I was like, what is that?
Yeah. MBL is masonry block. SS is frame house or standard frame.
Right.
H is the old particle board. It's the old masonite stuff.
Where do you see it on there?
It was one of the comps.
Just to let you.
Comp number 2 on Equity Grid.
I see it.
Okay, just as a real quick information, that house at 445 was built in 1978. We did an addition in 1990. That house was built in 1978.
If you need to pull it back over to your screen to see what you're doing, you can do that.
Yeah, I'm looking for this. I can't pull it to my screen. This is the screen for this computer.
It's the CD. Is it not a CD or is it a thumb
No,
drive?
It's a thumb
It's a
drive.
removable storage drive. It
Where
should be
is
that one there.
Where?
That one there. Right?
No, that's a.
That's a DVD.
Go back to computer. Just go to computer, go down. Let me go get Eamon, see if he can.
Well, I have a
Hold
few.
hold up, please, if you don't
This
mind.
isn't
You
the-
stopped the clock.
Yeah.
When they started.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not reading it because I've got it in.
Mine was a Windows phone. Does that make any difference?
There you go. There, I think.
Raymond, did you hear him?
Yep, click on that.
There it is.
That should be it. Okay, move on.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay, like I said, the house was actually built in 1978. We did an addition in 1990, or actually 1990. No, we didn't live there in 1990, so I don't know where that came out. I don't know what 1990 means. I started bought the house in 95.
Yeah, it's an effective age difference, if you're asking me. Yeah, the original is, I believe it's what you say it is.
78, somewhere around there. Okay. DeSoto's basically, where I live, has 1, 2, 3, 4 houses that are within the same, somewhat in the same square footage. Just to let you know, one of the issues we've had is that's the water in the ditch after any kind of a rain. I have to buy flood insurance, although I'm not in a floodplain because of this. I can't get the county to clean the culverts. I know that's not y'all's deal, but I just want to let you know, we have issues out there because we don't get any service out there, per se. The square footage for Mr. Ramsey's house, which I believe is, it's on the, if you go to the main screen, the back of the files. If you go back to the files. You go to ACAD property details Ramsey. One.
This one?
No, property details Ramsey. Right there. That's the house that's basically across cat a corner to me. If you go on down a ways, you'll see that the living area is exactly the same as my house. Exactly. 1680. I believe he's got 3 bedrooms. I only got 2. The question I have is, you got him valued, keep on going down. Right here where the red is, you've got his value of $71,940 for the living area of 1,680 square feet. Which comes out to be $42 a square foot for the living area. So evidently, you're valuing something else because my living area is a heck of a lot more.
Right. You asked the question about the classification. The classifications have matrices and or tables that have values per square foot associated with them. So we see differences in houses, and we see differences in quality of houses, and we see a difference between his and yours.
That's exactly my point. I guess the point is, since he hasn't paid any taxes on this house in 5 years, so he owes a pile of money on the house for back taxes, and he evidently doesn't take care of it like it would be a class 3 house. He doesn't pay hardly anything, and I have to pay more. I guess that's the inequity that I'm talking about. If we're going to do it based on what does the house look like when we go buy it, then I would need to get from the appraisal district exactly what it is that you're looking at. Is it the truck in the front yard that's not registered to the state of Texas, or actually it came from Mexico and it's been sitting there forever? Is it the fence boards laying up? Is it the fact that he just got caught stealing water out of my house? Or what is it that you guys are looking at? Because I would be happy to make my house look like that if I could drop my appraised value down $80,000.
I doubt that very seriously. That's a ridiculous statement.
It's not.
It is a ridiculous statement. To say that you would degrade your house intentionally to get your value down, that's a ridiculous statement.
Again, it's money, it's the exterior of the house is what I'm trying to explain to you. Ramsey's been working on the inside of the house forever, but nobody knows what it looks like. If he's making it look bad on the outside so nobody will come in there.
Yeah, again, we're not invited into people's homes.
I understand.
We are making assertions from what we see on the outside.
Okay, well, if you could just tell me exactly what you see on the outside of his house that makes it worth less, then.
We see a class 2 house.
Okay, but how does that, what makes it class 2 versus class 3? That's what I'm asking.
Well, okay. Again, just generally speaking, a class 1 is a poor home, almost something that you can't even build anymore. A 7 is an excellent home. I want you to think of the high end finished area. A 4 is just an average home. We're saying that yours is below average, and we're saying that his is even worse than yours. Is that, is that?
But I guess what I'm trying to figure out is when you, those are subjective terms. There has to be something that you see.
It's based on a reproducible methodology, meaning that if I take my appraiser here and I take my appraiser there, we do this thing repetitively, hundreds, if not thousands of times a year, in which we're looking at things and we're testing that exterior quality of a structure. Now, you can disagree with the way that we do that, but
I absolutely
would
agree
you
with the
not
way you do
say-
it. I do, I just can't.
Would you not say that your house is better than the house that you just indicated? Because you just indicated a whole bunch of things wrong with
Yeah.
the other one.
Exactly.
So how are we wrong?
You're not wrong, except I'm trying to determine exactly what it is that you see in a house that says it's a 2 versus a 3. I mean, is it because the windows are the wrong color? I'm just trying to get the details.
I'm gonna leave it as the generality. I'm not gonna go into the specifics. If you'd like to talk about the value of your home, I can tell you what we see in your home.
Cindy, where are we?
Okay, so now it is the district cross-examine for 2 minutes and then the district rebuttal for 2 minutes.
I don't have anything for the cross-examine. I don't have anything for the rebuttal.
Okay, so sir, you get 2 minutes for protester rebuttal.
Okay, I don't know what else to say. If you go back to the original thing there and look at the house that's directly across the street from it, go to Campos number 1. There's a picture there that says Campos 1 on down. I'm gonna turn that down. That's what I have to look at. It's been that way since before Harvey. I understand you say that my house is worth something. Just to let you know, I own the house at 430 DeSoto across the street. I own that one. That's under protest too. I think that's the next one we're gonna go to. I can't do anything with either of my 2 houses, with that and Mr. Ransom. I can't do anything. My house has been on the market now for a year, and everybody that walks up to it looks at the neighbors and walks away. That's the hose where he's stealing water from my house. You talk to the sheriff's department on that. Just, anyway, that's all I have. I'm just, I guess my whole point is, I'm a little concerned that I'm paying for everything. He's not paying his taxes, and value is way down there. I'm not asking you to lower mine. I'm asking you to raise his up. Put his at the equal of what mine is. It's the same square footage. Put his up there at 125, and I'll walk away and say, happy man. But you're rewarding this gentleman here, or the lady and the man, for not doing anything by not making them pay any taxes. They're not even paying the taxes if they're there to road, and yet they get the same service I get, whether it be road and bridge, you go down the line. And we're getting a little upset in the neighborhood because we've got a lot of people that are doing that. It's the same square footage. Raise theirs up to what mine is. I'll walk away right now.
Okay, so now we've got the district closing at 1 minute.
I would say that the only thing under protest is equity. You can see that several of my columns are actually on DeSoto. They're all appropriately adjusted for class, for size, for effective age. The equity value that's attributed there is 141, would support the value of 136 that we have on the subject. Furthermore, just one question. Which property is for sale? Is it this one, 445 or
430? That one with the hose on.
What do you have it on the market?
I've had it on for 235. We never got a bite. We've got it on for 185. Been on there for over 6 months. We haven't got any offers at all. Most people walk up to it, look next door, and turn around and drive off. That's from the real estate lady.
So you started at 235. Now you're 185.
Yeah, I'll be end up dropping it down to probably about.
Okay. Well, we got
Is
one.
that this?
No, that's 430. We've got it for the record. That one's 159. So, okay, thank you, sir.
And I have nothing.
Okay. So now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes where we're able to discuss and come up with our answer.
I'd like to say something first, please.
Okay.
Mr. Gill, as much as, you know, we can't raise his value up. That's just not something that we can do. So I just want you to know that. I mean, we can't hardly do that at all.
I understand that. No problem.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And while we sense your frustration, like she said, we just can't, there's limits to what we can do. All we can do is protest.
Well, and the other thing is too, is, you know, eventually not paying his taxes will catch up to him. I know that happens.
Yes, after the taxes reach the value of his property, so if you do the math, it's another 15 years.
Not always, sir. Sometimes it's the amount of years. So you just have to, you know, ask.
I did. That's the answer I got. That's the reason why I'm saying it. That's the value of the house, the appraised value of the house, and then they will go to foreclosure. Otherwise, they will not. And if they pay $100, then it goes back and starts over. That's the answer I got from the appraisal district.
The appraisal district?
I don't think you got it from the appraisal, because
You have to get it from the tax collector. They're the ones that file the suits and stuff.
all they do is set the values on the properties. They don't do anything with the taxes. So, and the appraiser report, like she was saying, our role, we're just people who are from the community, just like you. And all we can do is listen to.
I know that, ma'am. I'm not mad. Seriously, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm venting. Y'all are here.
Okay.
I appreciate that, sir.
So looking at his protest, the appraisal ratio exceeds median levels, so an equity issue. It would look like the district has supported with their comps.
Because the actual comps, they came up to, they would have put it at
141, 161.
161. So actually, the value placed on yours right now is a little bit below. So that's just so you're aware, okay? So anyway, so I'm going to make a motion on account number 23864, where the appraisal district made the 2020 value $136,200, and where it was contested based upon Q2, which by the property owner, the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal. I am making a motion that we leave the value for 2020 at $136,200.
Second,
I'll second that.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, you said you had a second one, Mr. Gill?
Do you want to do that now and get that over with? It's the same stuff on the board here.
Yeah, he has,
Is it on our list for today?
Yes, sir. It's at 3 o'clock supposedly.
yeah, there's a 704, there's a 702, and
one of them I'm willing to walk away from.
Beth, there's a 702, there's a 703 in person. That's the one we just.
That's what we just.
That is what we just
Yeah,
heard.
we just did that.
Next one,
Is it?
they're at 3.
They're both at 3.
704 is the one I was.
So 702 and 704 are at 3 o'clock.
702, I would be happy to. I have no issues with that one. Okay.
That one's scheduled for 3 o'clock. I mean,
I think I'll set to take the 130 guy that's waiting and then go back.
Okay.
How many do we have waiting? One?
One for 130.
Okay. Yeah, we should take that one and then go back to Mr. Gill for.
Time.
Yeah. Okay.
Can we send him to see one of the appraisers to do a withdrawal on the other one? What? Just saying he wants.
It'd be a settlement waiver, yeah.
So 702 is the one that's just, it's 28,790.
I'm withdrawing that one, man. That's just a barn next to 445. It should have been planted as one whole thing and it's never been.
Yeah, sure.
Taking the writing?
Yeah, that'd be great.
What's that?
She's gonna go speak to Ray.
Oh,
About the
okay.
other
And
property.
we're gonna take the
We're gonna take the
other
130.
130.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab him out of the parking lot.
And then you're gonna come back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna come back.
You come
Yeah,
back.
you're gonna hear the same thing again.
Yeah, Mr. Gill,
Just
when you talk
hit
to
replay.
when you talk to the appraiser, just make sure you tell them I'm only talking about
702.
443 DeSoto.
Yeah, 702.
Got it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Do we know which one's next?
Let's see.
It must be,
There's two.
In 790.
no, I think there's only one, Ramona. There's 26617, that's a 130. That's the only one that's a 130, so that's got to
I'm
be
sorry,
there.
but there's two on our thing.
I got account number 819, which is not on the up. Yeah, there is. There's 819.
Yeah.
There's a possibility for 819.
And 794. Wherever that goes.
We did 794.
We did 794.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah, we're gonna get the answer in just a second.
Yeah, we did Mr. Jupy.
585 is the one we didn't do yet.
Yes.
As well.
I guess I'm just like not seeing it.
You might want to take that mask off for a few minutes and breathe.
That's
Well, I
in
know.
Mays.
Huh?
Mays.
Nice.
It's 585.
Okay, maybe I just lost one of my sheets or something,
So
or
page 3.
Number 585.
it's underneath this. Never mind, I found it.
Page 4 has wise.
I hate trying to breathe in this thing.
I know. That's what I'm telling you, it's got sleeping potions, so I think we should take them all.
Definitely. They should have somebody else come and she needs to clean that area up. Can you hit the light on the way out, Charlie? The light on the way out. Feet and hands work. never played basketball.
I could have never made it back.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Oh,
Huh?
You are Mr. Mays. All right, we have Mr. Mays. Let me go ahead and sit right there. Case number 585, count number 24861.
Your name?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Fine, how are you? I'm gonna let you know when you're done.
Have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Stuff that I
You
gave,
made copies.
not a thing do I have that I didn't.
If they have it, it'll be on the screen.
I know. And I probably, if that's what you, don't me just let you just give me copies.
I'd rather not. The risk of. We don't have gloves. So we have some preliminary to go through.
Ready?
Okay, we're opening a hearing 2020-585. Count 24861. Being recorded. We're the review board that will be hearing your protest today. The appraisal review board is scattered out around the room here. Mike is the district representative, and there's another board member who's via Zoom. You don't work for the appraisal district, you're appointed. At the end of the survey regarding your experience, the survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online monkey.com/r/. But we do appreciate you taking. Also has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.458, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And you've given it all to the ladies up front, they scanned it in, right? Survey members considering your protest has not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers. Do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 641.6F.
I solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 1.66F.
No. No, she's driving.
Do we lose Ramona?
Yeah.
She's there, she's frozen though for some reason.
Can Mike go ahead and do his?
Sure. My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Could you read that, state your name and read that and then sign the document, please?
I do solemnly swear or affirm testimony I shall appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
You want me to have her log on, back on?
She's doing that already, so we lost her. She realized she was going.
You have an appraiser's license? Are you an appraiser?
No.
Okay.
We still don't have
Give
him.
me a second, see if they call.
I think
Understand?
Cindy texted her.
Tell her to log back in. Said she's trying.
Okay.
Still a quorum.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
Okay.
Mr. May, you have in front of you on the table there a chart of the procedure. Good. That's how we're gonna do the hearing. Would you pick for you to go first or Mike to go first? Okay.
All right, the subject property is 24861 is the property ID. It is at 3 Sandpiper. Mays Family Trust currently has a value of $518,970. We have the subject 4S72, effective year 1987. This is incorrect market appraised value. So we're going to be going over both grids. This first one has to do with sales. First comp sales grid is comp number 1 is 18 Flamingo. It's a 4SS plus as well, just like the subject, sold for $674,250. It's bigger than the subject, newer than the subject, and those elements are adjusted. The land value less valuable, adjusted, and all the specific elements, whether porches, carport unders, docks, storage unders, those are all adjusted as well. That renders a value of $694,840. Comp number 2 is 14 Sandpiper. Again, just down the road from the subject property. That one sold for $491,970. Again, that class from a 4FB, 4FB plus to a 4SS plus. The effective ages are very similar. The sizes are, again, pretty similar. There are some adjustments for garages, decks, docks, things of that sort. When you compare with the subject, that renders a value of $584,220. Number 3 is 3 Luau. That one is a better class than the subject. Effective age is a little bit newer than the subject and a little bit bigger than the subject. That one sold for $550. So when you look at all the elements, that one only renders a value of $506. Comp number 4, 17 Nassau Drive. That's a 5SS plus, smaller than the subject, newer than the subject. Those elements are adjusted accordingly. The biggest difference is with comp 3 and 4 is the value of the land there. Those comp number 4 renders a value when compared with the subject of $564,522. The median value for the sales grid indicates a value of $569. The subject is only appraised at $518,970. Comp number 5, another sale. This is on 11 Nassau. This one sold for $464. When adjusted, it renders a value of $569 and change. The next thing that we're moving into is the equity grid. You can see these are not necessarily sales. These are just properties that are in and about the subject property owner's area. We try to find other 4SSs compared to within the property area. You can see we have 6 comps. They are all 4 SSs. They range in sizes. 60 square feet for the first one, 48 for the second one, 2220 for the third one, 2798 for the fourth one, 1852 for comp number 5, and 2330 for comp number 6. You can see all of their appraised values and their rendered values when compared with the subject property. Again, there's differences. We try to find other 4 SSs within the subject property owner's immediate market area, being Key Allegro. First one is Bahama, second one is Edgewater, third one is Sandpiper, the next one is Flamingo, Bimini, and Flamingo again. What you can see is that there's a rendered value associated with the equity value of 522,637. What that says is that it supports the market value that we have at 518,970. You'll see that another thing that we try to do along with the 4SS is try to get, the first 2 comps anyways, they're very close in land value size or land value price. There's a very minimal change there. They're both pretty strong comps. And but we use all 4 SSs for comparison, and you can see that the median equity value that's produced is 522,37.
Have 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present. So I'm gonna give you 7 total, okay?
Stop after 2.
Yes.
So you said you're trying to get 4 SSs. What is the average number of 4 SSs in the neighborhood?
I don't have that information in front of me, sir.
Did you try, how the effort to get 4 SSs done? Did someone actually look at it and go through it, or did a computer generate it?
Typically, a computer generates the initial grid, and then we look at the comparability of what it generates.
So somebody looked at it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there's a
what does
computer.
4SS stand for?
There's a computer.
I've got some limited time. I apologize. General, this year's address.
Yeah.
What's the average percent increase?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Does the computer pick out, or does the computer generate the appraisal values every year? Once input?
The input is done by humans, and then there's analysis done by ourselves with a sales ratio in comparison to the actual value.
So do you analyze every single property in the
We either drive by or we do a pick.
No, I mean for each year, because the drive-bys, you don't drive by each year, right?
That's what I just said, sir. Yes, sir.
So you
We drive by.
individually.
We drive by or we do. I'd like to answer the
No,
question.
well, I got such a short time. I don't mean to be rude, but you're saying you individually evaluate each
Okay,
single.
sir, okay. This is not meant to be a back and forth argument, okay? You're presenting evidence to us, the review board, and we allow the parties to ask him questions so that they can understand, but it can't get into an argument
I don't
situation.
mean that.
Because that's not
responsive.
Huh?
He's not
But he's
being
trying.
responsive. My question, but I apologize.
Okay.
I take that back.
That's
I don't have any other questions then.
Okay, all right, so now you're at your 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, so if you look at the taxpayer evidence, I don't know how to read. 2019-2020.
Okay,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I found it.
One more up.
Again, with the time constraints, this venue doesn't allow me to fully appraisal value for my property is market value. Instead, I just like to present this simple thing that shows these are all on sandpiper. I am the only one that had an increase in property lot value out of these 10. Not big, so I was singled out for some reason for a 17% increase. Move on to appraisal ratio exceeds median level appraisal in another sheet. The district looked and they found six properties scattered around the subdivision. We're having trouble finding 4 SSs. I found 8 4 SSs just on my street. I've got 10. They picked 6 comparisons. I've got 10 comparisons. I've got a median here of $64.38 a square foot, and they've got me at $86.94 a square foot. So, according to the median value rule, I should be at 123,352 for the improvement instead of 166,570. And so far as the land is concerned, as no one else's land increased in value, I would say I didn't either, and my land value should be at 302,400.
And you're saying from based on this analysis here, you should be at what? With 6438?
6438 it's kind of at the bottom of the screen, off the screen there, but it's 123,352.
Oh, there it is. I see.
I apologize, Mike. This is I seem kind of singled out.
Okay, do you have anything else?
So now the district gets 2 minutes to examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So across examine time, I'd like to point out that the difference between the 19 and the 20 values, the subject property owner had a 19 protest for which this board actually made an adjustment. If you'll look at his price per square foot compared with those others, I would be glad to go into that and look at the price per square foot of land for 3 compared with 5. I'll go right down the street if you'd like me to. But that's what because of sales in that area. So at a 19 value, this was and as far as singled out, yeah, that adjustment was removed because of sales. So going into
none of the other lands ended up.
None of the other.
None of his list.
I'm saying that from an equity standpoint,
yeah,
his price per square foot is just like the neighbors. And you can pick one. Pick one. I'll go look at it.
Okay.
The reason that it went up.
It was removed.
It was this board actually gave it
removed.
Yes, exactly.
I got that.
Got it. Okay.
I didn't change those, so nobody else has changed.
That's correct.
That's what I want to hear.
Because it's artificially done.
It's removed. Our
it was in 19 that it was under protest.
Only one.
Right. Okay.
As far as the appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, there's a lot of information here. I could look through any and all of these if you'd like me to. Pre-Sandpiper, I've presented information for other 4 SS pluses
And all of my information was for SS pluses. Obviously, these are different. Many of these are different. 4SS minus, let's see. You got a 4MV plus that's different, 4SS plus is less, S minus is less, minus is less. You got a 4SS plus in 35 sandpaper, but it's much bigger. But it is bigger than the subject property. Minus a 4SS minus a 4SS plus, there's another one at 22 sandpaper. Much bigger than the subject property. So from a cost per square foot analysis, both of those cases, the cost per square foot is going to be, the economy size is going to work against the subject property.
Does that include, we make a statement on 35 also, which is 2 versus 1 noise?
Yeah, 4SS plus on, it's 2021 square feet. The subject property, I believe, is only 1916. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so both of those, when you're making comparative analysis like that, you're looking at first class and then size of MA within the range, and then you look at the differences in the effective age of the subject property. And if you're looking at the effective age, these are just the initial year bills. You'd have to look at each individual effective age, but I'm willing to look at any and all of these that he's presented, and you can ask, the board can ask me any questions about the differences or the similarities.
Well, since 35 is before us,
let's go. Can you pull that up, please? Sure. And again, the board is directing the district to investigate 35 sandpaper. Can you do a print preview just so we can see the whole thing? Same class. The classification of the land, I guess, is going to be about the effective year 1980, the main area. And that one is assessed at $423,000. Here's your information.
Okay, no, wait, and I'm sorry, will you just run through that one more time, too?
Sure. The subject class and that comparative, that comparable are both the same class. They're both 4SS pluses.
Right.
The comparable 1980 effective year, and the subject is the 1987 effective year. So there's a there. 5 square foot on the land are identical. Actually, there's an adjustment, like price per square foot, $46 a foot, 100%. The subject, I'll point out, is only 90%. There's a small adjustment in the subject. But I believe he has more square footage. Yeah, he has 100 feet. He has 8,512 square feet.
How much?
The subject has 8,512 square feet.
That'd be why the subject and the same size lot at 5 sandpiper, its value, land value, 391,550. That's.
Is he at the end of a canal?
Yeah, he's close to the end of the canal. That could have been another reason. It's bigger and it's towards the end of the canal. Say that you're questioning me if the subject property owner would like equal time, by all means.
You have a comment on that? It's your comment.
all of these houses on my street that I've picked up, particularly, we've got 4 SS plus, but there's no bad on these things. I think it's anyway, not sure it's all logical, but basically the information you get from the appraisal district online and this type of information is vastly different. Online, you say, well, it's 11900 square feet, and it's this, and it's really, makes sense. Here, it's like there's so many numbers to manipulate that you lose sight. And you'll say they all look, about the same. They all built about the same age. Some I've put down here have a pool, some have a metal roof, which I don't have. Some have a pool and a metal roof, what I don't have. 4SS, 4S minus after Harvey with people doing this and that. I don't know that makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, they've all been pretty much redone. Any of the other houses on my house will make it across the street. Came over and asked my wife, she said, why did you buy that house? Really, it's a little, it's not this 1900, so it's what it is, but it's a beach house and it's on pilings. And nobody wants that anymore in Keelegro, right? So you drive through Keelegro and you got all these new stucco houses. Everybody's hidden all their pilings and everything. So we got this little frumpy little house out there. And I love it. It's a wonderful house. But if you go down and you look at these others, they're less frumpy or the same or whatever. These houses are just basically the same.
Could we took one of your houses?
Yeah.
So we compared it.
Oh.
Compared it favorably.
Well,
and they have discussed the fact that your land went up because it was lowered. Not the appraisal value, but like more here, and that was removed.
Comment on that too. So that's that I can't repeat this year and this thing. I've given that my lot was overvalued. Now, your group, in your wisdom, decreased my appraisal value for my lot. And that's what you're for, is to judge this. You are the ultimate arbiter. So you decreased it, and the district said, well, that means nothing to this year. That was arbitrarily used. In other words, the report, we don't care what the report says. Each year, we're back up where we want it. And ladies and gentlemen, that's part of the frustration of this is that it's set up to where to get a fair appraisal from me, I have to pay this every year. And then maybe go to the bills because they just, 50,000 off, they added 50,000 this year. So I say, let's say you took 50,000 off this year, they'd add it next year.
It's back on track, Cindy.
All right, so basically, we're at the district closing and the protest.
Okay.
Where they each get a minute.
There's two things that are protest. There's the market value and the equity. Both grids, we attempted to both through the computer and through the analysis try to get comparable sales that were most similar to the subject, both from a classification, size, and land value standpoint. From the comparative sales for an appraised value, we have 569 that supports the valuation of 518 of the subject property. From an equity comp situation, we have 522 as the median equity value. Last thing I'd like to say is that the board has exhibited from this district many instances in which we rolled value, kept it the same. And so if we see sales or we see a change in a property yes, we can actually change. So in your case, enough market that supported the value that we reported last year and that it supported this year. But then in many cases in which we just rolled the value from 19 and it's the same thing in 20. So to make any other kind of assertion is just not.
So now, all right, so now you get your 1 minute closing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the board knows the value because every one of my neighbors has value really. So that's the deal. I'm and the excitement here for all of us. So I those two sheets, you present those two sheets virtually. They have explained this and they to the average person.
At the end.
That's the end.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to discuss and come up with our answer.
Well, I'd just like to say first that as a member of the appraisal review board, I do understand this process. It's not a mystery. Maybe they don't have, we have, and I'm not. General Rockport is a place people want to be. They're coming in, they're buying real estate's going up. And that's true in particular of Key Allegra. And getting out the specifics of this, I looked at one of the homeowners or property owners. And district has shown for market value and a ratio exceeding the local price equation that is supported.
I do want to annoy you one time and ask you if I can show me the.
You're bringing the order determining protest up to 19. You go into the property. Go into ARB inquiry. Go into the image, yeah, order determining protest. Click that. Just bring up that first page, I guess. Not the mail page, page it. Make it big. Let's go to next. This way. Yep. Make it minus one time. There's your. And then just kind of pull the side down like this.
So I can't.
Did you want to see the?
I absolutely want to see it. I just can't.
You put the plus and just drag it from here to there and. Here, let me drop it.
Isn't it bigger?
Yeah, let me show you.
I can get it bigger.
So it's just land value.
Okay, no exemption. Land, non-homes. But then tell us why.
Yeah.
Because I do have to say, in that 302, in that issue, it's still like, I thought it showed that why did you show us and not the others? And I don't understand.
It's taken off that.
Well, it was taken off that, but is that value the appropriate value actually? The 3024? what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
see.
I thought that when we did the numbers, that the 3024 is the appropriate value. And so, him removing, it got removed, I get that, but that 304 is the appropriate value. And that's where I'm having my question.
Yeah, I understand.
Because I think it may, I don't know
Recover that.
if it's at the end of the, which I mean is when you're coming in with your boat and all that and all the stuff that.
Well, we know the end of the canals are sometimes reduced because of the junk accumulates at the end.
But I'm wondering if that 302 isn't the actual value that should be on it.
The adjusted value last year.
But what was that 17% adjustment for? Right, so.
You're listening very quietly to all this. What do you think?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I didn't swear in, so that's why I'm being quiet.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay.
But his still was the one that got rolled up and the others did not.
Yeah.
That's the reason we reduced.
Yeah.
And the by square foot, his was appropriate at the 302. That's why I'm like going, and maybe that's what we discovered last year, is that by the square foot value, it was appropriate.
But removing that 17% issue. His land value is still less per square foot.
But
Same size lot.
But he's on the end of the canal, and those are always less per square foot, always. And so that's where I'm.
Almost $40,000 decrease from his neighbor. And so I would assume that.
So there's a $40,000 decrease.
Yeah, if you look at the
less than his neighbors this year.
Right. If you look at the
even with the
owners,
17%.
Yes.
Wait, which one? Wait, you're saying on what property?
I'm looking at the taxpayers' evidence that the gentleman got on 3 sandpipers. This is on a 33 or 34. The land value was put up there.
Right.
His 2020 valuation, 352,400. His neighbor, same size lot, 391,550.
So he's still lower than his neighbors, even given the fact that the 17% was taken off.
According to his data, yes.
Right, I'm happy with that. Yeah. I'm okay. It's still less than the.
It is less by.
Yep.
40.
40.
39,000.
39,000. So.
Which is 10%.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. All right.
So I make a motion on, 24861, where the appraisal district has a total value of $518,970, and taking into consideration the possibility of the incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, that we leave the value at the same amount for 2020, which is $518,970.
Second. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so the next on that, we'll have Bill.
That's the deal.
Oh, there's,
Did you miss me?
yes. So now we should only have one for Jill.
That he's gonna withdraw one of them.
Then that only leaves one other. Thing. Now it does. Two, three.
Got from lawyer pick.
Got it.
It's gonna be case 704.
I didn't unswear when I went out there.
Is your evidence the same or is it what's on this?
Yes, it's
Oh.
split it up.
What's the property you're on?
The one that we're on is,
8, 7,
57234.
yes.
2020-4 is the case
Yeah.
number. You just want to give me.
Yeah, you'll have to do
Yeah,
it again.
in just a moment.
Ready, Scott?
Ready?
Opening a hearing on case number 2020-704, account 57234. We've done this before with you, so we'll skip down to the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated and are signing that affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Davis, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of code section 41.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and I'm signing to that effect. I'm physically located in Texas.
I was at the Grossi and Nederoiz and I'm signature via Zoom are also located in Texas.
Is it me?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, David Gill, I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
My name is Michael Foote. I solemnly swear and affirm the testimony of self-defense to be heard review board for the Aransas County Prison District. Sure, correct?
I'm going to assume you didn't get an appraiser's license during the break.
No,
So-
no.
So
I applied for one at Costco and they turned me down.
that turned you down. So the question is, who you want to go first this time?
I hate to go for
Okay,
prosecutor.
all right.
My property is located at 430 Dakota Drive. Trump has a valuation of 159.
sales price has been reduced. The subject, the only thing under protest is equity, just for record, the sales in the area supports the valuation of the subject property at 164. The subject property is only assessed at 159. Moving down to the comp equities grid, there is a warranted change from the median equity value of 152,245. These are other properties that are not for sale. They just happen to be in the property owner's immediate market area. When comparing all the factors, there is a warranted change of about $1,000 to 45. That's all I got.
152.
245.
Thank you. All right, and you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes for presentation.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would do on the 2 minutes real quick is when we do comparables, one thing that I find that we don't necessarily do is what's next door to the comparable. Take a picture of the comparable, but in this case, at 430 DeSoto, if you take a picture of the two properties next door, does that warrant? Just saying, you take a picture of those two properties and then put mine in the middle. It's very difficult to sell something when you've got a class 1 and a class 2. If we're going to go by classes again, and that's where I'm at right now with this piece of property. I paid $115,000 cash for it, and it's now gone up that much money, and yet the two houses next to me have gone up nothing near that, and those are the ones that keep my comparable not equal to somebody else's, like the gentleman around on whatever. That's your focus on the comparables. If you're going to do a comparable, you need to look and see what's next door. Is it a sewer plant or is it a 7-Eleven? What is it next door to the comparable you're comparing it to? Because otherwise, if it's a nice empty field lot that's been mowed and looks real pretty, that's not the same thing as what I have on this property, as far as trying to do a comparable around the neighborhood.
Yes, if that was a question, I'd like to say that the equity comps on St. Charles, Loop, and DeSoto are both on the west side of 35. They're commensurate.
East side.
Oh, sorry. Huntley. And one of the comps is actually on DeSoto. If you want to look, yeah, when we're looking at equity, it's the main term that you look at is called appropriately adjusted, meaning are there differences in your house and that you on either side? And if there are, you try to find something that's more comparable than, just like comp number 2, your subject is a 4 MBL, that one's a 3 SS. They're saying that this is an average home, and we're saying that a 3 SS is a below average home. We're actually using it, your other house, in the and value. You look at all the you adjust it. So hypothetically, you could take the one next door and the other one next door that are the terrible houses that you've described, and you could make really gross adjustments, meaning large adjustments, but that cost won't be as good, meaning that when you have gross adjustments, then the comparable sale or the comparable property, in this case, the equity property, it's just not as good a property because you have so many gross adjustments. That's like the net adjustment at the bottom. And so like looking at comp number 2, the net adjustment, do you notice that that one's only $8,900 difference, 903? That's a good comp because the net adjustment comes out to where it's not a lot of adjustment. That's a marker of a good comp. Is that net adjustment? So hypothetically, if we looked at those other two, although might come to the same median equity value, those gross adjustments may be large, and therefore they're indicating that they're not good comps.
He has 3 minutes. in
Okay.
Presentation.
Okay, I'll basically the same issues I had. I mean, I've got feral cats living in a house that's not dried in, although the county said it was, but I've got feral cats living in the house next door to this property right here. All I'm trying to say is that the comps, I understand what you're saying on that, but when you start looking at what is the thing worth, what's the appraised value? I went from $115,000 back in 2015, and I'm way up there. Nothing else around me has gone up like that next door to those two houses. And I guess that's what I don't understand. Why haven't those gone up like mine's gone? Because I painted the inside. I don't know why mine went up. It's gone up in 2015. If you look at the tax bases of Mr. Campos and Mr. Ramsey, they haven't gone up that much since 2015. Their appraised values.
Are those the two houses next door?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Can we get those account numbers up?
They're up here. They're in my thing. Well, I don't have the full ones, but I have. They're on here under ACAD Ramsey and ACAD Campos.
Okay.
Where we at?
He's got 1 minute and 56 seconds for the rest of his presentation.
Okay. That's basically what I have. I don't have
Okay, so.
Cross-examine.
Go ahead.
In my cross-examine time, so just for the record, you had this property on the market for how much?
I had it for $238, and that included all the furniture. It was ready to go.
Thank you. And it's currently on the market for how much?
$185 with partial furniture and appliances.
And for the record, the subject property is currently assessed at $159 and change.
Yeah, we haven't had
Yeah.
any takers last 6, 8 months.
Yeah, we could, I mean, we try to look at all elements of the subject property's valuation. Part of that is any remodeling events that might have occurred. Sometimes we get information from a specific team, and it either changes the application and or the effective age. And it looks like the effective age for the subject property has been increased from 1972 to 2007. Again, you have it at 159. You currently have it on the market for 185. Probably sells really close for what our value is worth. You know.
I understand what you're saying, and you're probably right. Maybe it would. But right now, I can't get anyone to even make me an offer of anything because of what I got next door. So,
I understand
zero.
that.
I mean,
I understand that. I understand that.
That's why we had this discussion on the other one about what can I do to make it look like the one next door.
Right.
That's a piece of property that I don't live in. I don't have a problem doing that with that.
Right.
That's what because I already have to look at that one across the street. That's Mr. Ramsey's, and this thing over here that I have no idea why it's still standing.
Yeah.
I have no problem putting the third one right in the middle. If you tell me exactly what I need to do to make that thing only worth $35,000 like the Campos house, then by God, I'll let it go because I can't keep paying taxes on it and I can't sell it.
Yeah, it's not that. It's what's called an economic obsolescence due to a factor outside of the boundaries of the subject property. And what's hard here is that you still have it on the market for 185. I'm going into you have it on the market for 185. Now, if you had come to me and said, hey, Mike, I've had it on the market for 159. I've had it there for a year, and I haven't had any takers because of this. Now we have an issue to talk about. We have an issue to have some discussion about because that's called an economic obsolescence. We can say, well, it obviously hasn't sold at the price that we have it. So there's some outside force that's negatively affecting your property. But let's say we had 185, okay? Just hypothetically, if we had 185 on the subject property, which we don't, but let's say we did. And we had some kind of economic obsolescence. And you said, okay, hey, I think that the property it's affected by these two yahoos on either side. Okay, let me throw 10% at it or 15% at it. Well, what would that do? Well, at 185, 10% would be $18,000. So let's do 185 minus 18, and you're at 167. You're still at 159. Let's do 185, and let's do 20%.
what is that gonna be, 36, and so this is gonna be minus 37? 148. Now we're in that 150 range. That'd be a 20% obsolescence from an economic obsolescence. And in my field of work, that's a pretty hard standard to get to. 10% you can see, I've actually seen it in the marketplace. I've seen where that thing over there negatively affects this thing right here. And I'm not saying that you don't have that. What I'm saying is that not what that is. In our best assertion, we've attributed factors that increase the value associated with what you have done to the property to increase the value.
Okay, I guess what are the factors that increase it from 115 up to what it is now?
It also has, this is a beautiful home, partially furnished. It also has some improvements, new AC installed, new water heater, new roof, new dishwasher, new washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, and upgraded electrical and plumbing throughout. Plus, don't hop, skip, and jump away from and it goes on. Okay, so you did something. We recognize.
After the hurricane, those all things all have.
Again, we recognize the changes, and that's it. That's what we see.
Okay, so now, you get your 2 minutes of rebuttal.
Okay, now I'll go back to the original, to the other thing. The two houses on each side, Ramsey's house, he's been working on that house now for 2 years on the inside. So how do we know he doesn't have all brand new stuff inside that house? Well, I understand that. What I'm trying to say is, if you don't know what's in the house, because I published it, you're hitting me. But you don't know what's in his house. He may have all brand new stuff in there. I've never been in it either. So the question then becomes, how come his property value is still at 81,000 and in 2015 it was 78? It's only gone up $3,000 in that amount of time because of the outside look of the house.
You answered your own question, sir. I mean, you really did. I mean, it's information. So if I have the information, I have to act on the information. So you've also just testified that you've never been in the house, but it could be, hypothetically, there could be gold fixtures.
That's exactly right.
It's not congruent with what we typically see, and it's not a hypothetical assumption that I'm willing to make. And that's an appraisal term that says I'm not willing to say that that is what I think it is, and that's a real thing. But I'm not willing to do that.
I understand.
But if I have evidence that there is something on the inside, then I'll make a change.
I don't know what else to say. I don't think the house would be able to be sold, period, as long as I got water hoses and electrical plugs going in there. And all it is a Class C misdemeanor ticket. So that's an issue I got with the Sheriff's Department. I understand that. But when somebody comes over there and steals the water out of that house and steals the electricity out of that house, I got to pay for it all. And those courts are running there when the real estate agents show up. I have a real hard time selling that house. And I know that has nothing to do with this, but I'm telling you, I paid $115,000 for that house, and I'll be darned if I can get that for it anymore with what's going on in next door to each one of those. The house next door is absolutely full of feral cats. The animal control and sheriff's department basically have parking spots out there. They're there so many times, and I don't know what to do. And yes, it goes up in value, and I'm going, it can't keep going up in value when I can't. Nobody even wants to talk to me about the house. Well, I had one real estate lady say, I don't want to touch it. I don't want anything to do with that. Walk away.
Okay, so now we've got the district closing for 1 minute, and then you'll get your.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
The subject property owner testified to an economic obsolescence. That's definitely a real thing. To know what that really is, we've gone through an exercise. If he had it at 185, if we had it at 185, if he's marketed at 185, what would 10% declination look like? What would a 20% declination look like? And when we looked at those factors, we got in between, we bracketed those two things, which means that we were at 167, and now we're at 149, we're about 150, and we're at 159, so we're somewhere in the middle. So really, we won't know what that point is until the marketplace says, I'm willing to pay that much for that. It doesn't change the fact that you're living in next to POSs on either side. What I would say, and I would encourage you, have you contacted your county commissioners about it?
Yes.
Yeah, I really do agree with this. I mean, I would contact the homeowners association.
No, they have.
I would have, well, they should. And then furthermore, I mean, you might consider, I don't know, I can't tell you what to do, but I know what I would do.
Okay, so now you
Calling everybody.
hold on.
That's all, I guess the only thing I'm saying is the other two properties next door have not been raised up in value. And I understand why, because like an idiot, I published what I did to that house. But my problem is that's all sweat equity. I put that in myself. I did the upgrades all by myself. I didn't do the roof, I'll be honest with you. But most of that was hurricane damage, just the roof and stuff. But all the inside is mine. So I'm paying for that twice. But I don't see anybody that's doing work on their two houses next to me having any increase in theirs at all. $35,000 value of a house next door to mine that's gone up in value. $35,000 is what you got that thing listed at on the Campos deal. That's it. And I've been shocked that that thing's worth $35,000. The county said, it's okay, it's dried in, we'll leave it there the way it is, with the weeds growing up on it. And yet mine keeps going up in value, and the Ramsey house over there is nothing more than a drive-through. So that's all I have on it.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to come up with their decision, and I have several questions about, but Ramona, I'm gonna ask just that since she's on. Ramona, do you have anything?
Well, the median equity is the 152,245. I mean, that brings it down, you know, what's almost $700 or $7,000.
I have a little different view of how to do the arithmetic than Mike does. If the comps that Mike used, attempting to get to the same level of house, a four level house, yielded 152,245, then that's the point at which we should start the economic obsolescence rate.
And go down.
And go down from there.
Absolutely.
And I think a 10% down from there is more than reasonable given the situation that he's got.
10% off of what?
152,245. Because that number was arrived at with other 4-level houses. And
right.
Did not take into consideration what he's got next door. The way we do that is with economic obsolescence. So I'm suggesting we go 152,245 minus another 10% for economic obsolescence, however they enter that into their system. And
I think I get 137,021.
That's what I get.
And I because we absolutely have done things for surrounding, you know, things in the surrounding area. Has anybody offered you $159,000 for your house? Have they offered you $135,000?
No, we had one offer that they backed out, and it was at 169, and they backed out.
So it isn't.
We didn't have a chance. We didn't have a chance to counter anything.
So it isn't that value. It's like, you know, realtors list houses for all kinds of things. And it isn't that you got an offer for any of these amounts and turned it down. You haven't gotten any offers. Right. And so for that reason, I feel very strongly about doing this.
See, I feel the gentleman has the best house on a bad street. That's the worst case you can get.
No, they tell you never have. No, they do tell you don't have the best house.
It wasn't the best house. I just worked on it. That was a mistake.
I agree with your approach, Charlie, but the 10% of the 137, that would bring it considerably less than 2019. I'm not sure I'd give it quite that much, but I do agree with your approach.
Well, how much were you giving?
I would say bringing it down to about 150,000 is all.
And I disagree. I totally disagree with that.
Why would you bring it down when nothing really has changed on either side from the 2019 value? Why would you bring it less than 153,600? When the district had clearly shown that equity and sales support the 159.
But those
No,
equity and
it
sales,
was-
no.
No, it was 152,245.
152,245.
And they didn't show that any house next door to what's next door to him
Yes, I
sold
did.
for those values.
I showed an equity on the same street.
Same street, but not right next door, and there is a difference.
Well, that's where the economic obsolescence. Well, I just don't think I would go much less than 150, but that's my opinion.
And
We're
I
a
don't,
democracy here.
Ramona, what do you say?
I would be good with, what about 140?
Is that about 5%?
Well, it's more than 5%.
Okay,
I could do 140.
I could do 140.
Okay.
Because that, if we take off 10%, it comes to 137.21.
I can do 140. I'm good with that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
On account number 57234, where the appraisal district put a value of $159,480 for the 2020 year. And then with us considering the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal or the possibility of that, I make a motion that we change the total value for the property to 140,000. Huh?
140,000 even.
140,000 even on account number 57234.
Second?
I'll second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay, 140 it is.
Thank you, people. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you for your participation.
Yeah. And I'm not really mad. I'm mad at my neighbor.
And then, so if you're not mad, or even if you're mad at your neighbors, will you fill out a survey, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank
I'll be
you.
very.
I've never been a bad guy. I'm always a good guy.
We never said he was a bad guy. That's not up
Feel
for
for him.
discussion.
Our first house in Houston, I was in that same situation.
Rose among the thorns.
But that's, I mean, haven't you, I've heard that from the day I was born. You never want to have the house.
It's the biggest, best on the street.
Yes. Nicest house.
Sounds really interesting. Come back with the next one, I guess. I don't know if there's, I guess they're all in person today, huh?
Yeah.
So,
We have one more or none?
704, 702, we did 580.
I'll go find out.
I think we've done it.
Talk for a little bit.
We did? You think we did 840? Really? South White Oak Street? I don't remember that.
We're gonna need more of these.
You're gonna need more Clark's Dino.
Yeah, we got like 4 things of these.
Yeah, good luck finding those. You went through 4 today?
No, that was like half done.
I know, but good luck finding those, Mike. There's some stuff at Sam's.
52 dog left. Combo strong.
Keep doing this, we only get laminated things here.
And
These don't take to.
You know, by hand, like, cause I carry those in my purse, so when I go to the store, I push.
52 dog left. Combo strong, man. That is the,
Yes, we have 2 more and Beth is outside fitting one with a mask now.
all kinds of combinations. defensive strategies and
Yeah.
stuff, played safe for him.
When do you get your eyes done?
I go tomorrow for the
Right.
not pre-op, but
Yeah.
pre-meeting. And then because it's COVID, I'm not gonna be able to like do it. It's not like a non,
Life threatening.
like a non.
Elective surgery.
My wife wanted me to ask you.
You know, honestly, I think it's symphony.
Okay, that's what she.
I think it's symphony.
What are you having done?
Cataract surgery. Because of my retinal detachment last year, it has an onset of cataracts quickly. Normally, a person will get cataracts in their late, stuff like that.
So you get this before you get the
get it
cataract?
because you've had a retinal detachment and the surgery actually cataracts earlier, and so it just means that I'll have a lens up here, like a cataract lens. Like it's what cataract surgery is.
But are your eyes bothering you?
Yeah, this one's really.
Some of the numbers, and you didn't used to do this, like last year you didn't as much. But I have noticed that and it isn't always flipping them, but you'll get the numbers wrong. And you're reading them. And it's not enough to go, or sometimes we'll go 432. But it isn't like you flip 4 and 5. It's
a 3 and an
489, and it's
a 3 and an 8.
what?
I get the 3
Yeah.
and 8, 6 and 5 sometimes.
So
Yeah,
Charlie,
I
do
just
we
need
have
to
any
get
idea where we got wrong? You looking for out, sir?
No, I'm looking for the rest of my.
Go back up here to your right. Do we know is it 8:45?
There's two of them, we don't know which one it is.
Yeah, when we get to that case, we need to ask the property know exactly what testing. License checked on his protest form, but he's
I will note it in the file and then they can ask.
got wording in section 4.
4320. Because it's a 4-3 and it's a 20. You're playing 20 in the back. Or you could do 43 robber off of that. And 43 robber basically says that this guy just flies to the side and he does a combo. It's called combo robber. On these, you're playing a 3. 1, 2. That's the weak side. And this is you can either do a combo right here between these two on this guy. The man up to do something to the tight end, and this guy's man up right here.
Relax.
It's not 61543. It's not that.
And normally what you do is you pull like that. You normally just you'll slant one side with the front and then your backs will go the other side. So that's called a 4-3, and this is like a 20 robber. That's what that call would be. Like the front, typically the linebacker, he's looking over and I'm the safety, I'm looking over and they're giving sign. And so I don't even know what his sign is, and he doesn't know what my sign is, but they go together. And he'll go 43 and I'll go 20 robber. And then everybody ready, and then we go out and we know what we're doing. And there's certain formations that you know what to do. And then if it changes, like there's an option, like a guy's going in motion or something, that's when you hear lots of audibles on both sides. Because you're changing, we're still saying 43, 43, and then 43 strong, meaning that we're gonna play 43 man up strong. And then the back will be calling out things. So if you did the same thing and this guy goes into motion, we just say instead of 20, we go 31, 31. So that's 3-1, that's thirds. Basically you're doing thirds of the field. So this guy pulls up, this guy pulls over, this guy is playing a third of the field, this guy is playing a third of the field, and this corner, which was playing man, drops off to a third of the field. And then now you have this strong safety that's playing this quick flat area. So you just call 31, 31.
And all this time, I thought all football players went to go sell insurance.
That's right. It was a lot of fun.
You went to A&M, right?
I went to West Texas A&M. I went to a Division II school.
College? Is that the one?
No, that's one in Canyon, Texas, up by Amarillo. And I started as a freshman because of my knowledge of the game. I played at a really, I played for a guy in high school who was excellent. His name was D.W. Rutledge. And he was just an excellent teacher. Mike Sullivan was my defensive backs coach and really taught me technique and everything. So when I got to college, although I didn't have as much talent as some people, I was more polished. So my knowledge of the game, from a sense of knowing where that backer was supposed to be and how it fit into, like he's taking the flat and I'm taking the curl, in this situation, or just knowing things, just help.
Yeah, Mr. Dory,
Conversation
it is case number 621.
621?
You coming?
Page 5.
Account number 56340.
We're gonna be right over here, sir.
Right here.
Page 5, the second one.
Oh, okay.
All right, page 1.
Yeah.
When you go back out.
Return to an affidavit. This is what they're gonna do today, and then you're gonna sign this off on my scale, okay? So you just let me fill it out.
And,
Can you tell, Scott?
Yeah.
and you are Mr. Doherty?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, we've got some administrivia to go through. As soon as we get set up here. So
Mr.
just follow
Powers.
along with us.
Mr. Powers and these members right here and some member on Zoom is your ARB. I represent the district and he'll go over some paperwork here.
56342, you ready?
Ready?
Okay.
621.
We're opening a case, a hearing on case number 2020-621, account 56342. This hearing is being recorded. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed in using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145A, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Has all of your information been turned in?
Sure.
Thank you.
I was uploading some now.
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect?
Thank you.
They're looking for the affidavit.
Oh. Corey.
I've got mine.
I gave him.
You can't tell them when you look at you and go,
No, I have no idea what's going on anymore.
I, Charles Parrish, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone, with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66L.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I live in Pagrazi, notarizing woman's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You have the oath right there. I need you to read that out loud. State your name.
Bobby Jordan, I would swear I do solemnly swear confirm that the testament us person to be here, you, the board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, and I think she gave you a sheet. No,
Yes, sir.
Mike?
My name is Mike Stoddard, solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, you have on your table, down in front of you there, a chart that shows how the hearing will proceed. You get to choose whether you go first or whether the district goes first.
I go first.
Okay? You have 5 minutes to make your case.
Okay, what I was getting at the property taxes. We've been paying is running about $8,100 to $8,900 per year. It jumps up and down. I think on my tax form, it shows 2017 was $8,700. 2018 was $8,100. It goes back and forth. And I'm just wondering why
Okay,
I jumped to $30,000.
we have a little problem here. We can only deal with the appraised value of your property. The taxing entities, school board and all those people, they deal with the tax rate.
So this is the appraisal for the land.
But these are tax bills, not appraisals. Your evidence you're showing me are tax bills, and we don't deal with taxes. We don't have anything to do with taxes. That's a tax law.
But we deal with the appraisal district deals with what the value that's put on your property. And then these other entities tax you based on that. But the appraisal district and us, it's only about the value that's been put on your property.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Value of my property, 2017, 2016, 2018. 2018 was $8,100, what the appraisal was. 17, I think, jumped to $88 or $8,900. And 16 was 84, I think. I'd have to get the taxes to look at. Then 19 was 82. And then this year, they sent me a letter, and it goes up to $31,000. I've only got a 50 by 100 lot. 3 RV, we don't live on it, we just use it for vacation. That's my concern right there.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say? You still have
No, that's basically about all I'm complaining about.
Okay.
I just want to know why it jumped so high.
Okay.
Now, I know the land around there is going up. My property's not that big.
Okay. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, hold off then.
All right, so then the district gets 2 minutes and 5 minutes, so a total of 7.
Right. Nothing to cross-examine. Subject property is at 1822 San Antonio Street. It does have a value of $31,640. It has 2 trailer hookups and the open deck on that property. So you have the value of the land, I believe, is $1.10 per square foot. Yes, $1.10 per square foot for a total valuation of $29,400. The other value is attributable to infrastructure, the trailer hookup, and the little trap. So what you'll look for, the 2 things under protest are market value and sales equity, or appraisal median ratio. If you look at our comp sales grid, the reason that we increased the value was just due to sales. I mean, there were some sales in and about the San Antonio Street area that's out there in that Manning Block area. Very first comp sold for $30,510. You'll look at the next one, sold for $1,910. The thing that you'll notice about both of those is it brackets the subject property from the size standpoint. The subject property has 14,000 square feet. It's 2 lots, lots 13 and 14. This one on comp number 1 sold for $30,500. One lot. And it's on San Antonio Street, the same street subject property is on. The next one is also on San Antonio Street. It's twice as big as the subject, so that would be 4 lots, 28,000 square feet, sold for $62,910. That's the reason that the value has increased the way that it has. Okay. If you look at comp number 3, it's not on San Antonio, but it's close. It's on Fuqua Street. That one sold for $36,000. Again, that's 7,500 square feet. That's approximately 1 lot. That sold for $36,000. I know it's hard to believe, but I mean, these are sales in your actual area that have occurred. Okay, so now moving on to equity, we've proved the market value should be where it should be. Now moving on to equity, these are just properties in the area, and what are they appraised for? What I'm going to show you is they're appraised for the price per square foot is going to be either identical at the $2.10 per square foot, or they're going to be even higher than the subject property, which supports the property value. Comp number 1, 14,000 square feet. The land value is $29,400. Subject is 14,000 square feet. The land value is $29,400. Comp number 2, 14,000 square feet. The land value is $29,400. Comp number 3, 10,800 square feet. The value is $22,680. If you do that out, let's see, that's 2280 divided by 10,800. That's $2.10 a square foot. The next one is on San Antonio Street. It's a 7,000 square foot lot, and it has a value of $18,900. So that one divided by 7,000. That's at $2.70 per square foot. So in each one of these cases, it's actually $2.10 or higher to support the valuation that we have on the subject property at $31,640. So in both cases, things under protest market value. I've shown you sales that support the market value. And then secondly, I've shown you other properties that are not sales and how they're appraised, and they're appraised equally like the subject property. That's all I have.
Okay, so, sir, now you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So a total of 4 minutes to discuss or ask questions.
Me?
Yes.
Okay, I understand the value of what is on these properties to make them go up and go down. I mean, what kind of building, what kind of, because all I got is a porch. You know, are there mobile homes on them? Are there homes on them? I mean, that's what I'm looking at. Are there storage buildings? That's kind of it.
Spare lot sales.
On the sales, if there's something there, it actually shows the difference. So on the first one, that first sale, which is a single lot sold for $30,510, had one trailer pad hookup. So the subject property, it has another lot plus another trailer pad hookup. So it
Is
has
that
two.
TP?
Yeah, that's the TP. On comp number 2, it had 4 lots and it had one trailer pad hookup. So it looked at all the differences between these. Comp number 3 looks like it was just vacant land. It was 1 lot that sold for $36,000. On your equity grid, it's vacant land. No, sorry, the first one had 1 TP, the second one had vacant land, and comp number 3 vacant land, and comp number 4 vacant land. So these are just vacant land lots. And they're all appraised at the same price per square foot or more. So
How many square feet did you say mine was?
14,000. You have 2 lots. Lots 13 and 14.
I'll measure it, but I don't think it's that big. I mean, I know y'all probably measured it. I just don't understand why it jumped so fast, you know. I understand land going up on value, but my God, in 1 year, just, you know, that's my big concern, I guess. You know, we did have a driveway. You know, well, we did that. Other than the porch, that's about it. That's my big concern. I just don't understand why it jumped so high.
Yes, sir. Understand. We have to be at market value, and there were sales in that area.
Was there some reason this one was held lower previously, or did it really go from 6,000 to 20?
It went from 8,000 and change to 31 and change.
In 1 year? Market.
Yeah, and you can look at the one next door, and it has the same kind of change.
It has the same profile?
I can go to it, and we can look at the change. We can all look at it.
Let's look at it just to see.
Yeah,
How long?
sure. Yeah, let's see.
So if we pull up the commentary in the agreement, and just pull up this account number 47958.
Because that looks about the same size.
Yeah, it does.
Talking about land value here.
Yeah, looks about the same way.
But with the value, can I say something? With the value, I mean, go up the big trailer house and building behind it and stuff.
But we're not even looking at that, we're just looking at the land.
Just the land?
Just the land.
Yeah, it went up from, it went up from 6,300 to 29,000 right here. So it's like a slightly different.
But pretty much the same as yours.
Yeah.
How much per square?
29,400, just like the subject.
From 6.
Right.
Creates a big change too.
Yeah, that's good.
Is that right? All right.
And I'm just curious, how many square feet was that? How many square feet?
Visually, they look identical.
So that's what I'm asking, what's the square footage?
Let me get the answer for you, Ms. Dunn. 14,000, just like the subject.
Okay. And so it was how much per square foot?
$2.10, just like the subject.
No.
It's 14,000 and it's 29,400.
So the land was,
Yes, ma'am.
gee,
Okay.
okay, I mean,
Time, where are we?
it's out, I mean, so now it's, ours.
It's what?
It's ours with the,
They had a chance to close.
oh, I'm sorry, you get, right, each one of you gets 1 minute closing, I'm sorry.
Was I first?
Yes,
In closing, what I would say is the subject property has two things that are protest. One is market value, the other one is equity. I've shown in both cases, not only was the market value proved, but it proved more than the value that we currently have assessed on the property. Secondly, as far as equity, I've shown that the similar properties with similar size are assessed in similar fashion at $2.10. I think the value is appropriate.
You have 1 minute to close.
I'm thinking the property beside me bigger than mine. I don't, I'll have to go measure and everything, but I almost bet it is. I give a small section right there. I just don't understand why it's big. Now this, I don't understand. I know that whatever that is behind with the blue mark stops and red mark stops. I don't know if that's alley or what. I mean, it just, I don't know. I'll just have to measure it and go from there. See what it is, and nothing to do about it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board, it's 5 minutes to discuss this and come up with our answer.
The market drove the price up. It's equitably considered equitable. Oh,
I agree.
And sir, you saw, because that's, we had the district show us that property right next to yours, okay?
Right.
And it's the exact same square footage as yours. And even if it was, you know, 1 or 2, but it's like their drawings are pretty correct. But if you come up with a different number, let them know, okay, and they'll adjust. But here's the deal. Those 2 properties are priced exactly the same. So it isn't that they went up on yours and left everybody down here. Okay, so I think it's important you know that. And it was the land value. The reason we said no, just the land. We didn't even look at the trailers and all that other because your improvements, they stayed the same. Last year, they were 2,330. This year, they're 2,240, okay? So what changed was the land value. And that's why we looked at that. And so the appraisal district is, they're giving you exactly what they're giving everyone around there. And it's because people are buying those properties for, your value actually was less because they gave you a lower price per square foot because you're a big piece of property. Okay, so that they've appropriately addressed the issues of your specific property. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure you knew what we were looking at. Okay, so on account, Ramona, anything different?
No.
Okay, on account number 56342, where the appraisal district has a 2020 value of $31,640, and where the issue was raised in the possibility of incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal. I find it appropriate, and I make the motion that we leave the value at $31,640 for the 2020 value on account number 56342.
Second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your participation.
Sir. If I pay, I just get a hold of them.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all.
They're hopping on the next one.
Take a breather.
Actually, I talked to Val at lunchtime and everything's going pretty smoothly out front.
That's good.
They're using our protocols and everything is running like a well-oiled machine.
I would expect nothing less.
Of course.
Why
put Val
why
in
do you
charge.
think we have so many cases still to be heard? Because we're not hearing that many more than last year, right?
Well, there are more than 300 more protests
year?
this year.
COVID pushed us back about 15 days, 17 days.
So we
That's
lost
one-
2 weeks.
That's one issue. And then secondly, the first 3 weeks, we were trying to do everything remotely, and we still are. So that there's a learning curve, and it just takes time. And furthermore, we just have more protests.
Yeah, there are more than 300 more than last year in
So,
total protests.
and maybe at
We
the
have less-
beginning, we
We
got
have less informals, but we have more formals. So,
Can I ask a question that's not even relevant to any of this?
yes,
But
the answer is
I've been wanting to ask for a couple of days now. How come Bear County can get MLS listings and we can't?
that's a great question. Somehow, some way, they're getting it, and we're not. We've asked our MLS local board for MLS information, and they have denied it to us. Which I can tell you the reason why, but there's no logical good reason on why.
So each
No, it's not.
Each local board of realtors is within a specific location.
And there may be more
So
than,
it's,
Yeah,
Oh, there may be more than one.
right.
so it's not statewide.
And there are some people that kind of get it on the side. We kind of get the information on the side, you know. You know, I just go straight to the source and ask them for it. And if they say, no, you can't have it, then I ask for it again. And if they say you can't have it, then okay.
I'd have to say that actually, once, now, who knows what's the truth, what the real number is, but without you having that, it seems like your information that you get has the sales price higher, maybe only by 2,000, but in some, it's usually higher. So it probably would be to their benefit.
What do you mean our sales price is higher? If we don't get sales prices, we don't have them.
Well, but yeah, you say this one sold on January, whatever, of 2020, and it was unconfirmed for 420.
Oh, yeah, we can have unconfirmed
I mean,
sales.
you have that all the time.
Cindy, really the short answer to that is, if it's higher, you don't ever hear the person. They never come in. You will never hear from someone who comes in and says, no, man, I paid 900,000 for that, not 800.
You only see,
You'll hear from that person.
you'll never.
You're always only going to hear from the ones that are lower.
So in the data set of 100 sales,
I see what you're saying.
100 sales,
Okay,
and say
so
you're
that's why
equal,
It seems that way.
you're 50 that are just barely low and 50 that are just barely high. And at the far ends, these are the most egregious high ones and these are the most egregious low ones. If we're low,
Then they're not,
they'll never tell you why.
right,
Because it's not in their best interest.
right.
It's just human nature. Okay, I mean, it's the way it is. I mean, it's just the way it is. So, yes,
I
we,
just didn't know it was locally. That's why I couldn't understand why.
Yeah, it is.
it's different throughout the state. Yeah, people different throughout the state.
Case number 590, account number 65924.
Michael, is that right? Yeah. Power. We're gonna go through some preliminaries here, some administration, just follow along with it. We'll have a couple of questions for you, all right? We're opening the hearing on case number 2020-590, account 65924. I have my, I've already had my cataract. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Treasurer Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. Michael, these two folks over here, myself and Ramona, who's on the Zoom, the appraisal review board, and Mike is the district representative.
All right.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. There's a but. We really would appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145(8), all written material that is not provided must be provided at this time. Yes, all of your evidence today. Yes, very good. Thank you. The ARB members who are considering a protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll start with, I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
David, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Rodney, notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Could you state your name and then read that paragraph? Move down to the table over there.
Okay, my name is Mike Rasmussen. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Butler. Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
The governor has required that I ask you if you're an appraiser.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll report that to the governor. Okay. The chart on the table in front of you says that the way we're going to conduct the hearing. And you get to choose whether you go first or Michael goes first.
I'll go first.
Okay. You have 5 minutes to state your case.
All right. I brought in 2 pictures. I believe y'all should have copies of them.
Yes.
The one copy with the pond is the view that I had from my front porch before the gentleman moved in. The other picture is the view that I have right now. You can't even see the pond. Someone had come in and cleared a bunch of brush and built a beautiful park or something. They would say my land is worth more money. So it should go the other way, the way I see it. But he's put up all these metal buildings. I believe that depreciates the value of my land. It's also dangerous. If we have another hurricane, which I hope we don't, I know for a fact those metal buildings don't hold up, and they'll be, creating damage on my property. And I also lost 13 trees during Hurricane Harvey. That's really the only thing I had.
Okay, you're still on your time, so just stop me if I'm wasting it. But
okay.
I'm having trouble with your picture 1 and 2.
Yep.
I've got the one picture up top that's got a bunch of trees.
So that's from my front porch right now.
Yeah.
They're not in
That's
here.
now.
And the other picture with the pond
Yes.
is what I would see before he moved in and built all the little buildings and everything. I can't even see the pond now.
So pond is behind all.
Yeah, right behind his little buildings is where the pond is at. You can't see it anymore.
Did he plant all those large trees then also?
No, the trees were there. In fact, before Harvey, there was a lot more trees there. Like I said, I lost 13 of them during the storm.
So is the bottom picture post Harvey with the trees gone?
No, I went, the one with the pond, I walked over and took it from his yard. I just took both pictures yesterday.
Both of these were yesterday.
Yes.
Got it. One of them is in front of his buildings.
Yep.
And you used to be able to see that.
That's what I would see before he moved in and put all the
Got
buildings
it,
up.
because you went in front of his buildings and took that picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now I.
Yeah. Thank you.
It was like, oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, you still have your time.
That's really all I have.
Okay. All right, so, that's it? Okay, so now the district has, 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes for their presentation.
Market value is always checked.
Yeah, the market value is always checked here. Let me look. Come on, my computer's messed up. Still not doing it. All right, let's see what we can. All right, from a sales comparison standpoint, the subject is on 11E St. Charles Bay Street, sorry, St. Charles Bay Drive. It's 1.25 acres. And we will look. Say, oh, Charlie, can I have the, thank you very much. All right, so if we'll go to the sales, to the card. All right, so we have the card right here. You have a house, a small house, 4 FB, 1,635 square feet. Currently has a total value of 163,700. The land value for an acre and a half, or I'm sorry, 1.25 acres is only 28,590. The continue on. The comp sales grid. These don't. As far as one of the points that he brought up is like a view of a pond and how that's a great attribute. These are just a normal street within that same area, and they don't have ponds. These are other 25 FB houses on Off Circle, on Driftwood. This one sold for 217,500. The other one sold for 31,570. When compared with the subject property, you can see that the square footage is very similar. A little bit more, and that was a little bit less. The effective years are very similar. The classification is a little bit better, but there's negative adjustments for those. You'll see that the adjustments here render a value of 174 and 191 respectively. Continue on. The next one is Lake Drive. That one sold for 282. This one sold for 241. Again, these are subject as a 4FB. This is a 4SS plus and a 5FB. Those are the adjustments are made in either case. You'll see that this is even smaller than the subject. and then both of these are smaller than the subject. Respectively, when compared with the subject, these indicate values of 154 and 187. So the 181.27 supports the valuation that we have on market value property. I will say that I know Teresa, Bob, South Lake Drive, these are all on regular streets. There's no view of a pond or anything like that. The subject is an acre, 1.25 acres. You know, all of these other properties right here, these are all single lot house sales. 218, 241, go back. $217, $231. That's on Rob Circle, for crying out loud. I mean, there's not a tree one hardly out there. I mean, to say that yours is not worth 163, 700, it's just, I mean, that quick on the open market. Your house on the open market at that price, I mean, a week at most. It's just worth that every day of the week. Just every day of the week. Our value out there is incredibly low for your property. Just, I don't know about a diminishing of a view or not, but your house, where it's at 1.25 acres, 1,600 square feet, we have a total value of 163,700. That's incredibly low out there in comparison to what those other sales are.
Wait. Okay. And the wrong. No. Which account is this?
The account number is 65924.
Okay, so the land square footage is 54,450.
Yes.
But look at all the comps, like per square foot, his price is like.
Yes, because you've got a big.
That's what I'm sitting here going.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
like this is grossly undervalued. Like grossly undervalued. Like on the tune of $80,000 or $100,000 undervalued.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe is there a reason that it's maybe
It got missed. It won't get missed next year, but it got missed. I mean,
assessed value actually went down a little bit.
Yeah.
Last year, this year.
Yeah, it got missed. I mean, it's in one of those areas that's, you know, reserve block D, part of reserve 1.2. It's just an abstract that we just.
That's what I was like, I've got to be looking at the wrong thing.
I mean, we know that the property next door, even though it's bigger, that lot, just the lot sold for $70,000. The one right next door.
No, to the left of it?
To the left of it. It's bigger and it's got the view of the pond, but again, 163,000 for 1,600 square feet on an acre and a quarter in Lamar. There's no way. I mean, at that price, he doesn't own it in a week. Not 1 week. So that's my evidence.
Okay, so, sir, now you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I don't have anything else to say.
All right, so district, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Only thing under protest is market value. The market value has been shown from the most approximate, you know, just other sales in the area indicate that the market value is well supported. I think our value on our grid was like 188 or something, 181. But in looking at this property, this is 181. This property is grossly undervalued. I mean, to the tune of $80,000 grossly undervalued. This thing on the open market, I mean, easily, I don't know. It's grossly undervalued. That's all I have.
Now, is the protester closing and you've got 1 minute. District, your point.
One thing in the process is market value. Our market value grid has indicated that it supports the value that we currently have on the subject property.
And next, the appraisal review board, we get 5 minutes to discuss and decide what our decision is.
So it seems to me that it's fairly valued at 163,700 by
Ramona, did you have anything to add? I want to just ask you.
No, I mean, it's a beautiful place.
So,
Can you see the overhead?
Huh?
Are you on Zoom right now? Can you see the picture?
I have a copy of the picto right here on my thing.
Because I'm just asking a question from the overhead. Okay, so are these the metal buildings that you were talking, and this is the pond you were talking about? Okay, I was just curious. I wanted to make sure that's what it was.
Right.
That's fine. All right, so on account number 65924, where the 2020 value that the appraisal district has placed on this total on this property is 163,700. And after us looking at the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value, I make a motion that we absolutely leave the value for 2020 at $163,700.
Second,
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Stays the way it is. Thank you for participating.
Yeah,
in this.
thank you for participating.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's
That's it.
And you'll get something in the mail.
Right. Thank you
That'll
all.
just kind of reiterate.
Little hidden gems everywhere.
We gotta check for letters.
Oh my God. Oh, I think she said we have some. Oh,
Oh, yippee.
I know.
You bet
That
that
was
much
yucky.
to it. You should have bought both.
Did it go up for sale?
Well, yeah, I mean, his view was sure it did, because he said that these people bought the land here a year or two ago and put up all these metal buildings.
Oh,
Really wanted to protect his view, he should have bought the property.
He doesn't understand.
It's too bad.
So sad.
The subject is letters.
oh, goody. We're done.
Yeah. Here, let's take a look at it. Let's look at the account number on that one,
Oh, okay.
because it really depends. It really depends if the value went up or down.
If I went down, we can just do a rendition. On this?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because one requires one thing and one requires.
One requires a protest and one
San
doesn't.
Patricia Electric Co-op.
Two things we received.
What are they asking for?
We don't have it.
The protest?
But it appears that they mailed it
Well, they
certified
didn't
mail
render.
to the old office.
I think they did,
And
late.
they got it back
Oh.
and mailed it here.
I think they are still in my stack of things.
And it says extension ARD, that's why we're giving it to y'all.
Mission.
So somebody either made a statement or
And it went up.
it said,
So that has to.
I think somebody made, one of the people
If the
from
value was the
the
same or
appraisal
lower,
district
a protest is not
said something
required.
about there is a
They
standing
have,
bid
but they
for
rendered.
that
They
property
rendered
at this
43.
amount.
When did they?
What does
So
that
what was our
mean?
notice? What's the
We
notice
I
value?
can't even hear you.
It wasn't about a piece of
But
property they don't
events.
own. They said there's a standing bid. Might have been mine.
PNA does it.
He said
I
there's,
don't know.
or it was written somewhere, but there's, but I
When was
think
the
it,
rendition entered?
okay, wait, I think I wrote it down because I was like, what?
What does that got to do with letter?
Application generated.
Nothing, but they're checking something.
That's when
Oh,
the.
Do you want me to read
That's when they
another one?
were
Yeah.
sent out.
Okay.
When was the
Let's press
rendition
on.
rendered? Is that what you want to look at?
By-
Well, I want to know
So
what they were
the
talking
notice would
about.
have
Well,
went
you can
out.
ask
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Mike, y'all are talking too loud. I can't hear Cindy and Charlie and everybody talking. If we're gonna read letters, I kind of need to hear them.
You bet.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So, well, this came back because this is an email. Okay, so yesterday I read a letter from Shauna Habib.
Yeah.
Okay, and so then this came back via email to Val. And so she says, how do, oh, okay. So first, Val said, good morning, Ms. Brader. I've attached a copy of a letter from the Appraisal Review Board in regard to your request for a late protest. Thank you, Val Smith. Then she answers back, how do I appeal this decision?
And she also called into the office and talked to me for a while, and yes, and so then a little while later I got that.
I have no idea. Go talk to a lawyer, I guess.
Part of no, don't you understand?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I have no idea how you appeal it.
Ramona?
No, I don't know either. And like Charlie said, I guess you would have to hire an attorney. But I mean, if you read the tax laws,
Okay.
we would just have to say that we don't know how you would appeal that.
That the appraisal review board is the highest authority, and she has appealed. She, when I talked to her on the phone, she was like,
I don't know.
how can I talk to someone?
We got a promotion.
She said that, she said, it's the way I can talk to someone. And I thought about the agenda, if wanted to add an agenda item where you actually, she had a chance to speak, or, you know, I don't know, but that's all I got in writing.
I have no idea.
I don't even know what to say.
I don't either, because obviously there's
Have you
something you
ever
can
had
do
one of these
about
before?
everything.
Have you ever? I don't know, look at Mike's, in your history with all it.
Have they, you mean, has somebody ever been upset with a denial of a hearing?
No,
Yeah.
but she's asking who does she talk? No, she's saying specifically, how do I appeal this decision?
I don't know, let's ask Skip.
Okay.
You should ask Skip, I mean, to see, because I know that there's a disagreement about value or something like that. This was a timely protest, right?
Yeah.
And so you heard it and you answered it. And now you say, okay, how do I get past you?
Yeah.
You should know how to respond to this
Yeah.
lady. And I would ask Skip if I were you. Because I mean, anybody can make a not an argument, but what's a complaint against the, like, to the comptroller's office, say, you know, I was denied a protest or something like that.
Sure did.
they can do that. But I don't know if that's, I mean, I don't know how you want to respond to this person.
What was the particulars about this case?
She has a home and she has a business and the address is the same. Two different accounts,
Okay.
but the address is the same.
And she put the wrong, she was the one that put the
Wrong account.
personal property
Mm-hmm.
account in, and
She
she
meant
didn't,
to
she
do.
meant to do the other one.
And we're hearing, we are doing a hearing with her
On something.
on something else, I think.
No,
I think we're doing the hearing on the personal property, even though that's what she didn't want to hear.
She got the thing in on time. She wanted to change it from the personal to the business.
Can I?
Yes,
She
please.
protested 4. She has 4 different things she protested.
Accounts.
Yes,
Okay.
I settled with 3 of them. This is the one that's sticking out there because it was the personal property website. She went to do the 4 real properties and she did 3 real properties and a person.
But what are the other 3, real or personal?
Real.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that.
all right. Let's see what the man has to say.
So when she was talking to you, she could have settled.
No, because she didn't file a protest.
Because she didn't file it.
It was already after the.
That's the reason it went before you.
I told her to write the letter to y'all because I couldn't do anything.
Well,
You were
thanks,
quite young.
Jackie.
Hey, Jackie's only doing what I tell her to do.
Hi, this is Charlie Powers calling. Is Skip available? Thank you.
He's gonna be sick of our phone.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
I told him, run the cash machine every time I call. Hey, Skip, we just finished up a bunch of hearings. We're going through the letters of the day.
Tell him he's on.
We gotta, yeah, you're in the hearing room, so it's being recorded, it's being sent out over the world, the whole bit. We had a person who sent in a protest and they put the wrong number on it. They had a business and they put the personal property on it as protest, and they really meant to protest the building, the business building. So
this is a business.
it was a business address and a personal address that is the same.
They were the same and they did it online.
The addresses are the same. One is a short-term rental business personal property account. The other one's a real property account.
Right, so we have a personal property account and a real property account. She put the personal property account on, she meant to put the real property account on. She had 3 others that were settled. We denied a hearing, and this letter came, it came in late. And we said we denied the hearing because she should know better, personal, she should have known better. So she wrote back to Val this morning and wants to know.
How does she appeal our decision?
We'll get the
Yeah.
words.
How do I appeal this?
How do I
decision?
appeal this decision? The decision she's talking about is the decision we made to not grant her a hearing because it wasn't just cause. So what do we tell her? Is there somebody above me?
Not that I'm aware of. I think that if somebody is unhappy with what the appraisal review board does, the next step is a lawsuit. Plus they have to pay. I haven't done one of these lawsuits in years, but used to, and I think it's still the rule. They have to pay the taxes that are the subject of the dispute. But
Yeah, it's probably so.
they can go file a lawsuit. But I would tell her that I don't know. Gosh, I don't know if you're required to state what the property. It seems to me there's on some of your paperwork
But she was never heard. That's
She,
all.
she was never heard on this account, so she never got the notice, the order that we send out that has that verbiage in it.
And she's a,
Like, she had three other accounts.
But they got settled.
she never had a hearing because she was asking for a late protest.
She was asking for a late protest because she put the wrong number in.
She,
So the denial was her request for a late protest.
Right.
And that's
Right.
And that's what she wants to appeal.
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. I'll have to go look at the stuff.
Oh, that's okay. We have tomorrow morning off.
we'll just tell her to call you, Skip, okay?
Yeah, so he doesn't want his number to be given out, I know that. No, you represent
I got Cindy's cell number. I'm gonna give that to her.
Better not. Hey, Skip, I have your cell number too.
That's scary.
That was your first mistake. Hey, Skip, that was your first mistake right there. Cell phone number.
Well, I'll be around tomorrow morning because we don't have anything tomorrow morning at all that's settled, so we don't start up till 1:30. So.
Okay, let me see if I can get something, if I can look at it by then. I'm kind of under the gun on some stuff, but I'll see what I can do.
Oh, just charge Mike double. Just charge him double time.
Yeah, that's, what do you call that when it's
What I'll do is
immediate?
I'll call Jim, and then Jim will charge him, and I'll charge you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let me see what I can, take a look at.
Thank you, Skip.
Thank you, Skip.
You're welcome. Y'all have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Me too.
Yeah, I've been telling my wife for years that there's nobody above me. Oh, still there.
So Cindy, you have that envelope part there that you can present, and then there's one more letter after that.
Okay, so this came from Texas Property Tax Consultants Incorporated, out of Capel, Texas, regarding a property tax protest. Please accept this letter as notice of over market value and/or equity protest on the attached property. I, John G. Hershey, am the designated property tax consultant for the owners of these properties. My property tax consultant registration number is blah, blah, blah. Please do not hesitate to call if you have any questions. This letter came, okay, it is postmarked May 13th of 2020. And it was sent certified mail. And it got sent, this one got sent to our South Church Street address. And it shows here, return to sender, unable to forward, return to sender. So,
They're not forwarding your mail?
I guess after what, 3 years?
After about a year, they probably won't do that.
Good for a tax.
Yeah.
Jesus.
well, but here's the thing, part of it is because we don't have, it's new postman, and probably if it had been somebody who'd been around for forever, kind of like what happens on our street. I mean, it's new guys, so we really don't get a lot of our knowledge up. And they put those little, have to scan.
But they're not all new guys.
No, but who knows? I mean, no, he didn't. It doesn't matter.
I've had the same guy for 20 years now.
Huh?
I've had the same guy for almost 20 years now. I love him.
I know, but it isn't that way on everybody's street. So, but this was sent May 13th, which is before the deadline, and it was sent certified mail. So was the signature thing still on it?
I don't know, Donna just got this today and handed it to me because it does say to the ARB. Otherwise, if it hadn't said to the ARB, she would have sent our standard, we can't accept this, it's past the protest deadline. Because it was inside that other envelope.
So do we know that this back to them, or has it just been
No, so
circling in
then
Rockport?
they put that letter in that envelope and sent it.
So they obviously got this one back,
Mhm.
and then they stuck it, and it shows that on 6/29, so June 29, I guess this got sent back to them. And then on July 6th, came to here, but it was mailed out July 1st, the second time.
What's it?
Texas property tax, John G. Hershey,
Texas property tax?
consultant. In Coppell, or however, COPPE.
Couple.
Oh, is it Coppell? Texas. Oh, so I was saying it right. Wow.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Tomato, tomato.
My brother used to live there. I think it's Cal. That's the way everybody pronounces it. Dallas area.
What Texas? What did you say? Texas what?
Property tax consultant. Incorporated.
I got Texas Pro Tax and Texas Tax Protest. I don't
Texas property tax consultants.
I don't even have them as an agent on in our file. Do you remember, Val, did they have any other accounts? These people?
I don't know. I didn't look them up. Like I said, this just came in today. Put it on the pile.
There you go. We don't have any other information.
Oh.
But regardless,
The website has the current address though, right?
Yeah. Did they have several accounts?
it's no, it was
For one account? Like who are they representing?
as a notice of overmarket value and or equity protest. Oh wait, it says, okay, so it may be several, hold on. No, it's just one.
Okay, can you give me that account number?
65975.
They are not the agent of record on the account.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
And this is commercial RV park, 3025 Loop 1781.
So I will say that since they're not the agent of record, especially at the time of notice, then the notice goes to the property owner. And so the property owner had a notice in their hand of appraised value. And furthermore, they had the correct address on that notice. But it does not, I mean, it looks like they attempted to send it, but they just didn't know where they were sending it.
Yeah, I think I would still, it was sent by the deadline.
So does it appear then that the property owner got?
This is Lago Vista Village.
Property owner got it, gave it to his agent.
Okay.
Or called them or whatever.
Called him
Agent got these people.
We don't have an appointment of agents, which is right. So in order for that agent to come and have a hearing, before the hearing, he has to give us an appointment of agent form from that property owner.
Oh, here we go. Please note, I, John G. Hershey, am the designated agent in all of the appointment of agent forms for all accounts under 3 entities. John G. Hershey, John G. Hershey and Associates Incorporated,
and Texas Property Tax and Consultants Incorporated. 2018 was a transition year for my property tax business from John G. Hershey and Associates Incorporated to Texas Property Tax Consultants Incorporated. I am the sole owner of both John G. Hershey and Associates Incorporated and Texas Property Tax and Consultants Incorporated.
But that's still not even an agent form, because the owner has to sign a document to say that
Oh,
person.
no, for sure.
That person is my
Absolutely.
agent.
But I still think,
I think that we go by the postmark. The postmark, even this guy, not the brightest crayon in the box. The postmark is the 13th. It's
Right.
hard to deny that.
I think so.
Yeah,
And we've always gone by postmark, and I think that's the proper way to handle this.
Appointment of agent, or we have in the past, I should say.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Well,
Ramona, say it again.
I said that we go by the postmark. That's the way we do things.
Okay.
The postmark is May 13th.
Like I said, it's,
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, it's the post office group.
And he needs to get an appointment of agent before
right.
we hear any of his stuff. So
Wouldn't you contact him and say, we don't, we don't have an appointment of agent on record, we need to get one?
Yes, it just depends. We would most likely send him a notice of hearing, and it would say agent not at record on it.
right.
Okay.
Do we need to make a ruling on this?
I make a motion that we do allow a hearing for this account through Texas Property Tax Consultants, account number 65975, which is a commercial RV park, through Texas Property Tax Consultants Incorporated. But before we can actually hear him, we need to get an AOA on file.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any more?
Yes, one more. And then we're done. I think, right?
We might have one thing for hearing procedures.
Okay,
Good night,
so
ladies.
Aransas, this is to us. From Duff and Phil. And it's to the Aransas Appraisal Review Board regarding San Patricio Electric Co-op. Dear Aransas Appraisal Review Board, I would like to formally request your approval to file a late protest on the BPP accounts of San Patricio Electric Cooperative and Aransas CAD. I think the deadline flew under our radar because it was on a weekend, but I'm not sure. I would very much appreciate the opportunity to make my value case in front of the board, but first a timely protest. Sincerely, Nolan Dunn, Vice President.
When was that dated?
It would be an agent for Duff and Phelps.
But this just came in July 8th, and it came by email to Val's. But what's this little, is this sticky note somebody else?
I wrote that on there just to say the protest deadline for that one was June 22nd. It wasn't our June 17th because it was through Pritchard and Abbott to do our mineral account. It's just,
This isn't Pritchard and Abbott.
no, but it's when the protest deadline would have been for that particular property owner. The
What
22nd.
day?
Yeah,
June,
22nd.
June.
And they just emailed this the other day?
This is July 8th.
So,
Yeah, they're way past.
yeah, it doesn't fit. No,
Vice President of Property Tax.
whatever.
I'm sorry, hush.
Oh, but they gave them the.
So that's a
Yeah.
no. Oh, do I need to, oh, I'll make a motion. I make a motion on, this letter from Nolan Young from Duff and Phelps dated July 8th, which came in via email to Val's email that, and it's regarding San Patricio Electric Cooperative. And it's the request to file a late protest on the BPP accounts of San Patricio Electric Co-op and Aransas CAD. I make a motion. It's July 8th is the day this was written. June 22nd is the deadline for that. So I make a motion, we deny.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Hi.
You better hope you're done over there.
So if
Charlie, I can't help it. If Val is who gives me these letters.
that is true. And then we had one thing that happened today. One of the people that came did not do the hand sanitizer. That asked him to do it. I don't know, did he refuse or he just?
He said he's not gonna do it. He has heard that it's worse if you use hand sanitizer too much.
So we know it's on the list of things they must do.
Yep.
In the future, do you want us to say, okay, if you don't do it, you
What'd
can't
you
do a hearing? He came back.
Which one was?
I'm not saying that he should just say, ask them if they're willing to wash their hands with soap and water.
Soap and water.
There's a possibility that that person might be a recovering alcoholic.
Mhm.
And if they're in a drug testing regimen, using the alcohol-based hand sanitizers and
Wear gloves.
Yes,
wear gloves.
I thought about that as an alternative
solution.
Yeah.
Wearing gloves is a better solution
that would be
because they
fine.
can't go watch him wash his hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and he has to touch the door and everything before he even gets to the soap and water.
Okay.
So gloves. Was he one that came in today?
Yes, he came in today.
2 times.
So,
Did he have stacked papers with him?
No, Charlie. It was the one that had several properties at different times.
Oh,
And do not, because he made his comment, don't say that.
oh.
Alrighty.
very good.
Do you want to bring up the names on the tablets, or is that something you do?
Oh, we thought that we would go ahead and put names on the individual tablets, just with a little labeler. And that way you get your same tablet every time. And we don't have to sanitize it so much. You're getting the same tablet that you had before.
I'm fine with
Whatever
that, as
makes
long
your
as I
life
get
easier.
the best one.
Do I hear a motion?
Motion to adjourn?
Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion, Cindy gets the best tablet.
Cindy's gonna fondle all of them.
I
don't
am,
want
I'm
the
gonna
one
go,
that he
this
has.
one doesn't have any scratches.
I don't want the one that he has because it doesn't work.
Holy smokes, that happened like 3 or 4 times today.
I think it's an upper.
Yeah, it could be.
All in
Buyers
favor?
was between the tablet and the.
All right, did
All
we
in
adjourn?
favor?
We are
I
adjourned.
think so.
We are adjourned.
All right,
Bye, Ramona.
I'm closing this.
See you at 1:30.
Tomorrow at what, 11?